If you found $50 million just in the street, in a duffel bag, what would be the best way to use it without raising red flags? I'd use my current funds to start a small business, a restaurant or a board game bar or escape room, something I'd enjoy as a career, and start slowly laundering through that. I'd also use cash from it to cover as many of my necessities as I could, groceries, gas, etc., without sending up red flags to the IRS. If you found $50 million just in the street, in a duffel bag, what would be the best way to use it without raising red flags? Part 2. Buy a few big safes in cash from different stores to keep the cash in. You have unlimited gas, restaurant trips, groceries, gifts and small things related to your hobbies now for life. You tell nobody. You keep working and you do not get to buy a house or a car that you can't afford on paper. You pay your bills with the same bank account you always do. Don't get cute and buy something that costs 50 grand when you only make 50 grand in an entire year. That's how you go to prison. When you get to a ripe old age, you bring your kids to the safes and you explain to them exactly how to do what you did and you pass down the remaining cash because there's no way you'll even spend half of it if you do it properly. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Part 3. My friend works for a company that makes apps for water management systems. After months of testing this app, he's shown it to another friend of ours who said he'd like to see it. Not 10 minutes later, friend B is calling friend A saying it crashed my computer. Friend A asked what happened? Friend B responded, you know the part where it says how many gallons used per hour or something? Well, I put get fooked. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Part 4. Every time one of the Uskin machines at work fucks up and refuses to take cash, the person in charge will put up signs letting people know, on the screen as well as handwritten ones taped up on the outside, and every single time we'll end up with several people ignoring those signs and getting mad when the thing won't work. Last time that happened, I taped a paper over the coin and bill slots, in addition to several large highlighted signs and the screen notifications, and within 5 fucking minutes some guy had ripped those off the bill slot and was desperately trying to jam a $20 in there. This kind of bullshit is exactly why people hate working retail. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Part 5. I drive a truck and most of the big-name truck stops have pretty modern conveniences in their restrooms. Most of the time, you have self-flushing urinals/toilets and sinks that have the sensors to cut on the water when you wash your hands. I had been on the road and driving for almost all of my legal hours, which is 11 hours of driving time in a day. I had parked and went into the truck stop to hit the head and get food before I crashed. I did my business and went to the sink, soaped up and started waving my hands under the faucet for the auto sink. Well, no water is coming out. I am tired, hungry and cussing like a sailor because the auto sink is not working. The trucker washing his hands at the sink next to me, reached over and lifted the handle up on the sink to start the water flowing for me. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Part 6. Growing up, my sister killed 3 VCRs. We were teenagers in the early 90s when our parents bought us VCRs. Mine was a VCR built into a television. I got it in 1991 and it lasted until 2004, which was amazing considering that it was an off-brand that I had never before heard of and not heard of since. My sister, on the other hand, had a separate TV and VCR. She would stack books on top of the VCR, blocking the cooling vents and frying the VCR. Or she'd let the cat sit on top of the VCR, the cat would sit over the cooling vents, cat fur goes into the machine and shorts out components. The last VCR our parents bought for her she used as a resting spot for half-empty soda cans. Cat jumped up there, knocked a few of them over and that machine was toast. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Part 7. I'm always amazed by the skills that of IT users. They're never the right skills, but nonetheless impressive. I've had engineers improvise a laptop power supply from handy other equipment, usually without checking vital information like the fucking voltage the charger needs to use. I've had operators try to fix a noisy fan by kicking the tower PC hard enough to A. Stop said noisy fan, which was the PSU fan, and B. Knock off the CPU heatsink. I've had an operator who thought he didn't need to call the company engineer for an ink nozzle jam. He was entirely blue 5 minutes later, as was a decent area around him. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Part 8. I used to work around construction a lot, doing land surveying work. Virtually every carpenter I knew was missing a finger and had a story about drinking beer and power saws. One of the few I knew that does not involve drinking, one of my father's best friends when I was young, was on a ladder using a jigsaw and someone moving something hit the ladder. He grabbed to keep from falling and cut off the index, middle and ring finger of his left hand. He was left with the little finger and thumb. He smoked a pipe and I remember him holding the pipe between his thumb and little finger like it was nothing. What are your favorite Simpsons quotes that you remember? Part 2. Groundskeeper Willie, alright, what's so great about ye fancy pants leader? Homer, the leader knows all and sees all. Groundskeeper Willie, looks shocked, well it is impressive. Homer, and he's going to take us to a wonderful planet. Groundskeeper Willie, this leader sounds like a grand fella. Marge, Willie, I don't think you're helping. Groundskeeper Willie, will you shut up? He's talking about me leader. Men of Reddit, what is something you wish every woman knew? Part 3. We like being touched too. Run your hands through my hair, rub my chest, anything to make me feel wanted. It's crazy how lonely a relationship can feel when the physical intimacy is a one-way street. There's nothing more attractive than a girl who initiated contact of any kind. Redditors, whatever happened to your school's class clown? Part 2. He's defending the honor of waitresses at an open mic near you. Last time I watched him perform, a drunk roped a waitress and he called out the douchebag from up on stage. Remember everyone, cows are for milking and waitresses are for tipping. Yeah, the drunk heckled back. No. Looks like she loves you as much as Amy Winehouse loved Rehab. Redditors, whatever happened to your school's class clown? Part 3. Mine was also my bully and the son of a math teacher in middle school. He was the Zach from Saved by the Bell and always had a Kelly on his arm. He would never get in trouble because his dad was a teacher. Fast forward and I meet him at a local car meetup where people would gather before running each other. He had the cool Mustang with a down-to-earth smoking hot girlfriend. He's now a professor at major university. He's that guy. Redditors, whatever happened to your school's class clown? Part 4. I actually ran into him about 3 years ago. I was back in my hometown for Christmas, and I was at the mall buying some last-minute stocking stuffers and whatnot. I saunter past the Hickory Farms booth, and wanting to buy some of those awesome peppermint candies, I stopped and noticed him, standing behind the counter, giving out free samples. I go up to him, and he recognizes me right away. I asked him how life was treating him, and he said, well, I'm 30 and I'm handing out sausage. How do you think it's going? We endured an awkward pause you could drop an elephant into. I then proceeded to ratchet the cringe up to 11 when I asked him if he could sell me some peppermint candies, and he told me he's not allowed to work the register, he just hands out the sausage. Loners of Reddit, what was your way of dealing with loneliness as a kid that you didn't realize until you grew up? Zoning out and staring at random things. I was always told to stop doing it as a child, but I'm now thankful that I can do it because it shuts off everything. I can't hear, I can't move, and I can't speak. Just peace. Loners of Reddit, what was your way of dealing with loneliness as a kid that you didn't realize until you grew up? Part 2. Overdosing on music. I've gone through so many earbuds in my lifetime because of how much I listen to music. My Spotify is a tomb of playlists I've created in my free time. In the last year I discovered 800 new artists. Spotify pointed that out to me. I developed heavy depression in high school and it was the only way to cope. My family would badger me for always having earphones in. To this day I'd rather ride in a car with music playing than hold a conversation. I fall asleep with music playing. I don't think I'm crazy, just a little unwell. Loners of Reddit, what was your way of dealing with loneliness as a kid that you didn't realize until you grew up? Part 3. My parents got me a dog. It completely changed my life. I went from excruciatingly lonely to having a best friend overnight. It also changed me as a person. I was outside a lot more, and became more socially because I was happier. If you ever thought about getting a dog, head to a shelter and see if it's right for you. Plenty around. What if Earth is the North Korea of life inhabitable planets? Part 2. Then what other levels of geopolitics repeat themselves? E.g., if we were the North Korea you'd think there'd be a South Korea in our history we were once unified with, or what if a certain semi-outcast social group in North Korea has Hitalia-esque mirroring of world geopolitics among the various personalities in that group? What is something common that you stop and think about, and realize is actually quite remarkable? The human body lasts a remarkably long time. A breath every few seconds. A heartbeat more than once a second. Peeing many times a day. Sometimes for over 100 years. The machine keeps running. It can't stop, on its own, for more than a few seconds without incurring serious damage. All those years. Amazing. What is something common that you stop and think about, and realize is actually quite remarkable? Part 2. The night sky. I find it fascinating. All those stars that are visible to the naked eye are unfathomably far away. Yet, we can see them clear as day in the sky. Shooting stars, the moon, planets all are visible when you step outside at night. With a telescope, you can see planets in our solar system. You can even see the Andromeda Galaxy in our very own sky. All of that beauty is available for us to see. What is something common that you stop and think about, and realize is actually quite remarkable? Part 3. Each day, I pass hundreds of people who are speeding around at speeds unimagined by a few generations ago. I look at some of these people, hurtling down highways, mere inches from other people traveling at the same speeds, people who are doing their makeup, eating food, texting on their phones. All while death waits for them to make one tiny mistake so it can claim them. So much potential for death and dismemberment every day. And people still won't use their damn turn signals. What is something common that you stop and think about, and realize is actually quite remarkable? Part 4. Music. Somebody puts together a combination of waves of different properties and they enter your ears, and suddenly your mind processes it as a thing of beauty and complexity that is able to induce incredible emotion and can surpass even language. It's so subjective and personal that each sequence of sounds means a different thing to different people, and even the same melody can hold a vastly different meaning depending on who is listening to it. And yet it can still connect people from entirely different background and cultures and create meaning in a way that language sometimes just can't. What's a tourist attraction you've been to that was 100% not worth the hype? Part 4. The pawn shop from Pawn Stars. A guy who was with us in Vegas insisted on going, and the rest of us got dragged along. We got corralled through the store and there was literally nothing worth a second look there. Fucking waste of time. I was particularly annoyed at the prices of used musical instruments there. I've been selling drums for 10 years, and I'm not about to buy a kit for higher than the new price just for the honor of having bought it there. What's a tourist attraction you've been to that was 100% not worth the hype? Part 5. A lot of people are familiar with the National Aquarium in Baltimore. It's a really nice one, but never made sense why the National Aquarium was in Baltimore. Why wasn't there an aquarium in DC itself? There's a zoo, museums of all sorts, why no aquarium? Well, there was. It was in the basement of the Commerce Department building. It moved buildings in the city over time, but it was the longest operating aquarium in the country, being open for about 140 years. And it was exactly what you'd expect an aquarium in the basement of a federal office building to be. Dark, smelly, and nothing very good in it. Everyone leaving had the same reaction. My expectations were low, and that was still disappointing. It closed, for better or worse, in 2013. What's a piece of advice you received that has stuck with you throughout your life? Tell the truth. The first time I owned up to breaking something when I was a kid, my dad was not angry. He calmly placed his hand on my shoulder and said, "Good on you for being honest." First and greatest lesson in my memory. As Homer said, now for that happy period between the lie and the time it's found out. What's a piece of advice you received that has stuck with you throughout your life? Part 2. Tuck your undershirt into your underwear, and then tuck your dress shirt into your pants. It's all about the layers and it keeps things all together, preventing you from getting that puffy shirt look as it gets untucked throughout the day. My dad told me that after 30 years. What else is he keeping from me? Anyway, it's a game changer. What's a piece of advice you received that has stuck with you throughout your life? Part 3. From my mentor when I accepted an intermediate role at my company 10 years ago, don't fuck any of your coworkers. If the feeling/opportunity ever comes up, go to the bathroom, jerk off and jerk off again. The feeling will go away. Didn't think much of it at the time, but after seeing people fuck up their reputation, sexual allegations, life, cheaters, and fuck up the office dynamic because of fling gone bad, he was absolutely right. And yes, Reddit, I know you or your friend met their significant other at their job, but for every successful love story I've encountered at my job, I've also come across an office relationship that went bad. What was the best life-changing decision you've ever made in your life? Dating seriously. Putting the effort in. I was in my 30s and sure I had a couple of girlfriends and a few hookups, with long stretches of nothing. But by your 30s your friends are getting married and starting families. I had exhausted whatever friends of friends possibilities existed. Very few of us are living lifestyles where we are meeting new people in our 30s, especially available people of the opposite, or whatever, sex. Online dating is just a fact of life. And I hated that. Profiles, messaging, ghosting, all that crap. But I concluded that I wanted to meet women, so like anything else, it was time to put the work in. Met my wife on OkCupid, right before I hear it turned to crap. We're stupid in love, it's pretty great. What was the best life-changing decision you've ever made in your life? Part 2. I had some extra cash from a deployment I went on 15 years ago. I invested it in some stocks and kinda made it a hobby. I started out with $3K, and my fun hobby turned into a lot of real adult money. When I retire out of the military next year I figure I will put it on a house or go to Vegas and put it all on red. Not sure yet. What was the best life-changing decision you've ever made in your life? Part 3. To start going to the gym 2 to 3 times a week. It was amazing how my body changed. I graduated college at 250 pounds, I'm 6 feet 1 inch, got a full-time desk job and got up to 300 pounds in a year. After some talk with my friends, we made a pact with each other about going to the gym to get at least a little active. After about 10 months now, I am down to 230 pounds, and feel amazing. Best part is that I never changed my diet. Just being active on a daily basis changes a lot. What was the best life-changing decision you've ever made in your life? Part 4. Graduated from college in the spring of 11. Decided that path wasn't for me, so I decided to go back to school for a different degree. I met my future wife in the first class back in fall semester of 2011. We got married last spring and have a baby on the way due April. 10/10 wouldn't change a damn thing. Redditors who tried their luck on game shows such as The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, etc. What was it like? Did you win? Was it rigged/staged? Friends of mine in college and I went on Let's Make a Deal. We were taken into a room with producers and asked questions about what we would do with the money. My friend said he wanted to get a new car. During the show he was picked and had to choose between money of what was behind curtain 3. He picked the money. Curtain 3 had a brand new car. Redditors who tried their luck on game shows such as The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, etc. What was it like? Did you win? Was it rigged/staged? Part 2. 1997 per showcase winner here. $35K in prizes. Bob Barker looked orange. You can't select cash value. There's no backs on any of the props, just lights and wires. Shit moves fast. It's a 1-hour show that takes 1 hour to film. For tax purposes, the prize value is added to your adjusted gross income on your $1,040, $1,099. You don't have to pay to collect prizes. The models are rail thin. TV ads wait. Redditors who tried their luck on game shows such as The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, etc. What was it like? Did you win? Was it rigged/staged? Part 3. Cousin of a good friend of my mom's was on Wheel of Fortune in the mid-90s and won a trip to Tokyo and about $3,000 in cash. She said she had the time of her life on both the show and trip, received about $2,100 after taxes, and the Tokyo trip ended up being her honeymoon because she got married later on that summer. Redditors who tried their luck on game shows such as The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, etc. What was it like? Did you win? Was it rigged/staged? Part 4. My sister-in-law was on Jeopardy maybe 11 years ago. She couldn't tell us how well she did. She had viewing parties when her episodes aired. Yes, episodes. She made it to day 5 and was asked back for the Tournament of Champions that year, lost day 1. She was in Quiz Bowl in college and is wicked smart, PhD in chemical engineering. Alec was nice but there were so many tapings she didn't have time to really talk to him. She said that most of the time all 3 contestants knew the question, the issue was that there was a light that had to turn on before they could buzz in, after the answer was read. Most of the time you were disqualified because you buzzed in too early trying to be first. Redditors who tried their luck on game shows such as The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, etc. What was it like? Did you win? Was it rigged/staged? Part 5. I was on a BBC game show called Len Goodman's Partners in Rhyme, last year, got terrible reviews and thus lasted only 1 series. I won a holiday to the south of France. Because there was a prize involved, they had a lawyer on set the whole time, and would ask us between rounds if we felt that something unfair had happened at all in each game. The whole thing was so far from staged, but that's just my experience of this sort of thing in the UK. Redditors who tried their luck on game shows such as The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, etc. What was it like? Did you win? Was it rigged/staged? Part 6. My mom was on The Price is Right a few years ago and won over $10,000 in cash and prizes, $10,000 cash and the prize you get when you bid right and get on stage. I got us tickets when she visited me in LA, so it was just her and me. She's crazy and I knew when they interviewed her she would get picked. It's a long, exhausting day and I would not go back unless I could guarantee I or someone I was with would get picked, which you obviously can't do. But because she did, it was a great experience. When we entered, they put us in the very back corner. My mom is still annoyed at 2 things. 1, they didn't show me at all but they showed family members of every other contestant. 2, she didn't make it to the showcase. She can go back in about 6 years. We'll see if that happens. What did you learn in elementary school that turned out to be false/a lie when you reached adulthood? I learned in kindergarten that emperor penguins were the same height as us, true at the time, but as I grew, I still thought that they were still the same height as I am. Then, As a teenager, I was surprised when I saw penguins at the zoo that they were only 3 to 4 feet or so, and not my actual height. What did you learn in elementary school that turned out to be false/a lie when you reached adulthood? Part 2. That I should never stand up to a bully. I should stop reacting so they would get bored and leave me alone. That if I ever fought back I would be suspended so it wouldn't be worth it. Don't worry. Every time I went to the teachers for help I was told I needed to share my lunch so it wouldn't get stolen. I needed to be more forgiving and understanding because the girl who attacked me was on the cheer team, etc. So this didn't give me some lasting problems with conflict. Nope. Men of Reddit, what can you acknowledge is harder for women? Part 2. My mother told me how my birth went down. She hadn't dilated enough for me to actually get out all the way, so the doctors suggested breaking my shoulder to allow me through. Upon hearing that, my mother snarled at the doctor who suggested this and said, "You don't touch my son. Cut me open down there if need be, but you don't touch my son." And they sliced her open down there, and you know what the most fucked up thing was? She told me she couldn't even feel them cutting her, because she was already in so much pain. And this was her 4th time giving birth. That's when I realized that mothers are just inherently badass in that regard. Men of Reddit, what can you acknowledge is harder for women? Part 3. Creepy people following you. My girlfriend walked home from work sometimes. It wasn't far and it was in broad daylight. This guy drove by and asked to give her a ride. She declined, said she was almost home. When she got home she told me about it and how he kept driving up and down the street looking at her afterwards. He followed her into the apartment complex and parked his car to watch her go into the apartment. I was obviously upset. I went out with her so she could point him out, but he had left. It was weird. I told her to call me right away if she sees him anywhere near here. Men of Reddit, what can you acknowledge is harder for women? Part 4. Pressure to be a perfect parent. My partner would get approached by strangers at grocery stores and parking lots and criticized for random stuff she was letting our then 2-year-old get away with it. When I was public with our child, it was pretty much "oh look at the good dad" for just being. The wicked stepmom trope pretty much reinforces how the expectations are set at a huge bar for women, while deadbeat dads make it a shrugging "oh well, that sucks but what are you gonna do" bar for men. Men of Reddit, what can you acknowledge is harder for women? Part 5. Large boobs seem like a curse to me. I wouldn't want to own them if I were a girl, but they sure look cool. They can cause back problems and just look unwieldy, and the only upside of them making you more attractive to many people is also a major downside when it comes to creep/unwanted attention. In general they get sexualized more explicitly than men, with more of their value being tied to appearance than men deal with. Both can be insecure with their bodies, but society definitely puts more pressure on women. Men of Reddit, what can you acknowledge is harder for women? Part 6. Training. When I began in the military everyone including all the girls were in far better physical condition than I was. 2 months in I was bringing in a better performance than all but one girl. The difference in muscle growth, etc. is simply at a level where women are never able to keep up with men who put even half the effort in of them. Reddit, you just died. You have a chance at resurrection if you can beat God at a video game of your choice. You only get one chance. What game do you pick? Europa Universalis 4. After 1,500 years under God's guidance, Vatican is now a tiny enclave with no real geopolitical weight, except for the Pope's influence. Under my guidance, they conquered Italy, Switzerland, most of Austria and the entire southern part of France. All of that in less than 300 years. I feel like I have a shot. And if you go with God equals Allah, it's even worse. Most of the Middle East is ravaged by war, while any decent player in charge of the Ottomans can steamroll every African and European power before 1750. What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about something you're specialized at? I didn't specialize on it, but when I worked at the deli in my local grocery store I had a guy come in asking for some sliced ham. I asked him if he wanted Black Forest ham, honey baked or mesquite ham. He looked at me and said it's not mesquite, it's mestique. I pointed at the sign and label, on the actual effing ham, that said mesquite ham, but he still corrected me. I gave up and gave him his damn mesquite ham. This was a good 15 years ago and I'm still mad about it. What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about something you're specialized at? Part 2. I got shut down by this actually. I was arguing with my cousin while we were in an old hydraulic elevator. I said the hydraulic elevators are slow, crap and have far more failures than cable elevators. The guy standing across from us laughs, shakes his head and says he's an elevator repairman, and that's not true at all. Shamed. What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about something you're specialized at? Part 3. My parents are Italian, I speak Italian, and I've had people in the U.S. who are 1/4 Italian at best, or who once ate Italian food, correct me on the pronunciation of any number of things. Yeah, I've forgotten how to say a lot of things, so maybe I'm not a specialist per se, but sauce isn't called gravy in Italy, sorry. What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about something you're specialized at? Part 4. My friend and I went to Dapper Day at Disney last weekend, where people dress up in vintage wear. One of Disney's photographers asked my friend if she was Disney bounding, interpreting a Disney character, and she replied that she was simply a generic dress circa 1955. The photographer began telling us how she was really much more late 1940s, and that we may have researched it, but he lived through it, and next time we should look at a picture. We are both professional theatrical costumers whose strengths lie in historical costuming, and her dress was taken directly from a 1955 catalog. Further, based on his approximate age, and being generous that he may have aged well, this man was definitely not older than 5 in 1955. What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about something you're specialized at? Part 5. People without their ID constantly try and quote various laws about being able to order alcohol when out with parents. I work in a pub which is part of a chain. We're regularly tested for Challenge 21. No, I'm not handing you a pint when you can't prove you're old enough and wouldn't be willing to pay the £1,000 fine I'd receive. American Redditors, what's the best thing to see/do in your state? Kentucky. In here, if you are visiting, check out the Red River Gorge/Daniel Boone National Forest. It's some of the world's best rock climbing spots and incredibly beautiful sandstone formations like cliffs and natural bridges. Or you could check out Mammoth Cave, longest cave system in the world. If you are looking for a more cultural experience, try the Kentucky Horse Park, or my personal favorite, the Bourbon Trail. You get to see the factory process and learn about the history of bourbon in Kentucky/United States, free samples included. I recommend Buffalo Trace Distillery/Woodford Reserve Distillery/Maker's Mark Distillery. American Redditors, what's the best thing to see/do in your state? Part 2. Louisiana. 1. Nature. Swamps, go fishing, stay in a cabin at Lake Fosse Point. 2. Live music. Check our Frenchman Street in New Orleans, or come to one of our million festivals. 3. Food. Crawfish, po' boy, muffaletta, alligator, fresh seafood of all kinds. 4. Mardi Gras is pretty freaking awesome. Also, what rule at your school or work was implemented because of something you did? At work, I had saved all floating holidays, vacation weeks and sick days for years. Then I had a heart attack, and a bypass. 8 weeks off, and didn't miss a cent off my paycheck. The next year my appendix blew out, and another 9 weeks off, with not a cent missing from my paycheck. The managers decided that from then on, you had to take your vacation, floating holidays and sick days in the year that you earned them. Not let them build up for a decade and a half. What rule at your school or work was implemented because of something you did? Part 2. You must wear the uniform pants or skirt, not both. I found the fit on the uniform pants weird and it made me very self-conscious, but I live in Canada and wearing an above-the-knee skirt in January was chilly. Wore them together for most of the winter, and it caught on with a number of other girls too. The next year the uniform policy was changed. What rule at your school or work was implemented because of something you did? Part 3. I worked at a really small family-owned cafe and there was only ever one person on shift at a time. My boss was chill with us doing whatever we wanted if there were no customers, so I would whip out my iPad and work on essays when the place was dead and I had nothing to do. They had cameras, and after about a week we got an email that no electronics were allowed in the shop, including iPads. What rule at your school or work was implemented because of something you did? Part 4. Foursquare was life as a 6th grader. It took on its own culture with its own laws. I happened to dominate at Foursquare. So much so that the vice principal intervened to change the rules that neither I nor any mortal made. Even with these unjust usurpations, I managed to prevail time and again. And that's when they implemented a rule that said if the vice principal thought you played enough, you had to go to the back of the line. Like a peasant. What rule at your school or work was implemented because of something you did? Part 5. I know this is supposed to be about school/work, but bear with me, this is hilarious. At the airsoft field I went to before COVID there was a game mode called Hostage. There are 5 people defending a house with a hostage inside. Each defender has 3 lives. The attacking team is comprised of everyone else. They have infinite lives and their goal is to retrieve the hostage. Here's the catch, if the hostage is shot at any point, the team that shot the hostage instantly loses. This led to my brilliant idea. I put the hostage in a rolling chair, I was on the defending side, and pushed it up to a window on the 2nd floor. The match started and the attacking team instantly shot the hostage thinking that it was one of us. This led to us winning and a new rule being made. No putting the hostage in the window. What was the weirdest thing you've seen someone fake for attention? A kid in elementary school faked a speech impediment so she'd keep getting out of class for speech therapy. Initially it was real, but speech therapy had totally cured it. She just didn't want anyone to know. One of the words she mispronounced was yellow. She would say, lello instead. One day we were on the playground together and she said, "I'm gonna tell you a secret." She leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Yellow you," with a hard Y at the beginning. Then she laughed and said, "Don't tell anyone." So I didn't, until just now. What was the weirdest thing you've seen someone fake for attention? Part 2. One of my classmates got an asthma attack and everyone was flocking over to them to make sure they were okay. On the other side of the room another one of my classmates also got an asthma attack. Even though it was common knowledge that she didn't have asthma, there were very few people in class that had asthma and we all knew just in case it was an emergency. They faked the hard breathing and exaggerated gasps. It was weird that someone would do something like that just so they would have attention. What was the weirdest thing you've seen someone fake for attention? Part 3. In year 7 this kid always pretended to be high so he would seem cool in front of everyone. I'm pretty sure he'd never done any drugs of any kind since all he did was act like he was seeing stuff Lamau. Eventually he told everyone he was smoking weed in school and the headmaster called his parents and he got in shit. What was the weirdest thing you've seen someone fake for attention? Part 5. There was this one dude, Jake, hated it when the attention wasn't on him. This was roughly 12 years ago but once after a party ended he was deemed too drunk. He had a beer and 2 shots of sour pucker liquor. He stayed the night then pretended to sleep and that he was a soldier during Nam and was running all over the place with his eyes closed. One of his buddies ended up tossing a bucket of water on Jake but that didn't wake him up. That same buddy tackled Jake before he ran outside to make a scene and that magically woke him up. Whenever there were get-togethers he would saying he's gonna hurt himself when people weren't interacting with him. People stopped paying attention cause he would say it every single time and when he realized it he'd start throwing a tantrum that everyone hates him and that he has no friends so no one would care. I responded, "The police will care. Let me call them." He stopped that act real quick. What was the weirdest thing you've seen someone fake for attention? Part 6. In high school this kid passed away in a car accident. I didn't really know him but was tight with his older brother. The sheer amount of people who never associated with him that came out of the woodwork was fucking crazy. Like the guy was really into riding dirt bikes and NEX games types of hobbies, skating, BMX, snowboarding, and actively talked shit on a couple of regular sports jocks. But apparently they were best friends when nobody, not even his brother, knew they were. His brother just kinda eye-rolled him to their face and talked mad shit with us later on. It was really pathetic to take one family's pain and try to get attention with it. People who grew up in a small town, what's the dark secret? Part 2. The dark secret is that over the course of a year, a bunch of teens from great, middle to upper class families committed suicide for no reason. They were all around the same age, went to the same school, and hung out in the same circle of friends. It started with one, and others kept doing it. They all hung themselves, some in very gruesome and shocking ways and places. Police investigated it but never got to the bottom of why. These people were my friends too so I knew the details, but had moved an hour away during the worst of it. I'm glad I moved away. Something was wrong with that whole community at the time. People who grew up in a small town, what's the dark secret? Part 3. Back in 1918 a tornado wiped out a church and the headstones from the cemetery out back. At some point the city back then designated this area as a park to keep anyone from digging but for some reason almost everyone forgot about the church and cemetery which was odd because there is a much bigger park just 1 block down the street. Anyway just a few years ago the city was thinking about doing something else with this lot when a few old-timers and those of us who read about it in town archives at the library mentioned this to them. So the city brought in a ground radar crew and sure enough, lots of bodies. So now the park has a little more equipment and still no mention publicly of the cemetery on site. People who grew up in a small town, what's the dark secret? Part 4. Where should I start? The vice principal of the elementary school caught for soliciting nudes from students. In the 80s an Amish guy was brutally murdered and buried and it was unsolved for a bit but no one talks about it. Some doctor murdered his wife and, no shit, a 9-year-old little girl who wants to be a journalist covered the story hours before any professional journalist/reporter knew about it. It's very classist here. You can get away with almost anything if you or your family donate enough to the community or are respected. So cases of sexual harassment, rape, hit and runs have been swept under the rug. The people who grew up in a small town, what's the dark secret? Part 5. My town wasn't that small, but my temple was, and everyone knew each other. When I was in high school, the cantor, who was easily in his mid-60s, was sleeping with the choir director and she got pregnant. He was married with 2 adult children already. I know the cantor and his wife eventually got divorced, choir director had the baby, and he ended up retiring at some point. Nothing like becoming a dad in your 60s. What was the most interesting war tactic ever performed in history? The UK airdropped matchbooks into enemy lines which contained instructions on how a soldier could fake illnesses to get sent home. Once the Nazi leaders caught wind of this, they stopped sending their troops home who claimed to have said illnesses. Not only did this get healthy enemy troops sent home, it eventually ended with genuinely ill troops being sent back into combat spreading real disease amongst their ranks. What was the most interesting war tactic ever performed in history? Part 2. Harold Hardrada pretended to die when injured during a siege. Then he had his men ask for permission to bury their leader inside the wall. The city capitulated so long as they didn't bring weapons inside. Thus Harold climbed into a coffin in full armor, was carried through the gates and when the time was right, burst out of his own coffin, fight his way back to the gates, open them and take the city. What was the most interesting war tactic ever performed in history? Part 3. The capture of the Dutch fleet at Den Helder might be one of the most ridiculous and effective attacks of all time. A large number of Dutch warships were docked at Den Helder during a particularly cold winter. Rather suddenly the dock froze over and the ships were trapped. A French cavalry regiment saw this and decided that they would charge the ships. They wrapped cloth around the hooves of the horses to soften their blow against the ice and charged the Dutch as they slept. They took every ship with no casualties. This is the only instance in history of a cavalry charge against a naval fleet. What was the most interesting war tactic ever performed in history? Part 4. Cyrus the Great realized that Lydian horses were afraid of camels, so he routed their forces with camel-mounted warriors. What was the most interesting war tactic ever performed in history? Part 6. In New Guinea the Australian commander at Gona I believe it was decided when attacking a Japanese fortified position to tell the troops that the artillery would cease 1 minute earlier than he actually planned it. This would be so his troops would reach the Japanese defensive position with 1 minute left in the artillery barrage. His reasoning was that the friendly artillery would cause fewer casualties among his forces than the Japanese would if given a chance to get back in position. One of the officers actually leading the attack came to the same conclusion and had his men attack 1 minute earlier. It resulted in them attacking through their own artillery barrage for 2 minutes. It worked. The Japanese were slaughtered by the Australian infantry who went in and bayoneted a fuckload of Japanese who had no idea what was going on. What was the most interesting war tactic ever performed in history? Part 7. During World War II, the Nazis had weapons factories being powered by hydroelectric plants upriver. England tried to bomb the dams, but couldn't get a direct hit. They couldn't use torpedoes, because the dams had anti-bomb netting. Their engineers designed bouncing bombs that would skip on the water and over the nets before exploding. It was mostly a success. The dams broke and flooded the factories downstream. Non-Americans have read it. What is an American thing you have always wanted to try? A white Christmas. Living in an Australian state where I've never even seen snow in our winter, let alone experiencing that classic Hallmark movie moment of waking up to a street full of it and sitting around a fireplace while opening gifts/preparing a feast. Guess it's not strictly American, but the imagery and trope is something I've only really seen from American films. What's something that people don't understand until they experience themselves? Caring for an aging parent. I thought I understood, but I didn't. And my experience interacting with other people who haven't had to do this shows me that it's something very difficult to understand until you have done it. People say, the time comes when you have to parent your parent, but it isn't like that at all. When people get old, lose their faculties, and have some cognitive decline, not even dementia, we all decline as we age, they can very likely become completely different people in a lot of ways. Your parents can be the most generous, reasonable, easygoing, and empathic people all their lives until they start to decline. But age changes us all. What's something that people don't understand until they experience themselves? Part 2. Chronic conditions. I think a lot of people got a glimpse of it during COVID lockdowns. Something that you're not happy with but you can live with it, for a while. But as time goes on it gets harder to deal with. It's difficult because you don't see an end to it. You keep getting your hopes up about a resolution but it always seems to go back to the same old way. You keep sacrificing in the same ways over and over. You get more and more frustrated about your lack of control over the situation and the constant disappointment. There's a lot of people who lived with the limitations of chronic illness before the pandemic, and they're still living with it the same way today. There's never going to be an end to it and their lives will never get on the track they wanted for themselves. It's not so bad day to day, but it's also never ending. What's something that people don't understand until they experience themselves? Part 3. Becoming a widow/widower. The death of each person close to you is a unique and humbling experience because the space they occupy in your life is unique. I could say the same about losing a parent, child, etc. Saying, I understand what it's like losing your wife because my mother died, is a false statement. What's something that people don't understand until they experience themselves? Part 4. Poverty. It's not just something where you can just save up or just work harder or just budget or just get another job. It's like quicksand, it keeps pulling you down as you sink further into it, and even when you desperately try to get out of it, it just keeps burying you. The most interesting shows to me are those shows where a rich person and a poor person trade lives, or millionaires spend life in poverty for a week and then they truly realize how the system is constructed so a person can get out of it. Which famous actor has produced a consistently terrible body of work? Cara Delevingne. She is only an actress because her daddy, godfather, is a high-up exec for Condé Nast, so he puts her in the magazine and pushes her onto others as a manufactured next big thing. She is the worst part of 1000 Worlds and currently appears in the windows of fashion boutiques. If you want proof that everything is made up and the points don't matter? Cara Delevingne. During a very dark period, what was the best thing you ever did for your mental health? Sobriety, trying new inexpensive hobbies, keeping my space clean and organized, reaching out to friends, making concrete plans to hang out and sticking to said plans, walking my dog more. Speaking of my dog, if I'm having a bad day, I try to make her day extra special. Car ride, walks in new environments, taking her somewhere to swim, lunch at people food but dog friendly, then end the day with a nice warm bath. My mood usually instantly improves as soon as we get into the car and only gets better as we go through her special day. Win/win. During a very dark period, what was the best thing you ever did for your mental health? Part 2. I got a cat. Little dude knew when I was at my worst and would not let me be alone. It doesn't work for everyone because some people struggle to care for themselves when they're in a bad place, never mind an animal. But it worked for me and I'm thankful for every minute with my fat little guy. What's a secret you won't share with anyone in person, but you are willing to share anonymously? Ate a huge sub at Subway. On my way out I let out a massive fart. I then drove to a gas station. I got out of my car and some old lady quickly parks her car behind me and angrily slams her car door, comes up to my face and starts screaming, just who do you think you are? Farting in my face like that, you're lucky I didn't calls the cops on you. She writes down my license plate number and drives off fast. I stood there confused for like 5 minutes. I never told this to anyone. What's a secret you won't share with anyone in person, but you are willing to share anonymously? Part 2. I want to murder my daughter's childhood rapist. It was her mother's boyfriend and it happened when she was 10. I found out about this only after many years. My daughter knows that I know, but she refuses to talk about it and will not bring charges against him. Maybe out of fear, or she is moving past it, I don't know. Only the daunting specter of a life sentence in prison stops me from hunting him down and killing the boss. If I magically got a pass from the police, 10-10 is 6 feet under. What's a secret you won't share with anyone in person, but you are willing to share anonymously? Part 3. I revealed to a Reddit friend fact I am a closet schizophrenic who has had daily conversations for 40 years with my daughter who passed away as an infant. I cannot tell you how liberating it was to finally share something that I couldn't even reveal to my therapist. Now that I am Reddit outed, I've shared the news with my husband, best friend, and therapist. What did I learn? That they suspected my condition all along. And are unconditionally supportive. What's a secret you won't share with anyone in person, but you are willing to share anonymously? Part 4. I was 16 and very curious about sex, surprise, thanks to all of the porn in the ottoman at the foot of my parents' bed. So decided one evening that it was time for third base with the boyfriend. Only I was a natural redhead and all the ladies in the magazines had black pubic hair. 'Twas the 80s, so I thought I was abnormal. Cut a long story short, I dabbed on black shoe polish before meeting him. Fortunately he was too nervous to go anywhere near the polished area, so he never did find out. Neither has anyone else until now. Non-Americans of Reddit, what are the rednecks of your country like? Part 2. Jamaica, a bit rougher around the edges, but let me tell you a story of how they're similar. It was my first time visiting Westmoreland where my grandmother grew up. There's no running water or electricity in that area. I just met a handful of my cousins the day before and they showed me and my sister to the river so we could take a bath. We were both teenage girls at the time and my new male cousins had absolutely no shame in popping a squat to watch us the whole time, skeptical. We kept our shirts on, but then it was all wet and clinging to me and I felt like my attempt at modesty resulted in a wet t-shirt contest. They kept whispering and nudging each other as we walked back to town. DR cousin fuckers. Non-Americans of Reddit, what are the rednecks of your country like? Part 5. In Poland, Either tracksuit or full patriotic outfit t-shirt with printed things like 1944 we remember and such. Not that I don't respect all the people that died or fought during the time. My grandpa took part in Warsaw Uprising, like 80% chance of a shitty tattoo on one of his calves or a tribal, either a Donzel-like haircut or bald, psycho fan of a football team, and doesn't tolerate anything that comes from out of Poland besides kebab and porn. Probably wears a cross on his neck but doesn't go to church. I guess that's it. Oh, and loves any kind of alcohol that can make him aggressive. Non-Americans of Reddit, what are the rednecks of your country like? Part 6. In Korea, I suppose it's the farmers. Not all farmers, but one specific group. I can't think of the right way to express the location of this group in English ATM. They have a pretty specific dialect. I guess it's similar to how a redneck would talk. It can be hard to understand them if you don't know the dialect well. They're seen as dumb by most people, and I guess they kinda can be because they don't really focus on school as much because the men usually go on to be farmers, too. The girls are a bit different because they don't always stay. A lot of times they'll leave and go off to college instead. People kinda joke that the men there have to buy wives because all the women keep leaving. Non-Americans of Reddit, what are the rednecks of your country like? Part 7. Here in Mexico we call them Los de Rancho, and while most of them are nice people, some of them are assholes. They drink all night on the street and leave a mess. They tend to drive the biggest truck even though they live in the city, and they listen to narcocorridos loudly all night. They also go brag about being from the farm but they have never left the city. Also they dress like cowboys. What is something about the modern culture that people are totally comfortable with but is an absolute weird thing? Paying a subscription for pretty much anything in the future. It is way too accepted to not own anything anymore. People are too comfortable with the thought of paying in perpetuity for something that wasn't even paid content in the first place. Cars have subscriptions, just for the seat to get heated. The number of subscription-based services is absolutely mental. You overpay for something you wouldn't have if you just bought it once. Movies, shows, music, delivery, food, software, cars, news, games, access to multiplayer and games, social media, health and fitness, merchandise, doorbells, cameras. What is something about the modern culture that people are totally comfortable with but is an absolute weird thing? Part 2. Overconsumption. Self-proclaimed influencers. Extreme fangirls or guys. Anti-homeless architecture. People being so extremely desensitized to boldly harm or anything similar. People whipping out the phones to record any and all types of confrontations. Whatever the fuck micro-cheating is. Skincare and makeup companies literally marketing to young girls like prepubescent girls who are genuinely convinced they need retinol. And then everyone blaming these girls Sephora kids and not realizing that the deeper issue is that there's no places that are age appropriate for these kids. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? I rode past a wedding in a park once and the cops were frog marching a gardener looking dude away. Read in the paper later it was the groom's ex and she'd gotten dressed up, waited till the bride turned up and then threw cow poop all over her. Canberra is a small town but every now and then weird things happen. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 2. I have another sorta. It wasn't an objection, but the maid of honor clearly disapproved of the groom. I only know this because she gave the most backhandedly insulting maid of honor speech I've ever heard. It was like, when I first met groom, I didn't like him at all. I thought he was arrogant, boring, ugly, annoying as fuck, etc. 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 for like several minutes. And we all waited for the part where she told us how she changed her mind, and learned about all the good qualities, which she would then tabulate. Instead all she said was, "But he makes my friend happy, and in the end that's the most important thing." Note to all future maids and matrons of honor, don't do this. It does not make us think any less of the groom, it just makes us think you're a tacky bitch. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 3. I was organist for a wedding where when the preacher asked if anyone knows any reason why this couple may not be lawfully wedded, let him speak now. A guy in the pews stood up and said, "She's still married to a man in California." Turns out it was true. The couple had filed for divorce, but there was some legal snag that prevented a binding legal decree, and she was still technically married. At which point the preacher put the ceremony on hold, pending resolution. Note, someone posted this same question in AskReddit before, a couple of months ago. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 4. I objected at my aunt's wedding. I was 5. She's my dad's youngest sister and their father wasn't in the picture, so being the only boy, Pop walked her down the aisle. I thought that meant they were getting married. I was a guest. I stood in the aisle and said, "You can't marry my daddy." He's already married to my mommy. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 5. There was no objection, but I was in the wedding party at a Catholic wedding and the priest took us groomsmen aside and told us, "You know why you're here, right?" When I part to the part about speak now or forever hold your peace, if anyone says anything, it's your job to take care of the guy. It was a bit shocking to hear. I did some reading afterwards and it's actually true. The groomsmen were originally actually his men-at-arms brought along to fight off any interlopers. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 6. We removed that line from our wedding because we knew either husband's mother would say something tacky, or his aunt would think it's a great joke to say something. So we took it out. There was a lot of drama before the wedding from his family and I didn't want anything else to happen. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 7. I used to know a guy who was dating this awesome girl. Over the years I fell out of contact with him but I'm still good friends with her. For whatever reason, he breaks up with her. She's heartbroken, tries to get him back but he's not interested so she moves on. Life happens, she meets someone else and gets engaged to him 5 or 6 years later. At their wedding, ex-boyfriend shows up drunk as a skunk, proclaiming his undying love for her. What a huge mistake leaving her was, the whole 9 yards. He got his car keys taken from him and chucked out. It also started raining. But it's okay, he got a lift home with the guy who told him where and when the wedding was because that guy got chucked out too. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 8. There wasn't an objection at the wedding but when my mother married my stepdad's brother stood up to give a speech and went off on a rant about how this entire marriage was a sham and everybody knew it. He wasn't wrong. My mother is a soul-sucking she-devil who's only interested in money. The minute my stepdad lost, nearly, all his money, she divorced him, refused to let him see his newborn daughter for a year, or his other child, and dragged him through hell and back. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 9. It was a planned objection, but here it goes. I was at my groomsman for my friend's wedding. The bride's stepdad is an ordained minister so he conducted the ceremony. He is also pretty funny. It was a cowboy wedding on a park in a rural town, so part of the groom's and groomsmen's attire was a pistol on their hip. After the rehearsal, the bride's stepdad pulls the groom and the groomsmen aside and tells us his plan. So at the wedding, he does not do a traditional service, it's full of jokes. When he gets to the "does anyone object" part, we had planned, and one if her male friend stands up, and all of the groomsmen just reach for their gun, not drawing them of course, and the bride's stepdad pulls out a squirt gun that looks real and squirts the guy. He sat down and the bride could not contain her laughter. She knew it was a joke right away, and so did everyone else. Has anyone ever been at a wedding where there was an objection? If so, what was the story? Part 10. Not at the ceremony, but my mother offered my sister $5,000 not to marry her first husband. My sister would say later that she was so determined to prove my mother wrong that she married the man out of spite. He cheated on her multiple times and eventually slapped her around when she tried to demand he stop the adultery. I didn't find out about the cash offer until many years later. I told my mother she offered the money to the wrong person. If she'd offered it to the guy, we probably would have never heard from him again. Then again, we have my awesome niece from that doomed union, so at least one good thing came out of it. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? I was working as a medical assistant at a private practice medical clinic. Our clinic manager wouldn't allow the new receptionist to drive to the bank to deposit cash. Made her walk carrying the money bag so that she couldn't drive away with the money. Bizarre. I know. That went on for a few weeks. Then the receptionist was mugged and over $1,000 in cash was stolen. She was allowed to drive after that. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? Part 2. Back in the early 00s, my high school implemented a policy that you had to wear your ID tag at all times. If you didn't have it on, you were sent home. So many students lost their ID tag to go grab food or skip a class. We were the only graduating class to wear them all 4 years. The policy ended soon after. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? Part 3. I worked at Starbucks for like 5+ years before and during undergrad, and at one point our district manager thought it was a good idea to implement a just say yes policy, where we literally weren't allowed to tell the customer no. Lasted for about 3 months, and in that 3 months our unaccounted product and waste went up over 300% because when the POS didn't have a way to punch in a customer request we had to just do it anyways. We also got complaints from stores in surrounding districts because they had angry customers who were requesting things that were against local food service code, and told them that we did it for them at our store. I knew exactly how that policy was going to play out, and I just laughed every time management was freaking out about the problems it was causing. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? Part 4. My spouse's workplace realized they didn't have a policy about sending sexual images or jokes as part of their email acceptable use policy, so they added it. Except they made it a firing offense to send or receive sexual content. I think the intent was to stop people from subscribing to such content. They also said that your access would be immediately revoked until a determination was made. So someone got fired for something else and decided to send their whole management chain a graphically sexual image, then report it using the anonymous tip line. IT got the report, concluded they did indeed receive sexual content, and did as required, suspended all the involved email accounts, including the SVPs. The policy has since been reworded. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? Part 5. The bottom floor of my secondary school was a square that had corridor all the way around. After some incident where a kid got knocked over, they implemented a one-way system. Unfortunately, they were very strict on enforcing it. If you accidentally walked past your class, you couldn't just turn around. They seemed very proud of their new rule. Until everyone started showing up late for class because they had to do extra laps of the bottom floor. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? Part 6. Couldn't buy drinks at lunch with cash money, had to buy some voucher. They were just cheaply made laminated pieces of paper. This was 2001, I was 13 and bored. Scanned the vouchers and printed them out on paper that kinda matched the color of the vouchers. And laminated them myself. They were horrible made and not even the right color on the backside. Also crudely cut out. I made about 100 of them have passed them out after I tried paying with them for myself and encountered no problems. Made some new friends and upped production. Took them about 3 weeks to find out, but by then the fakes ones had intermingled with the real ones and had already been resold to students via the student office. About half of the vouchers sold were fakes. Drinks were cash only from then on. They had no choice to accept the fakes one for a little while longer though, as they had sold and charged for some of them. People of Reddit, what stupid rule at your work/school backfired beautifully? Part 7. A place I used to work had a rule that executive-level staff needed to be contactable when on leave, so they had a section on the leave form for the address of where you'd be staying and a contact number. Some knuckle shuffler in HR decided it applied to all staff and the shenanigans began. People would put down the address and phone number of sex shops, sports grounds, medical clinics. I gave the latitude and longitude of the place I was going camping and the UHF frequency channel my radio would be tuned to. Redditors who have gotten kidnapped before, what happened and how did you escape? Not me, my childhood neighbor, so probably doesn't count, but it might help somebody. The neighbor was a little girl playing in her front yard, and when the man grabbed her and covered her mouth she bit through his arm. Took a mouthful of him. He dropped her, she ran off screaming, literal, bloody murder. Genius went to the ER for stitches and was caught. Our moms all told us to do exactly that if that situation ever came up. Redditors who have gotten kidnapped before, what happened and how did you escape? Part 2. I was kidnapped by my mentally ill father when I was 3. My mother had left him. Me and my sister, who was 6 years older, were staying at our maternal grandparents'. My father came and picked us up for a weekend visit. When he was roughly 1 mile from the house, he stopped and told my sister to get out of the car. She walked back to our grandparents and he took off with me. He took me to Arizona, from Texas, called my mother and told her he'd leave me to die in the desert if she didn't tear up the divorce papers. She convinced him that she'd come back. He returned me and we promptly went on the run. We moved over 19 times in 10 years in an effort to hide from him. My last name was changed numerous times so he couldn't easily find me again. The truly awful part, my father wasn't the worst part of my childhood. The man my mother married when I was 6 was a pedophile. Frown. What did school try to teach you that was obviously false? Part 2. We had a substitute tell us that condoms are bad because HIV is small enough to sneak through the tiny spaces in between the lattice of the latex. It was social studies period. 3 years later I saw him again for one of my science classes. He had us pass around this clipboard with some bullshit sovereign citizen-esque waiver, or agreement or whatever you want to call it, basically saying we agree to view religious material. He had all of us sign it like a petition and proceeded to put on some weird God is great sort of drama movie. We told our science teacher when he came back and he called the district and got the dude blacklisted. What did school try to teach you that was obviously false? Part 3. A history teacher told us during class that Da Vinci believed he was a god. His explanation: he painted the Mona Lisa, which is supposed to be the perfect woman, and only a god can make something perfect, therefore Da Vinci believed he was a god. The teacher seemed so angry at Da Vinci for that, and went on a rant on how ridiculous he was. This was the only time something like this happened with his teacher. We were so confused. What did school try to teach you that was obviously false? Part 4. That your permanent record would follow you throughout your career. Scaring kids into being good by saying you'll never get a decent job if you don't try hard in school and behave yourself. Some of the biggest dickheads in school ended up with great careers because A. Nobody cares about your grades, and B. Shit floats. What did school try to teach you that was obviously false? Part 5. When you go to high school, all your assignments will be written in cursive with a pen. I'm in high school now, and most of our stuff is typed on Google Docs. Whenever we work with paper, the teacher doesn't care if we print or handwrite. Most teachers have actually advised against using pens. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? In high school, I had been dating a girl for 3 weeks. One night my friend called me and told me she was making out with some other dude at a party, so I went to my fridge, got a glass of milk, drove to the party, walked straight in the front door, found her and poured the milk on her head, turned around and left. She still hates me to this day even though we have a lot of common friends. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? Part 2. When I was a teenager and living on my own for the first time, I let my BF stay with me when he got kicked out of his house. He was supposed to help with expenses because he had a job and made more money than me. After 3 months of living with me and not contributing anything, he stole and sold my great-grandmother's jewelry, diamond ring, pearl necklace. So, I took his journal, which included letters from his grandmother, and set it on fire in the sink. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? Part 3. Posted this before, but we'll post here again. I had bought a house and was packing to move. I had a live-in GF at the time, and we were pretty much on the way out of the relationship. Although, she wouldn't admit it, I made sure all her things were packed in separate boxes. On moving day, after I had all of my boxes moved, and she thought we were coming back for the rest. When we got back to the old place, I informed her that we were breaking things off, and that she was not moving in. I told her the duplex was paid up for 2 months, but after that she will need to find a new place to live. Before anyone goes off on me about what I did. She was crazy. I tried breaking things off all the time with her. She would start breaking or throwing my stuff. I knew if I did it any other way, much more of my belongings would have been destroyed. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? Part 4. Freshman in college, walking home with her after meeting her earlier that day. Was getting my flirt on, and had a good atmosphere going on. Next day, I greet her in class. She sat near the front. She looked confused, but responded politely. Kept on talking to her the same way I did yesterday. There was a bit of a hiccup at the beginning, but I managed to get friendly with her. Kept this up for a week. I spotted her sitting in the middle of class next time. I walked up to her, and asked why she was sitting there. She looked furious. I looked to the front of class, and there was this mirror image of her looking back at me, smiling and waving. From her perspective, boy, she flirts with a random girl right in front of her, and completely ignores her for an entire week. Bonus, both were named Caitlin, had brown hair, 5 feet 3 inches, wore glasses, and were skinny and nerdy. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? Part 5. In elementary school at recess, a girl said she'd be my girlfriend. We held hands once and then 10 minutes later she stole my juice box and ran off with some other guy. In my elementary school, students had to do things like help clean the lunch tables and deliver notes to teachers and stuff, and we were selected for our jobs each week. About a week later I was working the lunch line handing out food and I accidentally dropped a pan of spaghetti on her new dress. Fucking bitch stole my juice box, and my heart. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? Part 6. Made a girl think she was going to get arrested for drinking in a bar while underage. She broke down crying in the middle of the bar. It was not a pretty sight. Definitely ruined her whole night. I bought her a drink after a lot of nice conversation, which she initiated, and then when we went over to where her friends were standing, she asked me, "Who the fuck are you?" I thought she was joking at first, so I told her I was the guy who bought her a drink. She claimed she had memory problems and didn't know what I was talking about. This girl was clearly not 21, which didn't surprise me because it was a college bar, so walked away, acted like I was talking to the bouncer then came back and told her that I was sorry and that the bouncer was going to kick her and her friends out. She burst out in tears almost immediately. I regret nothing. What's the worst non-violent thing you've done to a member of the opposite sex? Part 7. In 7th grade science, a girl kicked me in the leg for no reason, So then I turned to her and said loudly enough for the whole room to hear. "Hey, name, close your legs, it smells like rotten tuna in here." She ran out of the room crying and I got detention for a week. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. What are some examples of this? Part 2. Chiropractic care versus seeing a physician specializing in musculoskeletal medicine who can counsel the patient on the importance of muscle balance, activity modification and the importance of compliance with home therapy programs. Chiro adjustments undoubtedly help with pain, but if you don't fix the underlying imbalance, then you're just going to line the pockets of your chiropractor and never be satisfied. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. What are some examples of this? Part 3. Education. It's one thing to get a degree and that is a great accomplishment, but if you are led the whole way by professors and classmates, this does nothing to prepare you for the real world. You have to learn how to educate yourself so that you may go through life with the ability to learn on your own and more importantly see where you need to learn in order to grow in the direction you want. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. What are some examples of this? Part 4. There's tons of microfinance schemes which do exactly this. Muhammad Yunus got a Nobel Peace Prize for setting up a bank, Grameen Bank, which primarily dealt in microloans to women in Bangladesh. Give them a microloan to buy 2 chickens. Those chickens will lay eggs and make other chickens which can be sold and buy more chickens and so on. I've seen schemes here in the UK and US with microloans for things like help to get tools to start a gardening business. Kiva/ was a well-known org which did crowd-funded versions, sort of. The loans have nil or minimal interest and are backed by eternal parties. Whilst the Kiva concept was that your money would help a lady in Fiji buy a loom, the money donated to Kiva never actually went to the final recipient. Local banks provided the loans and Kiva provided security on them. What seems difficult to do but is easy once you start doing it. Part 2. Confiding in your siblings. I have an older sister and for a good part of our lives we were okay together but did not really confide in heart matters cause we found it awkward to talk about it to each other. But once you get started, you start appreciating how easy it is to confide and release any anxiety you have with someone who understands. What's your opinion of the US sending weapons to Ukraine? Part 2. I lived in Kyiv for 4 years while posted to the US Embassy. I have friends and former colleagues who have been shelled. Their kids live in terror. They have friends who have lost their children to rocket attacks. If Putin and the thugs from the FSB are successful, none of the former Soviet republics will be safe. What's your opinion of the US sending weapons to Ukraine? Part 3. Absolutely positive. Shit needs to end. We had drone strikes in nearby district just 20 minutes ago, and we expect advances soon. Also a guy who I know is fighting in Bakhmut. He is offline for 3 days now, didn't even come to post office for meds. I found for him and his colleagues, 40 soldiers worth of stuff because they apparently caught COVID there. And I couldn't find plate carriers for them too. Our charity organizations have none as of now, only found 2 which are unfitting for the conditions. I understand that spending money on another country while your own has problems may sound weird, but there are actual people dying every day at least, and Russia is a major threat to good half of the world at most. What's your opinion of the US sending weapons to Ukraine? Part 4. This is the best use of our defense spending since World War II. People can complain about the funds not being used domestically, but we were never going to do that anyway. People can complain about lining the pockets of the military-industrial complex, but we were going to do that anyway. At least it's going to a good cause and not killing civilians in the Middle East. I wish we would do more. If you could start your life over as a child with everything you know now and all your memories, would you do it? Why or why not? I'd do it because I would very quickly become super rich through various investments and bets. Meanwhile, school would be a breeze and I would be able to talk to girls without making a total idiot of myself. The only thing that would really suck is not being able to call in all the disasters I knew were going to happen. 2001 would be a tough year. But fuck it. Can't risk altering the timeline and stock market. If you could start your life over as a child with everything you know now and all your memories, would you do it? Why or why not? Part 2. No, because I'm really happy with where I've ended up. All of the bad luck and bad decisions led me here. Maybe if I redid my life's worst moments I would lose my incredible group of friends and awesome adventures. I've dealt with a lot of failure and struggled for years with my mental health but I got through it, and now I'm living a life that makes me genuinely happy. It's not at all what I thought I wanted, but it's pretty damn sweet. If you could start your life over as a child with everything you know now and all your memories, would you do it? Why or why not? Part 3. I've had a pretty good life so far, so I'd like to relive it to relive the good memories. If I could relive it knowing all I do now, That would be awesome. So when I got to middle/high school, I could tell myself, nothing is wrong with you. You are perfect the way you are, and the bullies are just miserable with their own lives. If you could start your life over as a child with everything you know now and all your memories, would you do it? Why or why not? Part 4. I'm okay with my life as is, but I still think I would do it. Aside from some bullying, my childhood wasn't terrible and my current experiences could do a lot to change my current position in life. But man, dating within your own age group would be super weird until you get back to your original age. If you could start your life over as a child with everything you know now and all your memories, would you do it? Why or why not? Part 5. Damn right I would. I daydream about this exact scenario. I'd leave the family home as soon as I could, but still go to the same uni in the same year so I could meet the same people I did first time around. I'd study computer science and become a dot-com millionaire, preempting stuff like Google, MySpace and so on. I'd also be able to bet on the outcome of various sporting events. Gamers of Reddit, who is the most annoying character in a video game, playable or not? The AI in Mount and Blade. For those unfamiliar, you'll do a lot of attacking castles. You get one ladder, and have to attack with your solders up it while the enemy soldiers shoot at you. Then some random peasant in your army stops halfway up to throw rocks at the castle, and hold up the rest of your army. Once the peasant has been shot by a kind enemy soldier, your army will go and just shove into each other on the ladder, and knock you, their commander, off the ladder. Fall damage is a thing. What's the most FD up crime that's ever happened in your town/area? Douglas Garland. Kidnapped 2 grandparents, tortured and killed them, and burned the bodies over a business grudge with the guy. Did the same to their 5-year-old grandson who happened to be there. Got 75 years to life, 3 first-degree murder, and has been beaten up by other inmates twice in 3 weeks. What's the most FD up crime that's ever happened in your town/area? Part 2. A woman baited a pregnant lady to her home with the promise of free baby clothes, I think off of Craigslist. The pregnant woman shows up only to be attacked, had her baby cut out of her, and left for dead. Crazy lady shows up hours later at the ER holding the deceased baby and asking for help. The mom survived the incident despite being cut open like an animal. What's the most FD up crime that's ever happened in your town/area? Part 3. A guy was pepper sprayed, beaten and stabbed to death by 3 people. My sister saw it all. I see the woman who pepper sprayed him every now and again. There was also an attempted hitman attack. Killed the wrong person, someone completely innocent. They were just ordering a takeaway. This is in England, so guns are quite rare. However, someone acquired one and shot an innocent person 3 times. Got away with it as well. People who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? We ended up getting married a lot sooner. He wasn't necessarily waiting around for me, but I realized I'd be devastated if he ended up with someone else and no longer had him as a constant friend in my life. Don't let the good ones get away. We've been married 13 years now and never regretted a minute of it. People who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? Part 2. My wife and I had a pact like that for if we were 26 and single. This pact was from middle school and we kinda went separate ways after high school and reconnected when we were almost 25. We both had feelings for each other and started to date and remembered our pact. But that's not what made us get married. We're extremely happy with each other and even work together every day. We can joke with each other and tell each other whatever is bothering us at that moment and work to figure out a solution. We are a pretty damn good team in life and at our job too. People who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? Part 3. I did. But we got married 10 years earlier. We met at an Ink Master finale. We immediately connected. He lived in New York, Florida. I went back home and we kept in touch. Made a promise if by the time we were 35 we'd marry each other. I was 25 at the time. Things intensified so much we truly believed we were meant for each other. I moved to Illinois to take care of my sick grandma. 3 months after meeting he flew there to visit and we got married. After a few more visits he moved there too. 4 years later and we have 2 kids. People who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? Part 4. Not exactly the same, but when I was 21 and he was 24 I said to my friend, if we're not married by the time you're 30 do you want to get married? He said no. Well, we started actually dating a couple months after and this year he will be 30 in May and our wedding is planned for June. Pending COVID-19 lets us gather 30 people and travel within our country. But people who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? Part 5. A co-worker of mine up and left his girlfriend who was also working there, of 6 years to move from AK to FL to go through with the pact he made with the other girl in high school. I honestly don't know how they're doing. The ex however lost a 185-pound stressor, so I'm glad she's doing exceptionally well. People who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? Part 6. One of my friends from high school had a deal with this with her high school boyfriend. Thus, when they turned 30, they had a baby together. Unfortunately, she was also a drug addict and ended up committing a felony, going to prison, and I'm pretty sure the kid is with him, and even though she's out of prison now she can't have her daughter with her at whatever housing she is at. Do not recommend. People who actually got married on an if we're both still single when we're 35 will get married deal. What's your story? Part 7. My partner and I were close friends for 12 years before we got married. Through many friendships and relationships with other people, including one of us following a former lover across the country and the other being briefly engaged, we stayed just friends for a very long time. On New Year's Eve in 2007-08, at the ripe old age of 23, we drunkenly made a pact to get married to each other if we weren't married by 30. Long story short, we didn't start dating until we both turned 30, but we got married pretty quickly after we started dating. Just celebrated 5 years of marriage, and we have a 2-year-old. It's unconventional, but so are we, and it's ours. What's a bad trait of yours you're aware of, but can't seem to change? I'm really lazy. I mean, I can function, get to work, get dressed, feed myself and my kids. However, most of the time I'd prefer to park myself in front of a TV and do nothing at all. I clean my house, meaning I pick up everything, but it hasn't had a good cleaning when chemicals, etc. in a while, or a dusting. So lazy. Really need a maid because I know after this long, counting on me to magically get the ambition to do it regularly is never going to happen. What's a bad trait of yours you're aware of, but can't seem to change? Part 2. When I have things to concentrate on, exams/assignments, I kind of close down the other parts of my brain that make me a friendly person, have a sense of humor, conversationalist etc. Like I go into work robot mode until it's out the way and I can be a human again. I think it's partly due to leaving things last minute so I don't really have time for other things. Doctors of Reddit. What is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Doctor here. Strokes. Risk factors include most of the pre-existing condition that nobody seems to care about: hypertension, diabetes, smoking. And once you get a stroke it can be extremely debilitating and life-changing. I have seen people go from "but grandma was fine, just a touch of the sugars" to "grandma now can't move, talk, or feed herself." The fact that 1. Your life can change from 1 minute to the next, and 2. The fact that you are basically a prison of your own body afterwards is just terrifying to me. Doctors of Reddit. What is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Part 2. Doctor, currently in residency. I'd agree with prion diseases that were already mentioned, but a terrifying one that is not as known is HSV-1 encephalitis. Caused by the herpes simplex 1 virus, which is incredibly common, mainly known for causing cold sores. HSV encephalitis affects all age groups and almost always leaves people with significant neurological damage or personality changes. The exact pathogenesis is not known, although immunosuppression may increase risk. It's rare, but the fact that there is not much of a warning to it and the fact that it can permanently change your personality and leave you with long-term neurological symptoms even with early treatment with antivirals is terrifying to me, especially with how common HSV-1 is. Doctors of Reddit. What is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Part 3. Alcoholic hepatitis, acute liver injury from alcohol, and cirrhosis, chronic liver injury. We do not really have any treatment for it beyond steroids, that only sometimes help, in the acute period and supportive care. Not entirely clear why particular alcohol toxin exposures result in the acute injury, i.e., some people may be heavy drinkers for a lifetime and have no major acute hepatitis episodes, whereas other people aren't even heavy drinkers and just one bad binge send them over the edge. Our ICU is often filled with chronic liver cirrhosis patients awaiting transplant, and the vast majority do not make it to that point. Crying face. Doctors of Reddit. What is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Part 4. Med student here. Leach-Nyhan syndrome is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. Most people have never even heard of it before. It's an error in purine metabolism. This syndrome has a ton of symptoms and comorbidities, but one of the most shocking is self-mutilation. These babies often eat their own lips, fingers, and hands. They also tend to slam their heads against objects. They often have to be restrained and either have their teeth removed or wear a mouth guard. Older people with the disease often ask to be restrained because they have no control. What makes this disease even worse though is these individuals are not insensitive to pain. So they feel the pain as they, in lack of a better term, eat themselves. Doctors of Reddit, what is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Part 5. Trauma surgeon. Simple bad luck. I see so many people die falling from standing. Not really a disease, but I have seen things as simple as stepping off a parking block lead to someone losing their leg. Or a 13-year-old girl get scalped when her hair got caught in a go-kart engine fan. Fall from deer stand. Fall through your roof onto your wife while you were both up there looking for the leak. Nephew accidentally shooting your penis and scrotum while looking at a shotgun. Doctors of Reddit, what is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Part 6. Not a doctor, but my mom's side of the family is plagued with Huntington's. If one of your parents has it, then you have a 50-50 shot of getting it. It is legitimately a concoction of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's in one. I've already seen the involuntary twitches and restlessness of my mom while she sits and watches TV. Definitely don't want to get tested to find out whether I have it or not. I use this example in university for context. Write your name down on a piece of paper and then try doing the same thing while constantly shaking your arm. Something as simple as writing your name or dialing a telephone become nearly impossible tasks. Doctors of Reddit, what is a disease that terrifies you but most people don't care about? Part 7. Medical student here. I second just about everything that has already been said, but I would like to add another, technically less serious illness, epilepsy. Specifically, that which produces the classic grand mal generalized tonic-clonic seizure. The guttural groan that patients let out as they lose control of their muscles is quite frightening the first time you hear it. I recommend watching a video on it, there are many. This all being said, understanding the condition makes it less scary as you know the medical reason why people shake, roll their eyes back, have their lips turn blue, etc. When an employer asks what is your biggest weakness, what are some good responses? I once said, look, I know I'm meant to take a positive and spin it as a negative, but I feel that's dishonest. So my weakness is that I don't like playing mind games with my interviewer. Yeah, don't do that. The feedback I got was that I'm extremely arrogant, and I didn't get the job. When an employer asks what is your biggest weakness, what are some good responses? Part 2. It can be anything, as long as it's realistic and as long as you follow up with ways you've worked on fixing it or improving. For example, I always say that I have a hard time with time management and prioritizing different tasks, but then I follow up immediately with how I've worked on ranking different projects based on certain criteria, deadline, expected time to finish, etc., and sorting them that way. Compartmentalizing and shit. Compartmentalizing is a great word. Throw that in there. When an employer asks what is your biggest weakness, what are some good responses? Part 3. I have absolutely no patience for office politics, conspiracies, bullying, micromanagement, or corporate cheerleading. I want to work somewhere friendly and open and fair, where I can treat colleagues as equals and be pretty much left to do my job. In return, I can do it extremely well. Said this at the interview for my current job, been here a year and a half and everything is good. I've worked some places where everyone was horrible to each other, and it just isn't worth the cost to your soul. What's a joke that's really dumb but you still find it funny? Part 2. A man is walking down the street next to a giant wall. On the other side of the wall is an insane asylum. He hears the lunatics on the other side chanting 13. 13. 13. He finds a small hole in the wall and peeks through to see what they're doing. Suddenly a lunatic pokes him in the eye and the loonies chant 14. 14. 14. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? When I was in high school I was driving home from a party at 2 a.m. and saw two girls walking in the side of the road. I don't know why but I honked at the two girls. My sister called me 5 minutes later asking if I just honked at two girls. I hesitated, she then told me to come back and drive her home, she was drunk walking home from the bar. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? Part 2. Not me but my old roommate. We were almost exact opposites. He's the stereotypical redneck, but he's from Massachusetts and his dad works for NBC. He was a beer snob, loved mutton, and said y'all a lot. He also loved to yell at women outside the car. I always would have to put the child lock on the windows when I drove places with him. He just thought it was funny? It was stupid, it was never funny. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? Part 3. I'm a dude with long hair and I get catcalled frequently by guys who just see the hair and think female. Personally, I think it's hysterical, but that's because of their reactions when I turn to look at them. I've also been catcalled by women in the past, with and without my long hair, and it is always a big ego boost, but I completely understand that it is an entirely different experience for women. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? Part 4. Not answering at all, just adding an interesting little tidbit to the discussion, interesting to me, at least. I go for walks a lot, down a fairly busy stretch of road. I'm a decently attractive woman, my workout gear is generally fitted, although maybe a large t-shirt on top. What I find funny, is when I'm walking against traffic, I almost never get honked at. If I'm walking with traffic, they see my backside, I get honked at multiple times. Not sure whether I just look better from behind, or it has something to do with not being able to see the person's face, so you don't humanize them as much. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? Part 5. I'm an adult male and I actually never realized this was as prevalent as it is until a couple of years ago. I guess it never happens when a girl is with/seems to be with a guy, so I've never actually seen it happen. It came up one day in conversation when a few female friends were around and it really surprised me at how frequently, like multiple times every day, it happens. I'm as perplexed as they are as to what these guys expect to get out of it. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? Part 7. Usually it's to wave, but when they turn around it becomes evident that while it looked like Christina from the back it was in fact not Christina. At this point I'm going to look like a perv as I can't stop and explain the situation, so got to go for broke and appear to be stroking myself while I wink and nod. Guys that honk as they drive past girls, what do you hope to achieve? Part 8. Due to my appearance when I was in my teens I looked like a girl if approached from behind and this happened all the time. It was super fucking annoying, walking home and all of the sudden a 2-ton death machine going 40 miles per hour screams loudly near your ears for no reason. Always occupied in them was a bunch of 20-something college brothers, one of them usually sticking himself out of the passenger side window to either laugh or do a weird pose. I always assumed they had a mental issue. What generally acclaimed actor do you think is overrated? Part 2. Kit Harington gets a ton of praise for GOT but he always seems like a lost puppy to me. We're supposed to believe that Jon Snow is this amazing military strategist, inspiring thousands of men to risk their lives for his cause, the greatest king who never was. But in all his scenes he just looks vaguely sad and confused no matter what's happening. Besides the Apple What's a Computer, what is the dumbest or most rage-inducing commercial you've ever seen? Part 2. I get irrationality pissed off whenever this Summer's Eve commercial comes on. It's a dude washing his body with his wife's vagina wash and when she tells him he's using it, he runs around doing man shit to overcompensate for it. Actually the fact that she says perfectly formulated for a woman's V pisses me off the most. No one calls it a V. Besides the Apple What's a Computer, what is the dumbest or most rage-inducing commercial you've ever seen? Part 3. Those Lexus commercials they put out every Christmas where some asshole surprises their wife/husband with a brand new Lexus, complete with a huge red bow on the roof. Look honey, I got you exactly what you wanted, det. Ooh, we're paying $63,000 for a fancy Toyota. That proves you love me. Besides the Apple What's a Computer, what is the dumbest or most rage-inducing commercial you've ever seen? Part 4. Dumbest. All those fucking commercials that show man is incapable of the smallest tasks. It's so stupid. Look, this poor guy is 40 and can't even cook spaghetti. But if you just spend 5 easy payments of $59.99 you can have this pasta cooking thing that costs about $10 at a yard and sale in 4 months because it's worthless and overly complicated. Most rage-inducing? Movie trailers that essentially show all the good parts of the movie and therefore make it pointless to even go see it. Why bother? You just watched 90% of the most exciting parts. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Former homeless person here. I've got a few things. Socks. Can't stress this point enough. Don't treat us like we are addicts. Yeah, I know I'm skinny. That's because I'm hungry said that way too many times. Any hygiene products help. Be kind to us, we aren't all crazy, drug addicts, or angry all the time. We do enjoy a friendly conversation from time to time, we do get depressed from time to time and a lot of us do end up taking our own lives because of being homeless. I've lost way too many friends because of this one. Just be a decent human being. It goes a long way, trust me. Hopefully all of you aren't going through this and if you are I hope you get out of it soon but know this. You are strong and you will make it out alive and happier. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 2. I was very briefly homeless/living in a motel with my 2 teenage children. Feminine hygiene products were almost never handed out at the food pantry. You'd get maybe 6 pads a month for my teen daughter and myself, Then we'd have to scrounge change for the cheapest stuff that falls apart / doesn't work well. Also new socks, they get lost so easily. I'd say any type of hygiene products and socks. It was several years ago, it sucked but it made us closer. I hope you're okay. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 3. Give us a place to sleep. Even if it's just for the night. It can be on the floor of the garage or a shed or a tent in your yard. Just having walls and a roof protects us from freezing wind, light rain, that is a barely noticeable inconvenience for you but will ruin a night for us, and bugs. Fuck bugs. You think you know about bugs, but you don't know. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 4. Stop pretending you don't see us. Treat us with some dignity. You'd be surprised how far a kind word can go to someone who feels hopeless. Hire us. When I was homeless, all the employers knew the addresses of all the shelters, and would discriminate because of that. They wouldn't even give me the time of day. We aren't all severely mentally ill, or addicts. Most of us have just made some bad choices, or ran into some bad luck. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 5. When I was homeless, the two things I remember the most was 1. When I almost froze to death on a 0-degree night and all I had was a hoodie, and 2. One time a pizza shop owner offered me a slice of pizza. I hadn't eaten anything more than a 25-cent bag of chips in so long. Give food, not money. If Goodwill didn't sell their stuff and actually gave it to the needy, that would be dope. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 6. Don't take the things that you have in your life now for granted, because being homeless at one point in my life I literally slept in the sketchiest places, and at the time it felt completely normal. When you struggle to eat, stay warm at night, and even shower, it's hard to find a reason to stay alive. I will forever appreciate anything anyone wants to give me. And the biggest one in my opinion: if you can get a job, then do it. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 7. They probably know more than you about the services available to them already, but ask anyways if it will help to drive to some kind of support center nearby. I learned where everything is in my city. There's a few choices around for free food. Hardest is spots to sleep. I got eggs thrown at me once, but I was in a swag so it just made a stain. But yeah, it was okay. Was nice not to pay rent. The 7-Eleven coffee is bad though, don't drink it unless there is a toilet nearby. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 8. Just be kind, whatever that means for you. It's hard to describe the deep, penetrating sadness of living on the streets. For me it was a combination of sadness, shame, anxiety, and frustration. But mostly shame. So much stupid unwarranted shame. Through all that, you have no idea the impact a simple gesture like a smile and a hello could make. Even just some acknowledgement of their existence is far better than most. So, just please be kind. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 9. I've lived in transitionary housing for 4 years, which meets the federal definition of homeless, but I've been homeless 3 times before, ranging from a couple weeks to a few months. The best thing you can do is just be kind, acknowledge their existence, look them in the eye. And if you're unable to provide whatever they might be requesting, just say that you're unable to help them today. Current or former homeless people of Reddit, what can the average person do, be it big or small, to help improve a homeless person's quality of life? Part 10. I slept on a friend's couch for 3 months after I graduated and couldn't find a job. Does that count as homeless? I really appreciated this but only did it because he insisted. I would never have asked for it. So I would say, make a concrete and genuine offer. Don't just ask what can I do to help you? Because the homeless person might be too ashamed to say. You have 1 year to eat an entire standard size sofa for $1 million. What is your game plan? 1. Have it chopped/ground/shredded into tiny bits. 2. Have all those bits encapsulated in some kind of ceramic or metal capsules that won't digest. 3. Figure out what velocity these things pass and from there what rate I can eat them without screwing myself up too bad. 4. Begin my strict daily regimen of sofa supplements. Redditors who have actually gotten married, how did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? My girlfriend naps regularly, and is fairly hard to wake. For the past year or so, whenever I think of it, I've used calipers to measure her ring finger while she's sleeping. I'm keeping all the measurements in a spreadsheet, and when it's time to get a ring, I'll average them and convert to a ring size. I have no immediate plans to propose. This is just a matter of being prepared for contingencies. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 2. I didn't. When I proposed, to my now ex-wife, we had to then go get the ring properly sized. Now, she knew it was happening because we'd talked at length about the fact that we wanted to get married. For me, a proposal should follow the same rule that a lawyer has in court: never ask a question you don't know the answer to. I knew she'd say yes, she knew I was going to ask. It was just the where and when of it that she didn't know. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 3. I pretended I was looking up a nice ring for my mom for Mother's Day and basically just told her, I know, nothing about ring sizes. But your hands are about the same size. What is yours? Boom. Got her. I should add, I also inadvertently found out yellow gold reacts with her skin, so I made sure to get her a white gold one. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 4. First, know you can buy it larger and have it sized down. Most jewelry stores will do that for free. Second, take her/him out to buy a necklace or a bracelet. While out, either direct or better get jewelry store employee to direct to ring section to try something on. Also, if she/he already knows, and she/he probably will, the employee can ask without it looking suspicious. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 5. When we had been dating about 2 months, I told her I needed her size and allergies and tastes for everything. I said that way she would never know it was coming for her birthday, Christmas, etc. It took about 6 months to fine-tune, but I then carried the tattered piece of paper in my wallet for 5 years, first kid, and it had to be revised. I had all her sizes and tastes, favorite scents and perfume, candles, favorite flowers, etc., in my wallet until I put it on my first smartphone in 1999 or so. Now, we use AnyList. Man, this made me nostalgic. It's been 36 years. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 6. Mr. Bunny and I had discussed marriage already. I knew he was going to propose, but I didn't know when or how. So we went ring shopping and I tried on rings and got sized and showed him some that I really liked. He ultimately picked my ring himself, but he knew what I liked, so he picked a beautiful ring that I absolutely love. Here's a great quote that I love. The proposal should be a surprise, but getting engaged shouldn't be. Even though I knew he was going to propose, he absolutely shocked me when it happened. He came to my work while I was at lunch. I was a preschool teacher. He made signs that said, "Will you marry me?" and all my kids held them up. I was stunned and could barely say yes when he asked me. Ha 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 ha. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 7. As a goof, we got sized while dicking around in a mall. Oh, fun, a jewelry store. Let's go look. Oh, fun, here are the rings. Hey, what's your size? I don't know mine either. Let's find out. Keep it lighthearted and half-caring. Get the size, make mental note of it, and move on without buying anything. Go to other stores, keep the convo going. Then wait several weeks/months/years, whatever you need to do until you are ready. If this is too close for you, talk to her close friend on the side. Make sure you can trust her, and have the friend play that role, instead of you. Now it's just a fun "hey, let's find our sizes" between the girls, and you aren't connected. Friend remembers your size, texts you about it, and boom, you got the size. Or you can buy a rough approximate size, and get it resized after. A lot of people do that to keep the surprise. Redditors who have actually gotten married. How did you get your spouse's ring size without making them get suspicious? Part 8. She didn't wear or even seem to own any rings, so I brought up high school as a topic in general and asked her if she still had any yearbooks and her class ring. She was excited to show me both, and we found out her ring was almost a full size too big now because she had lost some weight over the past 10 or so years, and that was that. She had no idea and loved the story afterwards. What was the creepiest/unexplainable/paranormal thing you saw in the middle of the day? Middle of the day, just got home from high school and drinking a nice glass of juice while standing looking out the window. All of a sudden, I hear clicking, so I turn around. The cap to the juice is unscrewing itself, lifting about a foot in the air and dropping back onto the bottle. I stood there frozen for about a minute before running into the living room. I had to turn on the TV to drown out the clicking noise. 10 years later, it's still the weirdest thing I have ever seen and the lamest scary story ever. What was the creepiest / unexplainable / paranormal thing you saw in the middle of the day? Part 2. My sister and I got into a car accident. She passed away early morning around 3 a.m. I was unconscious and the ambulance took me to a different hospital. My leg was broken. The hospital didn't have the right tools to do the surgery, so they had to transfer me to another hospital. On my way to the exit, I saw my sister standing with the rest of the people who were waiting in the exit room. I legitimately thought she was still alive, and I actually asked my aunt if she was angry for the accident that we just had. My aunt just looked at me with a straight face and told me, "Your sister is okay. She is not angry at you." So yeah. I thought my sister was still alive, but she already died. What was the creepiest / unexplainable / paranormal thing you saw in the middle of the day? Part 3. Here's one that's more helpful than creepy, but still weird. My father was coming up to visit me one weekend, and I told him I was going to defrost the freezer box in my fridge before he got there. I didn't do it, for reasons. Was kind of stressing about it the morning he was due to arrive. When I opened the fridge that morning, the freezer box was completely defrosted. I can't explain it by any rational means. There was over an inch of ice caked on the outside of the freezer box, and more inside it. If it was a malfunction of the fridge, the ice would have melted and there would have been water all through my vegetables. There was no evidence of melted ice. It was just gone. A spirit defrosted my freezer and I'm not going to complain. I made him a coffee that morning and said thank you very much. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state, and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? I was reading some analyst on Stratfor and Foreign Affairs. They were saying that ISIS could potentially become a state. One author compared ISIS to the founding of Saudi Arabia or the Islamic Republic. These countries began very violently, but over time as they became established they became less extreme. The Islamic Republic is the perfect example, as they called for death to America, and 4 decades later U.S. policy is easing on the country. The only thing with ISIS is their geographic area. It is lacking in resources, and they will also find themselves lacking in civilians to help support them through taxes and working viable industries needed to survive and function as a state. The short answer, it's possible, but the long answer is that due to many different factors, ISIS will probably not exist, but some shell of it will in the future. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state, and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? Part 2. Possibly, if no capable ground force appears that can actually drive ISIS out of the areas they currently control and keep them out. Airstrikes alone cannot drive them out. The Kurds are a capable fighting force in both Iraq and Syria, but they will never go too far beyond the Kurdish areas. They're never going to march into somewhere like Raqqa. Other Syrian rebels are dominated by Islamists. There are some truly moderate FSA units fighting with the Kurds, but they're pretty small in number at the moment. Syrian government forces are very overstretched and in no position to roll into ISIS strongholds with thousands of troops. The Iraqi army is also fairly weak. I don't know about the long term, but I think ISIS is going to be going strong for at least a few years. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state, and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? Part 3. I would say it's certainly possible. There are really 2 parts to them becoming a state. 1. Their desire to become a state and how well organized they are around this goal. And 2. The other nation's inability, or lack of desire, to stop ISIS from becoming a state. I would say if they got a hold of a key economic resource and began making a lot of money off of it, they could definitely become a state. The other nations don't have to respect ISIS, but if they don't do anything to stop ISIS, ISIS will become a state. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state, and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? Part 4. They are a fully functional state already. They have an army, they maintain public order, and they collect taxes. Those are the things that define a fully functional state. Some countries can get away with not having 1 or 2 of those characteristics, but only through relying on other things, such as defense agreements with other countries. ISIS has all 3 of those characteristics, and therefore qualifies as a state. You may not like them, you may not have diplomatic relations with them, or recognize them, but that doesn't change the facts on the ground. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state, and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? Part 5. There are many rules of the Quran that they are following that won't allow them to become a permanent state. If they break any of those rules, then they lose all legitimacy within their following. Essentially, they are always at war. They cannot recognize any formal borders, which means that they cannot lay claim to any formal, permanent borders of their own. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? Part 6. ISIS is already a state by all definitions. It has a border that it defends. It has a standing military with a command structure. It has a system of law. It has an identifiable ruler. It provides services, infrastructure, and welfare. It's not as strong of a state as Iran, but it is clearly a stronger state than Syria or Iraq. Could ISIS eventually become a fully functional state and, if so, what could we expect the long-term consequences to be? Part 7. The Islamic State is already a state. ISIS has their own laws, economy, taxes, currency, resources, land, government, and military. They, illegally, trade with countries such as Turkey and Saudi Arabia. They have allies such as Boko Haram. Hell, they even have their own foreign policy, if you consider death to everyone except us a foreign policy. The only thing it needs now is recognition by the international community. People who sleep naked, what is your plan in case of a fire or murderer? I have robes hanging on the back of the door. An attacker? Gonna grab my bat and flashlight with pointed ribs that looks like a scary dildo and swing it at them. Decided being naked ain't gonna be a worry if someone is trying to rape or kill me. I'll be more nimble anyway. May be weird to have someone in an armbar with straight pussy on them, but TBH I'll probs try break the arm quicker if I'm having to do that. People who sleep naked, what is your plan in case of a fire or murderer? Part 2. Sleeping naked literally is my plan in both those cases. If the house is on fire, I assume it would be warm, probably excessively so. By already being naked, I have few seconds advantage on the heat becoming unbearable. If a murderer enters the house while I'm asleep, I figure the best course of defense is to scare them off. I'm not by nature a frightening man, but I figure to a nighttime intruder an angry naked guy running at you balls swinging freely would be somewhat intimidating. What is a thing considered lower/middle class that you'd continue doing even if you became wealthy? Eating fast food from the rough part of town. 4 pounds shawarmas, amazing fried chicken, Chinese restaurants where you're the only English guy, little Greek cafes with cheap gyros and souvlaki. It's cheaper than shopping. In fact, my wife and I doing okay. Joint income of just over £100,000. We eat out around 5 nights a week, smiley face. Cops of Reddit, what's the funniest change in, already perfectly legal, behavior people do in front of you when they realize you're there? My favorite story told to me by a co-worker, call him Mike. Mike was fishing on a lake when a game warden walked up. Mike knew this game warden, and knowing that the game warden is on the heavier side, Mike immediately drops his pole and takes off running. The game warden, who thought Mike was fishing without a license, takes off to catch him. Mike leads him on a chase for a while till he stops, looks at the game warden and says, "Wait, I have a fishing license." The game warden was pissed at Mike for making him run through the woods. Cops of Reddit, what's the funniest change in, already perfectly legal, behavior people do in front of you when they realize you're there? Part 2. Driving. Anything driving related. People suddenly think the rules of the road don't apply anymore as soon as they see your police vehicle, like a police vehicle has some holy grail road pass. 4-way stops, for example, even if the other person has the right of way. They wait until you go. They will just sit there. Cops of Reddit, what's the funniest change in, already perfectly legal, behavior people do in front of you when they realize you're there? Part 3. A cop pulled me over because I was drinking from a McDonald's soda cup. Apparently alcoholics use McDonald's cups to hide their drinking liquor or beer. Is this common for people to do? I'm asking cops. I wasn't drinking alcohol or liquor by any chance. I literally drove out of a McDonald's parking lot. Cops of Reddit, what's the funniest change in, already perfectly legal, behavior people do in front of you when they realize you're there? Part 4. I don't know if this is really common or not, but a friend of mine's dad used to be a cop and he noticed that whenever he would walk by people they would sort of stand up straight and smile nervously at him until he passed them. Don't know if this happens in other places or if just Americans are just really bad at looking as normal as possible. Cops of Reddit, what's the funniest change in, already perfectly legal, behavior people do in front of you when they realize you're there? Part 5. I once pulled over a woman for speeding and as I'm getting out the car she leans out the driver window and screams, "Officer, I have a gun," while frantically waving both hands out the window. She looked like a swan flapping its wings and making noises. I'm trying to hide my laughter while telling her to step out of the vehicle. I lost it when she wobbled out the car 8 months pregnant and was waddling like a duck. I told her to sit back in her vehicle and I had to recompose myself. We had a civil discussion on the appropriate way to inform a cop you have a firearm without looking like a suicidal lunatic. To this day I will randomly think of the pregnant swan woman and laugh. In honor of Pi Day, What is the most irrational thing you have ever seen someone do? Attempt to set fire to his own clothes to see if they were fireproof. In honor of Pi Day, what is the most irrational thing you have ever seen someone do? Part 2. I was watching a guy build a wall in my friend's yard. I was watching him for about 5 to 10 minutes while I waited on my friend. He had a wheelbarrow full of bricks at one end of the yard and the wall he was working on was the other end, say about 30 feet away. So he'd walk over to the fully functional wheelbarrow, take out a brick, walk over to his wall, stick the brick on it, walk back to the wheelbarrow. In honor of Pi Day, what is the most irrational thing you have ever seen someone do? Part 3. Well, on Sunday I had a guy come into my store, I work for a cell carrier, complaining that he locked himself out of his phone. So we had to factory reset the phone. Unfortunately, factory reset protection was on, so he had to sign into his Gmail account to use the phone, which he doesn't know the password to. We got the password changed, but there's a 24-hour waiting period to sign into your Gmail after changing the password in this situation. Cue the screaming at me, and walked to the exit, turned around and threw the phone at me and it hit the wall behind me. Thankfully no one was hurt and nothing, not even the phone was damaged. My boss called the cops and he's now banned from our store. In honor of Pi Day, what is the most irrational thing you have ever seen someone do? Part 4. Not eat all day, drink a glass of tequila, drive immediately into a wall, go back into the bar, drink another glass of tequila, drive away into a parked car, still try to drive away even though the car won't really move because the wheel well is basically clamped onto the tire. Don't worry, she lost her license. In honor of Pi Day, what is the most irrational thing you have ever seen someone do? Part 5. Not sure if this is irrational or just idiotic. I just had a secretary at work make me rescan something she needed because it was scanned upside down and when she printed it, it was going to come out upside down. After 5 minutes of telling her that when it prints she can turn the paper around and it would be right side up, I just agreed to rescan the page. Americans who have visited other countries. What is America behind on? Public transportation. I live in DC, which by American standards has great public transportation and it's still terrible. I was in Hong Kong and there was a delay on the subway one day. Trains were delayed up to 8 minutes. There was public outrage for weeks after this event. It was inconceivable that the trains could ever be delayed. Meanwhile back in the US, if the train shows up and it's not on fire, we call it a win, assuming your city even has a train. Americans who have visited other countries. What is America behind on? Part 2. Using a credit card at a restaurant. In Canada, they literally bring the machine to you and you can insert your chip or use NFC. In the States, we have to hand our card over to a random person who takes it in the back. It could take a few seconds or a few minutes. Also, in America, we have to calculate the tip ourselves, but elsewhere they just have it done for you on the machines. Added for non-Americans who have asked, none of my cards are contactless. That I know of. It doesn't really matter because I just use Samsung Pay on my phone or watch since it is much more secure and I don't feel like getting my info stolen again. Americans who have visited other countries. What is America behind on? Part 3. Foreigner living in the US. One of my major gripes is public education. In America, the government seems to think more time spent in school, talking about pre-college, equals better education. One year when my stepdaughter was I believe 7 or 8 years old, her school was from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. because they thought adding an extra hour would help grades. It didn't. That's an 8-hour day or 40 hours a week. Now they're back to 35 hours a week, with a measly 15-minute recess a day. Meanwhile, many countries in Western Europe are reducing the amount of hours kids spend in school with very positive results. One such example is Norway. I believe kids go to school for about 25 hours a week. Even when I was in school in the early 90s in the Netherlands, we had a total of 1 hour 15 minutes recess spread out over the day and the school week was about 30 to 32 hours. Americans who have visited other countries. What is America behind on? Part 4. Hear me out. Bathrooms. Last year I took a trip to Iceland with my honors group and the moment we landed our advisors immediately told us to go to the bathroom. Obviously our group was weirded out but they were persistent on the idea. Upon going in we all realized that those were the nicest bathrooms we've ever seen. Completely private. Not just individual stalls but separate fucking bathrooms. No cracks, distant from each other, no awkwardly hearing your fellow bathroom users. It was amazing. I've never felt more comfortable in a public bathroom in my life. And all the bathrooms were like this. I know there is a lot of political issues but why are people not more pissed about our bathrooms? Americans who have visited other countries. What is America behind on? Part 5. We're behind on just chillin'. I'm a red-blooded American, don't get me wrong. But our culture of work, Work, die kind of sucks. Like yay we win the GDP game, but what does that mean for citizens' day-to-day lives? If we sacrificed 25% of our GDP and it meant that people had less work stress and more times with friends and family, is that a bad thing? Redditors who've gone no contact with parents, what caused you to make that decision and how did it affect you? I'll start by saying what I've learned. Toxic people, including parents, do not need to be in your life. My mother, heroin for breakfast and crack to stay awake to watch us. Bringing a new boyfriend home all the time, drunk on weekdays, cheated on my father and expects something by taking him to court. Cheated on my dad 20 years ago and cost him $10,000. Family will always be family, but do you have to respect, love, cherish, or even be kind to them? Fuck no. If a person in your life makes your quality of life worse, then it's time to cut them off. Redditors who've gone no contact with parents, what caused you to make that decision and how did it affect you? Part 2. My mother died and I'm no contact with my dad. He raped and abused my mom for over 20 years, constantly chose alcohol over us, molested me and verbally abused me. When my mother fell ill, caring for her was left on me, a 14-year-old. My father refused to help. When I was 16, my father went on a bender, raped my mother violently and was arrested for calling her and threatening her. She kicked him out that day and I cut contact for a few years. When she died when I was 21, I tried to reconnect with him. I found that nothing had changed. The final straw was when he insisted I wanted to fuck him because I was sweating and wiped my face with my shirt. I left that day and never looked back. I'm fucked up now. I don't trust people, I'm afraid of everything. But it's better than what life used to be. Redditors who've gone no contact with parents, what caused you to make that decision and how did it affect you? Part 3. One summer after I graduated high school, I came home from a trip and found my mother had moved out of the house. No warning or any idea she was going to. Came home to a completely empty house except my bedroom. She also left my cat there to starve. This isn't even close to the worst she's done. My mom is just an evil person. To her core. She takes pleasure in hurting her children. I don't miss or think about her at all. I'm looking forward to her funeral though. Redditors who've gone no contact with parents, what caused you to make that decision and how did it affect you? Part 4. Dad fought mom in the morning as usual. I grabbed a bat and said not to be home when I get back from school. He took everything that wasn't bolted down, emptied the bank accounts and sent some weird letters for a few years. Was 14, been 10 years now. I guess I have a lower tolerance for bullshit. Otherwise life is normal. What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Every night, I put a plate of crunchy cat food on the outside doormat for a couple of outlaw cats that belong to the neighborhood. A couple of nights ago, I noticed that a raccoon was eating the food. I went to the door and sat down on the floor to watch the raccoon. It was standing on the doormat right near the door, using its front paws to put the food into its mouth. I tapped the glass with my fingernail 2 times. The raccoon dropped the food, looked me dead in the eye and used a claw to tap the glass 2 times, then went right on eating. What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Part 2. I was sitting on a park bench eating a muffin. Suddenly a bird swoops down and hits the muffin out of my hand. Simultaneously 5 other birds congregate where the muffin is about to drop. The second it hits the ground they pick it apart and I'm just sitting there in awe. I sat there for 10 minutes after they flew away and processed that I just got jumped by a bunch of birds and it seemed to be choreographed. What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Part 3. In my college dorm, I woke up and waved at a squirrel on a branch outside of my window. It looked at me and stood up and flailed its little arms a little bit, which I perceived to be a wave. It was like 70% of a normal human wave. So I told all my friends and the only thing they said to me was, "Why are you waving at squirrels?" What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Part 4. One more I just remembered. I was at the beach, volunteering to work with the afternoon session of junior lifeguards. I was in the mornings. The kids are stretching and I turn to look at the water. I see 2 seagulls violently fighting. Like really violently. One is trying to drown the other by holding its head underwater. The drowning seagull gets free, throws its head back, screeches loudly, then stabs the other in the chest with its beak. Not a single other person saw that. What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Part 5. When I was little I saw a dragonfly that looked like it came from one of my dinosaur books because it was so huge. I remember it measuring up to about the length of my forearm and being afraid because even though I thought it was a dragonfly I could see through its abdomen/tail, which was orange and see darker, blood-colored stuff. It had landed on one of our overgrown succulent plants and I waited until it flew away to run into the house. I can still envision it clearly, Still don't know why it was so gigantic. What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Part 7. I used to work at a horse stable that had some miniature ponies. They were in a separate barn at the top of a little hill, and on my way up to feed them one morning, I kid you not, I came upon probably the most sickly sweet and unbelievable sight of my lifetime. There was a little bunny family with about 3 or 4 baby bunnies hopping around in the stall nibbling on the grass alongside the ponies, while a small cluster of butterflies flitted around overhead. As I was watching this happen, I couldn't believe it was real. What incredible thing happened to you when you were alone that no one believes happened? Part 8. I slipped on the carpet near the top of the stairs, while carrying a basket of laundry. I sort of twisted as I was falling, so I was falling backwards. I managed not to go over, but sort of half backwards ran half fell most of the way. My momentum was building up, so one of my legs shot out from under me around 3 steps from the bottom, and my other leg folded up when I hit the bottom step, soaking up my leftover momentum. So I was squatting with one leg, while the other was on the 3rd step up, like some kind of ninja pose. And I didn't drop the laundry. This happened when the house was empty, and I've never told anyone before. People who born deaf. How's your inner voice sound, or you just speak sign language in your head? Not deaf, but my brother is. I remember when we were in our teens on a family vacation and I caught him signing to himself when he was bored. The first time I saw it I thought he was telling me something, but I noticed he wasn't making eye contact and it made no sense. That is when I realized he was thinking to himself. After that, my family and I wouldn't watch when we noticed him doing it, since we figured it wasn't fair to know what he was thinking at times when the same couldn't be said for him. People who born deaf. How's your inner voice sound, or you just speak sign language in your head? Part 2. For the first 5 years of my life I was technically deaf. I couldn't hear anything. I remember thinking by closing my eyes and imagining the thing I wanted to think. So I would close my eyes and see my own imaginary world. I can still do it, but only in complete silence. It's a trait I will forever hold, but I'm not mad at it. It can be very helpful in some situations. Edit. A lot of people are wondering, so I'll put it in the post. My eardrums collapsed during birth, so when I was around 5 I had a surgery to fix them. Not sure how they did it or if the doctors are still doing it on people, but I'm grateful they did it to me. People who born deaf. How's your inner voice sound, or you just speak sign language in your head? Part 3. Was born profoundly deaf. Wore hearing aids from 6 months old and replaced it with a cochlear implant at 15. I only have one. Don't hear out of the other ear unless I opt to get another one for bilateral hearing. I was never taught how to sign. I was raised in a hearing world. People don't even realize I'm deaf most of the time until they see the implant. I'm a bit of an outlier, I guess. I'm not involved in the deaf community, though I do have a couple of deaf friends who both talk and sign. My voice sounds a lot cooler in my head than what it really is. Probably the same for most people. Lol. People who born deaf. How's your inner voice sound, or you just speak sign language in your head? Part 4. I recently learned that deaf people, at least in my country, often speak sign language as their first language and do not appreciate the assumption that sign language is just a sign form of the country's language. The two languages usually have different grammars and morphology. I think your question is very interesting, Op. I just wanted to add to it. Maybe this helps understand that not everyone has an acoustic language as their inner voice. I think it's hard for a hearing person to grasp this concept because language is so bound to sound for us, but as Steven Pinker said, we shouldn't make the mistake of mixing up thought and language. Most of our thoughts are more diffused than language. People who born deaf. How's your inner voice sound, or you just speak sign language in your head? Part 5. Not deaf, however a coda, child of deaf adult. Sign language was my first fluent language, and I didn't learn to speak until kindergarten. Anyways, my inner voice, thoughts are spoken English. However, the one thing that's in sign language is spelling. Whenever I have to spell something, in my mind I process it in sign language. I also physically sign it discreetly with my hand to my side. I think it stuck with me because as a child I was often finger spelling words I didn't know. But people who never ask for anything specific for their birthday, what do you really want? I really don't want anything. Usually, and this year was different, I take a day or two and drive up to some part of northern Arizona for my birthday. Payson, Prescott, Meteor Crater, Lowell Observatory up in Flagstaff, Oak Creek Canyon, Walnut Canyon. Pretty much anything, a 2-hour scenic drive away through the mountains. That was my present to myself. A little getaway. Last year, I got a different present. Albeit a day late. The morning after my birthday, my grandson was born. So I spent part of that day at the hospital. People who never ask for anything specific for their birthday, what do you really want? Part 2. A 2008 to 2013 Subaru Impreza WRX STI hatchback in lapis blue pearl with the gold rally wheels, a sunroof, low miles, and minimal to no mods. This is all I want for any gift-giving occasion from now until I obtain it. People who never ask for anything specific for their birthday, what do you really want? Part 3. To stop being asked what I want. If I wanted something that I can afford, like a new mouse, then I'd have already bought it. And for the things that I can't afford, like a new house, I can't ask anyone for that. It's cool for kids, sure, but once you're grown up, getting gifts just means more clutter that you're responsible for. Tried suggesting that if people were gonna buy me something, just donate it to a charity or something instead, but I get nothing out of that, and mostly the charities just spend it on administrative and marketing costs, so that's not so great either. So I don't want anything. Interstate rest area and truck stop employees, what's the most bizarre story you have? Years ago when I was a kid, we were traveling with my mom, her best friend and my sisters. We were pretty tired and pulled into a truck stop for some food and bathroom break. We walk in, my mom asks a guy where the bathrooms were, he points us in the right direction and off we toddle. We come out, take a seat and wait for the waitress to come take our order. She seems to be taking a while, but we figure she's probably busy and will come when she can. Eventually she comes over and tells my mom that everything is okay and the police are on their way. My mom, pretty confused, asks her what she means. Well, turns out we had walked into the middle of an armed robbery and my mom had actually asked the robber where the toilets were. Interstate rest area and truck stop employees, what's the most bizarre story you have? Part 2. Not me, but my dad managed a truck stop for a year or so. At this truck stop, drivers could get a shower, but it's timed since there are usually multiple people waiting to get one as well. One day a guy is showering and his time is up, but he didn't come out. One of the employees knocked and requested he come out so the next person could shower, but still no response. They eventually entered the shower to find the man dead. It turned out that he had suffered a major heart attack while he was in there. Another one, and apparently this is somewhat common, a truck transporting honeybees left the stop, but the queen from one of the hives had taken residence in or around the pump while the truck was stopped. They had to get a beekeeper out to capture and move the queen and her colony before they could let anyone near the fuel pumps. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? I have twin brothers, I'm the youngest out of 4, and growing up was actually pretty normal. I think it had to do with the fact that my twin brothers weren't always together. During high school they were in different sections, and in college they were initially in different campuses. But when one of them transferred to the same school the other twins in, they weren't always together. Right now my siblings and I live together though, and we treat each other equally. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 2. My brothers are identical twins and they are closer than any husband and wife I've ever seen. I'm 33 now, they're 28. I love my brothers, but I'll never be able to measure up to that relationship and I know it. I'm fine with that fact and it's never bothered me. There is no point in being envious of it because what would be the benefit? We have a good relationship nonetheless. There will come a day when one of them dies before the other. I honestly hope I'm dead before that happens because I don't think I could bear to see one without the other, and the effect it would have on whichever remains. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 3. My older brothers are fraternal twins. They hated each other so much that they both got expelled from school for fighting constantly. Grandparents ended up paying to send them each to different private schools to keep them away from each other. They caused so much drama. I got away with so much shit as a kid because I was a great kid in comparison. Edit. Probably should mention that my brothers and I have different mothers. Theirs used to pit them against each other and they had a pretty shitty home life before dad got full custody of them. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 4. My twin brothers are 8 years younger than me, so it's probably a different scenario than what you're after. They are also my half-siblings. I felt like they were their own little family of 4, and that most of my parents' friends were unaware that they also had a daughter, because I was older and would stay at home/upstairs. I know it probably wasn't actually like that now, but it felt like it at the time. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 5. My younger brothers are twins and our family was very much about the boys. I think it started with the basic need to cope with twins, but that prioritizing of them never seemed to go away. They did not turn out well, either, but their problems help keep them front and center in the family while I'm good and able to manage, even if I'm not. What's interesting now is that last year I had twins myself, so I've got a 4-year-old and twin 1-year-olds, so I know what it feels like from the other side. It actually makes me recollections of how my family worked worse and I struggle with how unimportant I was. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 6. I'm a twin and I have an older sister as well, 3 years older. I used to be really attached to my twin, we were the best of friends growing up. Well, I grew up and my twin didn't. I feel like she's still 15 mentally and I just can't connect with her anymore. I talk with my older sister more often and try to see her when I can. She lives about 2 hours away. I do feel like she felt excluded growing up though. It was always about the twins, and it was very boring. I wanted to be my own person without my twin as the add-on, you know? Most people now don't even know I'm a twin unless I specifically tell them or show pictures, which is a sad story in itself because the last pic my twin and I took together was 4 months ago. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 7. I have identical twin sisters who are 8 years younger than me. They have a different father however. They are the golden children. My older sisters and I could never compete with them. It's literally all about them, always has been and always will be. To the point none of us, we are adults, the twins are now 16, have a relationship with our mother and the twins due to the wedge our mother has created within the family. I love them to death, they are my sisters. But it really screwed everything up. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 8. Not me but my best friends in middle school were twins and they had older brothers who were also twins. Their sister who sat between the boys and my friends was always the odd one out. They all talked about getting away but, the twins never really did. They wanted to make sure they could be together, for the most part. She, however, had really no reason to stay like the others did. So, she didn't. She is in a new country every month, living lavishly, and she considers herself lucky that she was able to fly beneath everyone's radar. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 9. I have twin younger siblings, boy and girl, age 10. I'm 20. Because of the huge age difference, I am always taking care of them and looking out for them as a motherly figure, but they respect me in a way that is appropriate as an older sister. What I love is that because they are twins, they always entertain each other and are never bored, which really helps me in my caretaker role. It made me also want to have twins of my own. I adore them. It's funny seeing how grown they act since they are so influenced by me. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 10. My little sisters are twins but they're nothing alike. One likes anime and superheroes and nerdy animated things, the other likes the Kardashians and Here Comes Honey Boo Boo. The nerdy one is tall and skinny, the other one is short and chubby. The nerdy one is a waitress with a BA in creative writing, the other is pursuing her master's in psych. The funny thing is, they're both a half of me. I'm all about anime and soap operas, but also TLC shows like Say Yes to the Dress. I dress like the nerdy one, party like the other one. I have an English degree and now I'm working on a healthcare one. I get along with both of them better than they get along with each other, but every now and then, one will pull twin rank to call dibs on first hugs at the airport. That's about it. That's all that separates them from us as regular siblings. For those of you with siblings who are twins, and you yourself are not a twin, what was the overall dynamic growing up with your siblings? Part 11. My you get brothers are twins. We have an age gap of 6 years, which isn't much. But I remember being jealous that they always had someone to play/hang with. They were never alone. Be it playing video games, basketball outside, exploring. I always had to call friends to come over, yet every day they had a best friend to play with. Interesting enough, their circle of friends was just as big as mine in high school and for the most part college. Their biggest dynamic was they were always going on my age and wanting to be with my friends. All the time. We are somewhat close now. I moved to the West Coast as they stayed in the state we grew up in. And I don't think they are as close anymore as I am with them individually. What person or job title holds far more power and influence than most people realize? Auditors. They can fuck your shit up. They are a special breed of people whose goal in life is to look at data and find irregularities. My uncle was an auditor for defense and foreign trade. He'd fact-check casual conversations as we had them. He was fact-checking and auditing at his own son's wedding. Though if you ever wanted to know the best price on power companies or plane tickets, he was the guy to ask. What person or job title holds far more power and influence than most people realize? Part 2. Secretary. The boss is in charge, but the secretary sets the schedule, decides who sees them, takes the notes, takes the calls, answers the emails, decides who gets to even talk to the boss, and has enormous influence on them. The secretary gets 40+ hours a week with the boss. You likely don't even get 40 minutes a month. A secretary on your side can get things to happen. A secretary who hates you will ensure you are buried. What person or job title holds far more power and influence than most people realize? Part 4. Law clerks. They are basically real-life judicial consiglières. You won't see them in the courtroom, but they advise judges of the law, recommend outcomes and often write the judges' decisions. A number of the judges in my appellate court don't even bother to read a party's papers if they trust their law clerk's recommendation on a case. For all the power, most non-lawyers don't know that the job exists, even though they exercise tremendous power over the outcome of cases in all courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court. Men and women who served in the military, what's the biggest misconception of war? Waiting. Everything is large vast periods of boredom interlaced with small intense periods of high stress. I've flown several hundred combat sorties and I have maybe a handful of stories that weren't we took off, nothing happened, then we landed. To be fair, the warfare I've seen isn't really warfare. Men and women who served in the military, what's the biggest misconception of war? Part 2. According to my retired Marine co-worker, the majority of people sign up because it's a practically guaranteed job, or they want benefits, or they want a college grant, not to serve their country. Also, apparently most retired veterans get annoyed by constantly hearing "thank you for your service." As my cousin puts it, I drove a truck in Germany for 4 years and spent my leave skiing in the Alps. Men and women who served in the military, what's the biggest misconception of war? Part 3. 1 minute you are doing regular bunk drills. The next minute you're told to move out ASAP because the locale might get shelled. But there isn't any emotion. Yeah, you move faster and are stressed, but you aren't scared. There isn't any screaming. No rushed mistakes or panic. It's like an army of ants. You step on their hill and everyone just comes to rebuild it like nothing happened. Men and women who served in the military, what's the biggest misconception of war? Part 4. Things I learned. Hours of boredom and a tedium, then minutes of fear. Kids will be kids wherever you are in the world. It brings out the best and worst in people. You will meet people who you will die for, but others who are so scummy that it will take active effort to not accidentally injure them. What's the nicest thing you could possibly do that costs nothing and takes less than 10 minutes? Non-flirty compliments for strangers. You have a radio voice, you have the nicest nails/hands/hair, you hit the genetic jackpot on freckles. I saw that nice thing you did for difficult customer/elderly person/rude customer/child. You are a nice person, it will come back to you. Have a great day. Nice beard, dude. Great shirt. Color looks nice on you. Don't stand around and wait for a comeback, just say something nice and split. What's the nicest thing you could possibly do that costs nothing and takes less than 10 minutes? Part 2. If you're shopping at a store, put your trash in the garbage. And if you pick up something you no longer want, either put it back where it belongs or just give it to your cashier. Seriously, I find at least 20 used Starbucks and McDonald's cups shoved into shelves every shift. It's free to not be a dick, and it makes our shifts more bearable. Chefs of Reddit, or just people who love cooking, what are some useful tips for beginners in the kitchen when preparing a meal? Make sure you have all the ingredients for your recipe. Keep a clean and tidy kitchen. Have sharp knives. Don't walk away and leave food cooking unattended. Don't put water on an oil fire. Add an acid to sauces to make them taste more exciting. For example, lemon to cream sauces, or vinegar to tomato-based ones. Make sure you season well. Make sure you have good pans. Chefs of Reddit, or just people who love cooking, what are some useful tips for beginners in the kitchen when preparing a meal? Part 2. My biggest tip is, don't be intimidated or let yourself get overwhelmed if you don't know what you're doing. If you fuck it up, so what? Who cares? Just think haha whoops. I won't do that next time and start over. Also, start with really simple things. Mastering the simplest dishes is way more impressive and delicious than struggling to make an okay complicated dish. Chefs of Reddit, or just people who love cooking, what are some useful tips for beginners in the kitchen when preparing a meal? Part 3. Mise en place, everything in its place. Get all your ingredients out that you need, set it up like a step-by-step. Clean as you go is a must, a sharp knife also very essential. Also remember you can always add more of an ingredient but you can never add less. Always be tasting your food. Same applies to cooking anything, you can always cook it more but you can't cook it less. Chefs of Reddit, or just people who love cooking, what are some useful tips for beginners in the kitchen when preparing a meal? Part 4. Get a decent set of knives, and learn how to hone them. That round stick thing that looks like a fat, dull skewer that comes with some knife sets is used to hone your knives, which realigns the cutting edge. Using a dull knife to prep is the single most frustrating and one of the most dangerous thing you can do in a kitchen. Also, make sure you know your equipment. Every stove and oven is a little different. Make sure you know what yours is capable of and at what settings it'll cook things correctly for you. Never use sharp or hard utensils in a Teflon pan. Source: Good Eats is my go-to background TV show when cooking or doing chores. Watch as much of it as you can. D. What are some cheats for living alone for the first time? Part 2. Put one of those little doorknob bells on each entrance to your house/apartment. It sounds stupid, but it's brought me a ton of peace of mind. If you don't hear them ring, no one's opened the door and it's not a serial killer. It's probably just the downstairs neighbors throwing beanbags at the ceiling fan again. What are some cheats for living alone for the first time? Part 3. Make an effort to get out and do things with people. Living alone can be a bit of a vortex, especially if you're far away from your friends. It's very easy to get sucked in and never leave the house, and then you'll find yourself going stir crazy. You know how they say it's hard to make friends as an adult because you just don't come across as many people? Part of that is not living communally. Sure, chill on your fancy new couch with your fancy new TV, you've earned it, after all, but make sure you don't treat it like a cocoon. What are some cheats for living alone for the first time? Part 4. It may be obvious to some, but don't forget to keep up regular contact with your parents/loved ones/supportive friends. There is a good chance that everything doesn't go quite as planned while you learn to navigate the new responsibilities and lifestyle adjustments, and having that support system makes all the difference. What are some cheats for living alone for the first time? Part 5. Buy spices. They're expensive at first but they'll last for a long time and they will make home cooking a million times better. Also learn to cook and cook a lot. Look up ways to reuse scraps and things. I'm shit at remembering to do this, but for example, you can freeze scraps of vegetables and use them to make broth later, etc. Often the cheap brand of food stuff is just fine if you're not super picky. Check thrift stores for things like dishes and furniture. What are some cheats for living alone for the first time? Part 6. You might think I'm overestimating, but have an extra $200 to spend when you first move in. No matter how prepared you think you are, you're going to find about 10,000 things that you miss that you need in day-to-day life. You might forget trash bags, ketchup, your favorite seasoning, bread, toothpaste, paper towels, soap, etc. Side note, freeze meat when you get home with it, even if you say you're eating it the next day. Police officers of Reddit, have you ever been called to investigate something paranormal? My dad used to go to a residence on the regular. The woman believed aliens and the CIA were hunting her. She had about 10 huge 50-gallon drums filled with water all around her house to block the radio signals. She got pretty upset one time, so instead of bringing her in or anything, he called EMS and met them outside. Got them to bring in some random equipment and walk around the house making it beep. Told her it was all clear and no worries. He gave her his number in case any more emergencies happened. Oh, and there was also one cemetery my dad refused to go by at night. He never told a soul why. Not even my mom. If he got a call that required him to go down that road on night shift, he would go another route to it. Apparently he got into some paranormal shit when he was little and it scared him. Police officers of Reddit, have you ever been called to investigate something paranormal? Part 2. I've talked about this on here before, but I keep a box lined with aluminum foil in my patrol car just for this reason. When people complain of ghosts/fairies/leprechauns/whatever, I fetch my trusty old Google box, tell them it's not safe to come with me, and catch their problem. I have been policing 2+ years and have used it at least a dozen times. Police officers of Reddit, have you ever been called to investigate something paranormal? Part 3. I was 13, home alone at night by myself. My friend calls me up and starts telling me a bunch of urban legends. I got scared, ran downstairs, grabbed a knife and ran back to my room. I started hyperventilating when I saw my reflection in my mirror. BC, in my scared state of mind, the person in the mirror didn't look like me. I called the cops on a 3-way call to tell them someone is in my room. I can feel it. They come over to check it out and I get a 20-minute lecture about not calling the cops unless it's an emergency, and then they called my mom to tell her I'm not mature enough to be left alone. Then my mom comes home and I'm grounded. Those who saw it when it came out in theaters, what was the audience reaction to the revelation that Vader was Luke's father like? Just asked my dad. He said it was crazy how quickly people changed their demeanor. Everyone cheered when Luke got a hit on Vader's shoulder and then immediately went quiet when Luke's arm was cut off. He said that most people in the theater were talking about it afterwards, trying to figure out whether or not Vader was just lying to Luke to throw him off. That's part of the reason that Obi-Wan confirms that Vader was telling the truth in Episode 6. Those who saw it when it came out in theaters, what was the audience reaction to the revelation that Vader was Luke's father like? Part 2. I remember hearing some gasps and some chuckles as if to say no way, but me, I was in flat-out denial mode and didn't believe it. I just thought it was more Vader trickery to sway Luke to the dark side. I held out hope for some other bigger reveal in Rogue, and there was, but it was not the reveal I thought it would be. Not only is Vader a Skywalker, but Leia is his goddamn sister too? Those who saw it when it came out in theaters, what was the audience reaction to the revelation that Vader was Luke's father like? Part 3. My dad saw it before all his friends, but they all knew there was a giant twist. Dad spoiled it for them and said Han and Luke were gay. If you watch the movie thinking that, it is 100% believable. So many significant glances and hands that lingered on a back may be a touch too long. Those who saw it when it came out in theaters, what was the audience reaction to the revelation that Vader was Luke's father like? Part 4. If it helps at all, I dated a girl who had no idea, so I got to witness it firsthand and it was amazing. She gasped then said seriously, "No, wait, seriously?" It will be one of my favorite moments ever. I'm not dating her anymore but will forever remember that reaction that I thought I'd never get to witness. Those who saw it when it came out in theaters, what was the audience reaction to the revelation that Vader was Luke's father like? Part 5. I went to see Empire with a gaggle of other kids. I think it was summer camp, I was 9 at the time. As we're waiting in line, one of the other kids who had seen it before with his family, was like, "Man, it's so cool," and it turns out Vader is Luke's father. I have had every major movie surprise spoiled for me, one way or another. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Kid at school told me all about it before I saw the movie. Sixth Sense? Coworker blurted it out. It's like I was cursed by a gypsy lady or something. Those who saw it when it came out in theaters, what was the audience reaction to the revelation that Vader was Luke's father like? Part 6. I was 11 on opening night, and even being that young I remember the feeling changed. It was like everyone was fully engaged, on the edge of their seats during the fight and, as an adult, I would say it was like the air was let out of the room. I remember there were gasps, I was probably one of them, but I didn't hear anyone say a word. People were far less likely to talk during a movie then. After the movie my friends and I couldn't stop talking about that moment. Yoda's there is another comment, it must be Han. He used a lightsaber to cut open the Tauntaun and obviously only someone who can use the Force could use one, and of course what was going to happen to Han and that carbonite. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? People who tie themselves in knots to fit exactly into whatever resume template they are using. Combining jobs because you want to list 4 but the template has space for 3. Using a template with like 8 bullet points for awards and digging so deep you're listing second grader of the month May 1992. I usually point to the offending section and ask, what are you trying to tell the person reading this? And if you can't answer that question it doesn't need to be there. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? Part 2. I had a resume once state for work experience being hacker, the internet. Other gems included in the resume were: I've been both fired and hired for hacking various things. I've never been convicted of a computer crime. I will admit it gave me a chuckle but certainly was a deterrent for the job. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? Part 3. I'm not a recruiter but I have been in charge of hiring, and I hate objectives. They're useless and waste space, in my opinion. Also I don't like repetitive bullet points. If you did the same thing at a bunch of different jobs, mix it up and show me what other things you did at the jobs. They're not deal breakers of course, just annoyances. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? Part 4. I've spent years eyeballs deep in a couple of much beloved MMOs. I've been there, pulled the all-nighters, rolled on the loot. I get it, so I can almost understand the temptation. But please for the love of God don't start banging on about how leading your guild and planning raid strategies is remotely connected to the job you're applying for. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? Part 5. Typos, irrelevant information especially. Recently a resume came in that had the person's name, contact info, high school info, and 1 job experience, McDonald's. The whole resume was 1/3 sheet of paper. We loved it, it's all we needed to know, compared to Mr. I like to take long walks on the beach. We really don't have time to read even the page you submit, so if it has to be a page, it better be good. Also we had a guy send a 5-page resume, which is extreme but it was for a higher position, still 5 pages. The kicker is that one of the pages was a full-blown headshot selfie. He didn't get a call back. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? Part 6. Former recruiter. The only thing I don't already see mentioned here already is a mission statement for a totally different industry. Looking for an exciting career in zookeeping while applying to an office job is a great way to see that you're going to leave as soon as you get the job you actually wanted. To a lesser extent, also really vague mission statements. That shows you have no idea what you want, which can be fine in some contexts, but is going to lose out to someone who knows they want the job in question. If you're trying to create a generic resume, just leave that bit out. If you know what type of career you're looking for, it's maybe worth including. Recruiters of Reddit, what is the one instant turnoff that people still have on their resumes? Part 7. This one goes out to you designers out there. I'm not a recruiter at all, but I have worked with some well-respected graphic designers throughout university and during my career who have been in the field for many years. Now as graphic designers, your resume is the recruiter's first taste at your design skills. That being said, I've seen many new designers put a chart displaying their efficiency in various Adobe or design skills. For example, XXXXO, Adobe Photoshop. XXXXX, Adobe Illustrator. XXXOO, Photography. XXXXO, Drawing. Every person I've talked to who hires designers hates when people do this. Oftentimes you'll be doing yourself more harm than good by showing your skill set like this. Simply stating your professional skills and not ranking yourself will always be the better choice. Let your portfolio show your levels of proficiency. Reddit, what experience/life event made you grow up really quickly? Poverty. Kids who grow up poor generally are going to have to act like adults far too soon. There were years when we didn't have a telephone, weeks where the electricity was shut off and we didn't have heat, and days where we didn't know where we'd be sleeping that night because we got evicted again and again. I worked 2 jobs in high school. I learned to do as much cooking and cleaning as possible from the time I was 11 or so to try to placate my angry mother and prevent her from sending me to live with my even angrier father. Reddit, what experience/life event made you grow up really quickly? Part 2. During college. Mom, Dad, I'm broke. Can you help me out? Them, you can handle it. I sold my guitar. I sold my amp. I canceled the TV subscription. I sold my car. I focused harder on my job to make more money. I didn't go out or drink at all anymore. I came to enjoy plain rice as a meal. I took on an extra roommate. I kept the temperature inside at 85, Florida, during summer and refused to use the heat at all during winter. The safety net was gone, and I grew up instantly. I'm thankful to my parents for doing that. Reddit, what experience/life event made you grow up really quickly? Part 3. My dad was extremely neglectful and abusive. My sister and I were left alone in an apartment sometimes just for hours, other times for weeks. I learned to cook, used the washer machine and walked my sister and I the 5 miles to school where at least I knew we could get 2 meals. For an 8-year-old little legs those 5 miles felt like 50. But I carried my backpack and my little 6-year-old sister's backpack and pretended I was not tired to keep her spirits up. I would sometimes make a meal out of only crackers and peanut butter. The worst part is my father is very rich and could easily afford a nanny and a maid. He just kept us in an apartment because our mom didn't want us in the house because she had expensive furniture and glass decorations. My dad would pretend to take care of us while he went out with his mistress. Reddit, what experience/life event made you grow up really quickly? Part 4. I was an idiotic 16-year-old last year but Sept 11 2016 haha ironic isn't it I was told I had Ewing's sarcoma. It is a very aggressive cancer. I had to step up and actually work for once. I went from drinking every weekend to reading research papers and looking for clinical trials. Now I'm about to turn 18 and I'm cancer-free. Reddit, what experience/life event made you grow up really quickly? Part 5. I moved interstate with my mother and brothers after my parents' messy divorce. My mom was in remission from cancer but managed to find work to support us. My brothers start to act out with drinking, drugs and petty crime and so my mom had her hands full keeping up with them. Being a young teen I tried acting out to get attention too but she didn't notice, not on their level I guess. I cut class and dabbled with drugs and got no reaction. I was generally a good kid and soon realized she didn't need my shit too so I stopped my crap and started helping her out. I was employed consistently and contributed to bills from 14 and managed my own life pretty much. Now that I'm older my brothers are all still burnouts but I'm doing okay and my mom and are really close so it worked out well for me. Trump voters that are now not supporting him. What was the last straw? When he was a bitch to Mattis. Mattis, round Christmas, submitted his resignation because Trump tweeted that we were pulling out of Syria. Mattis gave until the end of February, long enough for a replacement SecDef to be found, confirmed, and brought up to speed. Trump flipped shit and fired him. Mattis was the only adult in the room. Didn't join in on that group praise session with Trump, gave a shit about our allies, and took up the office of Secretary of Defense because the Oval Office asked, not the man, and because he felt that his duty was to the American people and the members of the military. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 2. I got sucked hard into the anti-SJW community on the internet. I thought Hillary Clinton was the embodiment of everything I feared, and I was thinking more about that than Trump. The weird thing is, pretty much from the moment he took office, it felt like a fog was lifted and I was suddenly horrified. I realized that I had been listening to a horde of assholes, and that they had convinced me to help put the biggest asshole of them all in power. The only thing that I could say that I liked about him was that he was going to get us out of foreign entanglements, but we can all see how that turned out in Syria. When I look back and try to figure out why I was so scared of Hillary, all I can think of is that she campaigned a little too hard on her being a woman as a valid indicator of her qualification for the job. It's all ridiculous in retrospect. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 3. The moment he backed out of the Iran deal. We had finally reached an agreement that would curb Iran's nuclear program and have them under IAEA, while still bringing them into the international market and accepting them into our world economy. Now, we have the hardliners in Iran have more power because of this move, and our word means nothing now. No country will ever make deals with us when we see how easily we can back out of them. It ruined our credibility. The deal wasn't even that bad. I bet he didn't even fucking read the damn thing. I'm biting my fucking tongue and voting Democrat. Please for fuck's sake don't pick Biden, otherwise I will reconsider. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 4. I was never a supporter, but I always try to be optimistic and realized he could do some good somewhere along the way. Then the travel ban kept Kurdish vets from coming here to start a life like we promised them for helping us in the Middle East for over a decade. Kurdish vets and their immediate families who sold off all of their assets and prepared to come here were suddenly homeless. Okay. Shitty, but maybe this will get fixed. Then there's the more recent situation with the Kurds. It's unbelievable. These people have been dying so that some of us don't have to, and have been a huge help to the war on terror, and they're being tossed aside like a used napkin. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 5. I really only voted for him because I didn't know any better. This was my first election as a fresh 18-year-old and being from a very red state. It was only after going to college and living in my own did I really start to form my own thoughts on things. Red media does work wonders, especially when you have parents that only watch Fox News. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 6. Well, my parents were Trump supporters, but after the California fires began taking off in such a large scale to a point where our house was 10 miles from being destroyed, that's where they lost him. Trump has been repeatedly bashing on California during these fires, and it's fucking rude. California is a dominantly blue state, but it has Republicans too, but because it's blue, Trump is just gleeful to tell us it's our fault. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 7. I just want to say thank you to everyone who is sharing why they stopped supporting Trump. You are awesome for 1. Sharing your experience with all of us. 2. Giving those of us who didn't vote for Trump the opportunity to understand your perspective, and 3. Being open to changing your mind. Really, thank you. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one who appreciates you taking the time to share your thoughts and experiences. Smile. Trump voters that are now not supporting him, what was the last straw? Part 8. I voted for Trump. I am economically conservative but socially liberal. I voted for Trump hoping he'd do what he said he'd do, come in and clean house. Fire the corrupt. He seemed to have the balls and the I don't give a shit attitude to get it done. Nope. I feel swindled. He has done none of what he promised, and his tweets are embarrassing. I will not vote for him again. What do you think you're going to remember most from this pandemic once it's all over? That country after country watched their hospitals overflow and collapse. And we all got to watch it, on very short time delay, on TV and on the internet. And that, despite that, the next countries in line were almost all led by politicians who said, when it gets here, it won't be that bad. Until it was too late. And their hospitals overflowed and imploded. And the countries who hadn't had it that bad yet were still saying, when it gets here, it won't be that bad. People with street smarts, what is your most street tip? Part 2. If you're walking around a big city and someone walks up to you and asks you your name or is anyway friendly, they're about to try to con you. I was just in NYC where the CD scam is prevalent. Con artist asks you your name, they your name on their hip-hop CD, and when you accept the CD they intimidate you to pay for the CD. Just keep walking. Don't even smile at them. People with street smarts, what is your most street tip? Part 3. I don't know if this is street smarts, but so many people lack situational awareness. By that I mean they are not being fully aware of their surroundings. Which has been made even worse with phones and headphones. If you sense anything dodgy, trust that instinct and do something about it. I'd rather cross the street and look paranoid than get mugged. Or even just run. This group of guys were following close behind me when I was walking home from the pub alone. They could have just been walking the same way, but as soon as I hit a corner I sprinted 100 meters or so and didn't see them again. I don't care how strong you are losing 99% of the time versus 3 people. Redditors old enough to remember the Cold War. How does today's North Korea threat compare? The two largest well-equipped, high-tech aggressive armies on the planet were staring each other down for decades. We were all one phone call away from annihilation. There is no comparison to the threat level or its pervasiveness. It was everywhere. Example: one of the new kids from the Midwest in my 4th grade class asked the teacher why we didn't do nuclear and tornado preparedness drills. The teacher said because tornadoes are rare and the New York metro area would be incinerated before the alert was raised. Redditors old enough to remember the Cold War. How does today's North Korea threat compare? Part 2. I'm Russian. Still remember our regular civil defense drills, nuclear weapons blast ranges, locations of most probable ground zero points. My city had 15 of them, so probably didn't matter, and how to wear the gas mask. NK is some insignificant piece of shit compared to what two superpowers could do to each other and the world. Redditors old enough to remember the Cold War. How does today's North Korea threat compare? Part 4. The USSR could attack anywhere in the US on a minute's notice. North Korea can barely even attack Japan. If North Korea were to use a nuclear weapon, they would be annihilated by the US, even without considering any allies that may join to stop a serious nuclear threat. With the USSR, if one side launched nuclear warheads, it was a given the other side would as well. It would have literally been the end of the Western world as we know it. Redditors old enough to remember the Cold War. How does today's North Korea threat compare? Part 5. I was just a kid at that time, but the threat of World War III wasn't just terrifying, it also permeated the popular culture. The threat from North Korea is much smaller. Also some seriously biased views here. Yeah, the Soviets were into some dirty business, just like the CIA etc. were. It was all dirty on both sides. Stephen Hawking said, "I don't think we will survive another 1,000 years without escaping beyond our fragile planet." What do you think? I won't be around to find out. I mean, it's no secret that we are just killing ourselves. We are the ones that are going to cause our own extinction. I really wish I could be more positive, but even if 50% of the population got on board, we'd still have 50% that can't or won't do anything to change the situation. Stephen Hawking said, "I don't think we will survive another 1,000 years without escaping beyond our fragile planet." What do you think? Part 2. I think we'll survive another 1,000 years at least. It won't be pretty though. At some point, the technology our society is built upon will fail. Lack of resources to build the tech, lack of energy to power it, solar flares, Earth's magnetic poles flipping, targeted terrorist attacks on tech, etc. I just hope that none of this happens during my lifetime. Professors of Reddit, do you ever look yourself up on Rate My Professor, and if so, what is the funniest review someone has ever left about you? My very first comment was, in all caps, "Don't take her. All she ever does is talk about witches and fairy tales and then throws the assignment at you expecting you to know everything." For starters, it was one day. It was a genre-themed writing class and we did one day on the fairy tale genre discussing structure, themes, etc. They read The Snow Queen and then they could do an optional extra credit assignment about Frozen. This was posted on the day we discussed fairy tales and I also returned a major essay that day. A student threw a huge hissy fit in class over a B+ instead of an A. I pulled her aside and went through her paper with her explaining deductions. She apparently was still mad. That was my only comment and rating for a while. Professors of Reddit, do you ever look yourself up on Rate My Professor, and if so, what is the funniest review someone has ever left about you? Part 2. The funniest review was from an organ performance major. He said that I was the only instructor who could effectively teach organ technique and the performance of literature in the studio while simultaneously correcting a wrong note he heard coming from a piano major across the hall in a practice room. Professors of Reddit, do you ever look yourself up on Rate My Professor, and if so, what is the funniest review someone has ever left about you? Part 3. I was the undergrad liaison to my major's departmental meetings. They all do. It was hilarious to watch the ones with negative reviews rail against it while pretending that they hadn't looked themselves up on it. Meanwhile the ones with positive ratings half-heartedly agreeing with them that it's bad. In grad school we did a parody video, Professors Readings Mean Rate My Prof reviews about themselves. My favorite was the Dean Here's a Tip, Never wear an argyle tie with an argyle sweater. Looks confused, I don't even own an argyle sweater. Professors of Reddit, do you ever look yourself up on Rate My Professor, and if so, what is the funniest review someone has ever left about you? Part 4. Grad student teaching an astronomy summer class to undergrads. Only review I got said that I was a dried up old dick licker, I was 26, and that this was the hardest math I had to do in my 5 years of college. I know who wrote it. Guy was a business major, and pissed because I asked him to calculate a number with an exponent of 3. 2. He had no idea how to put that in his calculator and threw a goddamn hissy fit. What are some free services on the internet everyone should know about? PaperRater.com proofreads your paper, any kind. You set what level you're at. Gives you tips to make it better and gives you a grade. Also checks for plagiarism. Bib.org, free website that will create your bibliography for you. These have helped me a ton for school work. Definitely raised my grade. What's your favorite phrases for telling someone to stop being a jerk? I'm a first grade teacher. Please stop acting like a stink bug. What's your favorite phrases for telling someone to stop being a jerk? Part 2. My wife and I will use, start over. When one of us comes in hot about something. Hey! Did you move my damn shoes? Start over. Edit because this blew up. My wife and I love The Office, and it was a Daryl quote to Michael once when he came at him too hot out of the gate. And we just used it as a reference for a while and then just started doing it. If you want to try it with your spouse, I would suggest bringing it up first to establish intent. If you just throw it on them when they are frustrated without any prior knowledge of it, I could see it making it worse sometimes. It's also supposed to be said very calmly, not yelled or having it escalate the situation anymore. To the people saying it's passive-aggressive, I mean, this is a thread about telling people they are a being dick without directly telling them they are being a dick. Everything is going to be a little passive-aggressive. What's your favorite phrases for telling someone to stop being a jerk? Part 3. I don't think that's very kind, when talking to children. Usually, that plus a disappointed look is enough to straighten them out if they're not entirely aware of their jerkishness. Affirmer, are you doing X? In a shocked and appalled voice when they're doing something they know they're not supposed to do is good at getting the same effect. For adults, I just say, please don't talk to me like that. It's harder to teach adults basic manners. What is the worst thing you've ever seen happen at a wedding? Part 2. One of my wife's coworkers got married this past summer. Her father passed away from a fatal heart attack the morning of the wedding, but her family insisted and convinced her to go in with it, so she did. It was awkward as hell and nobody in the building made it through without crying, even the minister. What is the worst thing you've ever seen happen at a wedding? Part 3. My mother-in-law handed out an EP of my now sister-in-law to as many guests as she could and threw a fit in the middle of the dance floor later that night because I didn't let her daughter sing with the band or karaoke. Her exact words were, "How dare you make today all about you?" It was my wedding day. What is the worst thing you've ever seen happen at a wedding? Part 4. Not a bad thing that happened for me, just really awkward. Went to wedding of someone from my church a few years back. When it came time to say the vows, he pulls out a sheet of paper and reads on for like 5 minutes, getting really intimate and pouring his heart out to her. It was kind of awkward tbh. But the icing on the cake was her response. When he was done, she just giggled loudly and awkwardly and got out ditto. That's it. That was her wedding vow. So freaking awkward. What is the worst thing you've ever seen happen at a wedding? Part 5. I worked at a wedding venue for 4 years. Having to stop a bride's stepdad from hitting her over the head with a chair was a highlight. The whole room were just fighting with each other. The best man kicked the mother-in-law. Different wedding, some dickhead bit the DJ because he refused to play a certain song. For me, the absolute worst one was when the newlyweds were arguing at the end of the night, in front of their young son. She admitted to cheating on him. It all came out there and then in front of his family, and he was devastated. What is the worst thing you've ever seen happen at a wedding? Part 6. I ruined my cousin's wedding videos and I'll never live it down. When I was 13, my cousin got married and my brother was in charge of photography and video for the day. At some point in the day, my brother gave me the camcorder and told me to shoot and take video. Longer story shorter, I was unknowingly recording when myself and another cousin were talking about girls at the wedding, and as one girl walked by I said I would fuck that girl in the fucking ass. 1 week later, the whole entire family decided to watch the video of the wedding and I have never felt so fucking embarrassed in my life. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? It's kind of a double-edged sword for me. I feel that it kills motivation. My friends that smoke just want to sit around and get high. They work, go straight home, and tuck in for the night of smoking. These guys used to hike, go camping, golf, fish and so much more. Marijuana became the thing they prefer to do now instead of being active. But, Legalization means they can now do it openly, so that might get them back on some trails. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? Part 2. I'm not exactly against it either. But in college I watched people slowly become addicted to it. People say you can't get addicted to weed, but I think you can get addicted to the high, and not THC. One of my friends started smoking it every few weeks, just recreationally. Then weeks turned into days, days into hours. It got to the point where he would prioritize his schedule so he could smoke between classes. It's like he couldn't function without being high. It was insane. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? Part 3. The only barrier I have to supporting full legalization is that as far as I know, there is not quantitative way to measure impairment. With alcohol, we have BAC. Granted it is not a perfect measurement but it is a quantitative way one can take a test and say level X is the legal limit. With cannabis, I do not believe there is a similar quantitative measure as metabolites are stored in fat and accumulative. If they can figure out a way to measure it that isn't subjective, I'd be all for it. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? Part 4. I'm not against legalization per se, but I don't like the smell. I also don't like this 420 and weed is my entire identity culture that has been ongoing and how apparently weed is this magical cure-all for everything under the sun and it has no negative health effects even though you're inhaling smoke, which, spoiler alert, is bad for your lungs regardless of what the smoke is from. You want to get high? Sure, just do it away from public places and large gatherings, don't go to something like a 4th of July celebration reeking of it, and don't get behind the wheel of a car. That's all I ask. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? Part 5. Not all of us are. I don't like marijuana. I don't like the smell. I don't like the effects it has on me. I don't like stoner culture. I don't like hanging around people who are high. But I believe it should be 100% legal for adults. What an adult chooses to put into their own body is not my business. I can choose not to hang around them if they do it, but I should have no say in whether or not they choose to use it. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? Part 6. I'm definitely pro-legalization, however I do share a complaint that I've seen a number of the anti-crowd have, roadside testing. We have roadside tests and breathalyzer for testing if someone is buzzed while driving. We have no such test for pot. At least nothing that can narrow it down to a very specific window of a few hours. All driving while high convictions would be entirely based on cops' notes of how the person looked and acted during the event. So driving while high will be illegal, just like drinking and driving. Problem is we can definitively test the latter, but not the former. Anti-marijuana people of Reddit, why are you against its legalization? Part 7. All the people who actually answered the question got downvoted even though they were just answering the prompt. Why are you even in these comments if you're just gonna downvote everyone who actually answered? Damn, you all get offended real quick. Is that a stoner thing? No hate on people who smoke weed. I think it should be legal. If we can drink and smoke tobacco, why can't we smoke weed? The fuck? I just hate on people who come all out here to downvote actual answers to the question. Those are the morons. What's a myth that is still frustratingly perpetuated on the internet? Anything about McDonald's, but mostly because it affects the way customers are. The ice cream machine shuts itself off overnight in every store everywhere, to boil away bacteria, and it is indeed off for at least 4 hours. There's no sawdust in the burgers. There's no secret menu. If you ask for a secret item and they oblige, it's because they read the same article you did. Edit for this, if you go to your McDonald's during the day between lunch, 11 a 2 p, or dinner, 5 p 7 p, and the ice cream machine is off, there's a huge chance it was overloaded and just needs some time to recoup. Other than that, I have no idea why that machine would be off. You can always complain by calling corporate or their franchise office. What's a myth that is still frustratingly perpetuated on the internet? Part 2. Doctors won't not save you if you're an organ donor. They'd gawk about your donor status till you're declared dead, and even then they still have to get permission from your next of kin before they can even call Gift of Hope to begin the process. Only if the family okays it and signs off do they start everything, and at that point your body is akin to a refrigerator keeping your organs alive despite you being functionally dead without mechanical ventilation. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Respect. The best students are those who take responsibility for their success in the class. I teach electives and required classes, so I know not every student is in my labs because of a passion for the subject. That's fine. But if you want a good grade so you can get into medical school, you need to be responsible for earning it. Annoys me, some students behave as though there's some perceived adversarial relationship between me and them. I'm not your enemy, I'm a guy who knows a lot about chemistry and wants to tell you about some of it. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 2. Annoy, not remembering my name. I have between 75 to 100 students each semester and I learn all their names. You have 4 or 5 professors. I have a simple name. How hard is that? Respect, what I haven't seen mentioned yet. Use my office hours. I'm there with an open door for 10 hours a week. Rarely see any student from my non-major classes. When a student comes by for help, no matter how bad their skills, I instantly respect them more. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 3. Supreme annoyance, when they raise their hand to ask a question but what they really want to do is talk for several minutes trying to show off how smart they are, and if you let them talk then they'll just trail off without ever actually asking a question. Respect, when they come to me after the class time to ask for pick my brains on something from the lecture they are interested in, beyond just what will be on the test. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 4. If you want my respect, come to my office hours or speak to me if you don't understand an assignment. Double bonus points if you constructively address the comments I made on one of your assignments. Nothing annoys me more than complaining that you didn't get a good enough grade because you didn't understand an assignment. The number of times I've had students complain that they deserved a better score despite not doing something asked of them in an assignment because they didn't know how to is demoralizing. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 5. Annoys me to death. Be the student that has to argue every point. There is such a thing as asking too many questions. God help you if you're teaching an evening class with lots of discussion. Just one retired person or stay-at-home mom in attendance spells doom. They will derail almost every discussion because their experience doesn't match the lesson, or they just want someone to argue with. They don't care that time is limited, they can spend all night babbling. After 2 weeks you can see half the class roll their eyes every time this person raises their hand. After 3 weeks they're no longer raising their hand, just blurting out their anecdotes. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 6. Respect, disagree with me. Don't just bask in my words, but actually listen to them and challenge me. Use the readings to show where I'm wrong, or exaggerating, or missing another important point. Annoy, act as if I'm forcing you to endure my class. I don't take attendance, it's an upper-level elective so you can leave and get notes from someone else if you'd rather be facilitating. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 7. For me, the big thing is how the smart students interact during class. If you ask useful clarifying questions, answer questions to check your own understanding, and volunteer answers you know when it's clear I need someone to answer correctly and it's getting awkward, you rock, and I respect you. If you are always shooting your hand up to answer questions as fast as possible for brownie points, or if you like to ask questions in the middle of class that try to change the subject or bring us off on a tangent you're personally interested in, shut the fuck up. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 8. Psych professor here. You annoy the fuck out of me when I give you an extension, you still don't turn in your assignment, and then you complain about not getting credit. The biggest thing a student can do to earn my respect is to be honest and take responsibility for a fuck up or even an oversight. I've had students come to me and say but it wasn't my fault, blah blah blah, and my response is along the lines of tough fucking shit. I've had other students come to me and say I've got all this tough shit going on, but that's not an excuse and it is still my responsibility to get my work done. What can I do going forward? To which I reply, let's see what I can adjust for you to get you some more points. TL, Doctor, do your work and stop being a whiny little shit. Professors, what is the most simple thing students do which grants them your respect or annoys you to death? Part 9. Respect, asking a question, even a dumb question, during class. It lets me know what is and what isn't getting through to them. Also does a great job of breaking up my talking all the time, which undoubtedly gets boring. Annoys, not paying attention. Why are you even here? I don't take attendance, and you're paying for this. Don't be embarrassed to brag, what's your natural-born talent? Part 2. I'm not sure if luck counts as talent, but I'm the luckiest son of a bitch out there. Not lotto lucky, but the random little inconvenient shit lucky. I always find a close parking spot. If I drop something it always lands upright. Food, wet paintings, an entire bag of sand at one time. In random competitive games I'll win by chance. The total at the store always comes out to how much I have in cash, etc. One day my luck will run out though, then I'll probably get struck by lightning or a stray bullet. Also, I can roll a quarter across my knuckles. To those of you who earn a good salary in a low-stress job, what do you do? Part 2. I am a medical radiation technologist. I think my job is one of the least stressful. We don't work long hours like nurses and doctors, and only main priority is to take diagnostic images of patients, but once we're done, they are taken away by porters, so we spend little time on patients. At the end of the day, when we finish our hours, we just head home and relax. I find it a relaxing job. Gets easier the better your skill set, and there's usually people to help you. This is strictly for X-rays only, not CT or MRI, of which is more stressful since you're on a schedule. I kind of like my job. To those of you who earn a good salary in a low-stress job, what do you do? Part 3. Operator at a nuke plant. Make up to $180K depending on how much overtime I work. If I don't work OT, I'll make $140K and only work 32 to 48 hours a week. It's shift work, which can take a toll, but it's a union job and we're treated very well. It's low stress in a sense, where if you can pass the monthly exams demonstrating your knowledge of nuclear plant operations, you shouldn't be concerned. But if you're not as book smart as the rest of the crew, you can have some problems passing the initial training you receive and the continuing. So, moral of the story, if you can pass the training, it's very low stress. To those of you who earn a good salary in a low stress job, what do you do? Part 4. I'm a truck driver. Home every day. Just listen to music and watch the sunrise. Make about $80K, could make much more if I put in the hours. The worst is having people complain about you existing. Just gotta have a fuck 'em mentality. I wouldn't recommend truck driving to others, though. It's very hard to get a good paying job. I got very lucky and had a home daily company hire me the moment I got my commercial driver's license. Long-haul drivers actually make less than home daily drivers, which nobody seems to understand. To those of you who earn a good salary in a low-stress job, what do you do? Part 5. Firefighter. When I say low stress, I mean that when my shift is over, I don't have any looming deadlines or unfinished work waiting for me the next day. When I'm working, there can be moments of pretty high stress. It's not chronic stress though, just bursts of occasional crazy high stress. What country, and not nearly as bad as the media portrays it to be. My wife is from Colombia, and that country is beautiful. If you see it portrayed in TV, then it's dangerous jungles, guerrilleros, and cocaine. But the area is beautiful, the people are kind and welcoming and polite, and crime is way down. I've been to several departments and I've never felt in danger. Colombians have been trying very hard to redefine their image. ISP employees, what's the buzz around the office today regarding net neutrality? I work for a company that started as a dial-up ISP. They still run it, but it doesn't have many customers anymore. They love net neutrality and will tell you that the reason the free market can't solve the problem is because it requires a lot of political connections to get the rights to install the infrastructure. So, the big ISPs, once they have the infrastructure in place, use it to sell access to their customers rather than sell their customers access to the internet. ISP employees, what's the buzz around the office today regarding net neutrality? Part 2. It has been actively discussed via email with talking points made available to almost all employees. The industry position is that the good parts of net neutrality are already voluntarily implemented, so there is no need for restrictive government interference. The reality is that this will be a battle that is fought in court for a long time before anything ever really happens. The lawyers will make lots of money on this. ISP employees, what's the buzz around the office today regarding net neutrality? Part 3. Former TWC technical support here. The buzz about net neutrality? None. There is seriously no talk about it. At least where I was from. The talk would occasionally bounce up and the 1 out of 5 nerds in the office would say something about it, and then one of the smart-ass business people which take their 2 cents about how it's going to hurt us. Will hurt them. Whatever the outcome of the net neutrality stance was, it would have been business as usual. ISP employees, what's the buzz around the office today regarding net neutrality? Part 4. I work for Verizon, in finance. Leadership has stated that the FCC is going to set the rules, and given everyone needs to play by those rules, they are confident of continued success. This is not unexpected, but I think they are waiting in the full details and are disappointed by the increased regulation. They feel it wasn't needed to protect net neutrality and that more government rarely is good for customers. Personally, I don't think the majority quite understand the path this kind of action can lead to. Time will tell if this ends up being a good decision or not. It could be great for customers, but I don't think there was enough discussion on any negative effects of Title II. Seemed like the internet and media ran with the idea of the strictest regulations were going to be the best no matter what. Just my thoughts. Human laws now apply to pets. What is your pet getting arrested for day 1, breaking and entering? As a matter of fact, B&E is what I sometimes call my two cats. Breaking is the Siamese mix. He's really good at opening doors, but is then very timid about entering. Entering is the younger orange fellow. He's for shit at opening doors, but is the first to dash through and exploit a recently opened door. They complement each other perfectly as they go around doing mischievous things, hence their handle, breaking and entering. Barbers of Reddit, what's hairstyle do you hate cutting and why? I'm a hairstylist and it's not typically the cuts that will test my patience but the color. The worst is when you have a teen girl with her mom who is way too into her daughter's hair, and she has black hair dye from a previous session but wants to be platinum blonde in one day. Some people have really unrealistic expectations for us. Barbers of Reddit, what's hairstyle do you hate cutting and why? Part 2. Another question for barbers: if I walked in and said give me something that fits my face or whatever you think would look good, is this acceptable? I've always wanted to change my hairstyle but I literally have no idea what I would do or what would look good. Always wondered if barbers would do this or hate it. Barbers of Reddit, what's hairstyle do you hate cutting and why? Part 3. When I worked in salon a few years ago, a lot of young lads wanted to get their hair shaved on the sides with a perm on top. I couldn't stand the smell of the activator/liquid. A lot of them didn't even like the style shortly after having it done, but you're kind of stuck with it for a while until it naturally goes back. Military members of Reddit, what's one thing you wish that you knew before joining? Wait until October 1st at least to join. Don't join in September. Why? Fiscal year starts 10/1, which is also generally when all the good jobs become available. And then get your MOS, job, put in fucking writing in the contract. Your recruiter is there to put asses in seats for whatever branch. He's your bitch, not the other way around. If you want something, have it put in writing. He doesn't necessarily give two shits about you, some do, most will straight fuck you to make a quota. So don't trust the motherfucker, and don't join in September when all the good shit is gone. Unless you really want to join the infantry. And take it from a former infantryman, you don't. Go push paper or turn wrenches or whatever, you'll be happier and have real experience when you get back to the real world. Military members of Reddit, what's one thing you wish that you knew before joining? Part 2. It's an inhuman machine that doesn't care about you. This isn't inherently a bad thing, it just is. But what it means is that you need to look out for your own interests. The military will not. Any attempt to guilt you out of looking out for your own interests is misguided at best and predatory at worst. The "we're all brothers in arms" screed applies to the very, very few individuals whom you trust with your life. Everyone else is part of the machine. Look out for them too as part of being a decent adult, but put your own oxygen mask on, first. Military members of Reddit, what's one thing you wish that you knew before joining? Part 3. Go. 2. Medical. When things hurt. Not change your socks. Not ignore it. Tell them it's an 8+ out of 10 on the pain scale or they won't document it. Then when you get out, you can have a valid history and have accountability, versus the VA disregarding your injuries as service-related and telling you to pound sand. Military members of Reddit, what's one thing you wish that you knew before joining? Part 4. The recruitment process is a negotiation, and it represents the last time that you'll have all the power in your relationship with the military. I joined and went into a high-demand MOS at the height of the War on Terror. Most people in my training platoon had received bonuses in the tens of thousands of dollars, and some of them picked otherwise hard-to-get follow-on training, such as airborne school if you are not in combat arms, or even selected all but impossible to get first duty stations. I, meanwhile, received a sandwich, because I wasn't aware of the power dynamic. On a less serious note, some portion of the people who join will do so because they have heard that women love a man in uniform. The more important axiom to remember is that the love for a man in uniform is inversely proportional to their proximity to a military base. This axiom is well earned and constantly reinforced. Military members of Reddit, what's one thing you wish that you knew before joining? Part 5. If you want a specific job, do not sign the contract until your recruiter gets that job for you. I wanted a cyber job in the Air Force and my recruiter told me to go in open electrical and hope I get cyber because it would be too long of a wait to be guaranteed the job. I ended up with a job I hated instead. The military will take whatever it wants from you, so make sure you get all you possibly can from it. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Making toast. Nothing else. She plugs in the toaster, gets out the bread and butter, like a normal person. Finishes making toast. Toaster is still plugged in, bread is on the counter and open, and the butter is uncovered with a butter knife in the butter. I ask, why do you leave this stuff out? She says she may want more. We have been married over 40 years and she has never wanted more toast. Never. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Part 2. Phrases things that aren't going to be bad news, like they are bad news. For example, her, now, okay, don't get mad, but. Me thinking, what bad news is about to happen? Oh shit, did I do something wrong? Where is this about to go? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Her. We should eat less quinoa, it's starting to bother my stomach. And I'd cry me, oh. Phew. Yeah, we'll get rice or couscous or something. This has happened with I'm not a big Star Wars fan and you should drink less soda. I think her family's more kinda combative with each other, so she grew up having to soften messages. My brother-in-law is similar, which drives my sister nuts. He'll be like, dramatic sigh, honey, I don't think we can go see Wreck-It Ralph this Friday. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Part 3. Answering a question with the answer to a different, but tangentially related, question. Me, should I use get the paper plates? Her, we're out of dish soap. Arg, does that mean I should get the paper plates? Do I need to go buy dish soap after dinner to wash the regular dishes? Me, what should I cook for dinner? Her, well, we're out of spaghetti sauce. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Part 4. Drops her fucking hair straightener every morning. She gets up earlier than I do, so I'm still sleeping when she starts getting ready. Every fucking morning she goes to plug it in, it slips off of the dresser and onto the hardwood floors. Clank rattle rattle rattle. Every fucking morning. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Part 5. Him, I think you should make broccoli with dinner instead of potatoes. Me, okay. Him, because like the potatoes would be really starchy. Me, yeah, I'll make the broccoli. Him, and we had potatoes on Sunday. Me, yep. Broccoli. Him, so yeah, just make the broccoli. Me. Him, okay, so you make the broccoli and we will have the potatoes later. Me, right. Him, s. Me, shut the fuck up about the broccoli. Goddamn. Fuck. Piss Christ. About everything. Every time. Let's talk a point into the ground until everyone wants to kill you. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Part 6. If we need to leave at 9 a.m., he starts getting ready at 8:58 a.m. Which requires him chugging the cold coffee he has been ignoring, taking a 20-minute poop whilst he Facebooks. Not being able to locate his keys, or his phone, or the pants he wanted to wear and having a minor hissy fit about that. And, after all that, as I patiently wait for him to actually be ready to leave, he has the nerve to go and stand by the door, look me in the eye and ask ready? In a hopeful tone of voice. As if has been waiting for me all this time. I want to murder him at least once a week over this. What small habit does your spouse/partner have that really irritates you? Part 7. Generates so much laundry. He works a desk job, cushy digs and can dress casual. He showers in the morning before work and again before bed. Then he comes home after work to change into yard work clothes. He wears an article of clothing once. So by the end of a week I have 7 underwear, 14 socks, okay fine on these, 9 to 11 pairs of jeans, 7 t-shirts, 7 long sleeve shirts, 5 yard work t-shirts, 5 yard work overshirts, 6 sets of pajama pants, 7 large towels and 7 to 11 washcloths. It takes 3 loads. For a week. Who in the hell only wears jeans once? Left-handed people of Reddit, what are some annoying things designed for right-handed people? Part 2. SLR cameras. They are not just for right-handed people, they are also for right-eyed people. As someone who is left-handed and eyed, I have always been annoyed, especially with the larger, heavier models, Nikon F4/F5 and now the higher-end DSLRs. Left-handed people of Reddit, what are some annoying things designed for right-handed people? Part 3. Anon 1, buffet lines. The trays are sometimes angled so that they are more easily accessed by righties, but that means that I have to contort my left in front of my body in order to get to the food. Right-handed people also leave the serving utensil on the right side of the tray, so I reach across the food to get it. That's a small thing, but something I always notice. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? My wife dropped her wedding ring in the Pacific Ocean while on our honeymoon. We were snorkeling. Water was 18 feet deep in that area and there was reef around. No idea how, but our tour guide managed to find it on the bottom of the ocean floor after a few dives and skimming the bottom with his hand. I gave him all the money I had in my wallet as a tip. My wife would have been pretty devastated if not for Tao. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 2. Pulled up at some lights once and glanced into the car next to me. There was a guy tucking into a massive cheeseburger with a look of pure desire on his face. I was late home and very hungry and he caught me watching him. He just grinned and offered it towards me. It wasn't a real offer, we were 2 car windows apart, but it makes me think about how we're all just humans and in this together. And what's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 3. I once met a man who was a refugee from Somalia. He was homeless, had no money, worked at a local church for food and occasionally shelter, and he was the happiest human being I ever met. He spoke broken English but was quite intelligent, so he got his point across, and his point was he was better than good. In Somalia, if he was alive he was good, if he had a meal a few times a week he was good, if he didn't get shot at he was good. Now he is in a safe country with food and shelter, and he was the happiest man on earth and loved life, even though by typical first world standards he had nothing. And whenever I am in a bad mood or angry about something, I think of the day I meet that man from Somalia and if it is worth lowering myself from being better than good. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 4. At the time both of my parents were in the ICU for different reasons. I had been at the hospital all day and went to get a drink and dinner alone. A guy asked if he could sit with me and he turned out to be a nurse at a different hospital. So I told him about my parents and thanked him for everything he does. Things started to get flirty and he offers to buy me a beer. I tell him I have a boyfriend, now husband, and I don't want him to buy me a beer. My husband was in the town we lived in, I was in my hometown 3 hours away. He buys me one anyway and still hangs out with me the rest of the night. Stops being flirty. It was so nice to not be treated differently after bringing up you so. This was 5 years ago and I never saw him again. Small acts of kindness can go a long way. Thanks, random guy. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 5. I hired 2 orphans, 7 and 10, to take me around on their boat in Cambodia, and the little one especially was so excited to have me there, aching for a parent figure of some kind. I was just out of college. They would probably say we had a terrific day, with a nice tip. But it broke my fucking heart, and now that I'm a dad I think about them all the time. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 6. I was once on a flight from Boston to Detroit like 7 years ago. I was seated next to a pretty attractive guy and he was watching an unfamiliar show. He could tell I was doing the awkward neighbor move of trying to see what he was watching, and he just handed me the other side of his headphones and gave me a little nod. I started listening, and this was my first exposure to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm not sure if this will mark me for the rest of my life, but it's a damn good show and it's a nice memory to have with a cute stranger. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 7. A homeless guy in New Orleans once bought me a cheeseburger at a Wendy's because I looked sad. I actually was sad. My father had just recently died. He didn't even ask for money. He just bought me a burger and told me everything was going to be okay. That moment taught me that everyone has good and evil in them, and the good can come from any random person at any random time, so be ready for it. What's the story about the person you once met in a day and you never saw again, but marked you for the rest of your life? Part 8. I got pulled over driving under the influence. I was 24 and the officer had me on and we had open container. Instead of arresting me, he talked to me about alcoholism and seeking treatment. He let me know I had other options and that I was too young for this kind of trouble. It really got me thinking. It was the major catalyst that got me to check out AA. I knew I had a problem, I just didn't know what to do. Now I have 5 years of sobriety. I wish I could thank him and let him know cutting a dumb kid a little slack turned my life around completely. What's something you thought was pronounced a certain way your whole life until one day your mind was blown? Porsche. I didn't know it was supposed to be Porsche and used to pronounce it as Porsche. Dachshund. It's apparently Dachshund, not Dachshund. I feel like an idiot when I try to pronounce it the correct way, so I just write the words down instead of saying them out loud. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? When I was 17 I left school with no degree, no money and no idea what to do with my life. My dad managed to get me a job in retail, and on my way to work, first day, I got hit by a car. The manager didn't give a fuck and gave my position to someone else. With literally nothing left to do I decided to go back to school. That was about 7 years ago. I finished school with honors, went to university, got my bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, something everyone I knew and talked to told me was impossible for a fuck-up like me, and now I work as an engineer making more money in my first year of work than I ever did in my entire life. Sometimes I think about tracking the guy down who hit me with his car to thank him. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 2. Went to the science fair in 8th grade at a local college. They picked the winners from local schools. A mutual friend introduced me to a girl who was going to go to the same school as me. We ended up in a ton of the same classes in 9th-10th grade and used to joke that after high school we'd live together and work at an aquarium. Both were environmental science students. Lost touch after high school. She becomes a teacher, runs into my mom who works for the county school system. She recognized her and they got talking and she gave my mom her number and says her and I should catch up. We meet up, and hang out for 8+ hours. Do it again 2 days later. End up dating and getting married. Thanks science fair. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 3. I was riding my motorcycle years ago to visit a chick in Tallahassee, FL. It was 1 a.m. and I was trying to figure out exactly where she lived. Pre-GPS days. I got sand in my eye from the road and stopped at a red light to try and clean them out. The light went green but I sat there a few seconds cleaning my eyes. There was nobody around so I wasn't worried about blocking traffic. Right at that moment an old Pasupti blew the red light doing almost 100 miles per hour. I am 100% positive I am still here because I got sand in my eyes. Added I was wearing a helmet. I had the visor up because it was tinted. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 4. During my junior year of high school, I received a well-crafted mailer advertising an engineering summer camp at a college I'd never heard of in a different state. My mother really liked the mailer, so my parents sent me to engineering camp that summer. On the first day of camp, I arrived late to the orientation and sat on the only available seat. The guy I sat next to fell in love with me instantly. We started dating at camp, then the next year, we both went to that college so we could be together. 4 years after that, we both graduated with engineering degrees and got married. If my mother hadn't liked that mailer, I wouldn't have met my husband, I wouldn't have gone to that school, and I probably would have had a different major as well. Also, if I hadn't sat down next to him at orientation, we probably wouldn't have started dating. Pretty wild. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 5. A friend from school was having an engagement party. I'd moved several hours drive away since high school and was having car trouble, so I wasn't sure I could make it. My friend gave me the name of one other person living in my new town who was also invited, a friend of her future husband. I got in contact with this guy and introduced myself, then asked if he was planning to go to the party and wanted to split the travel costs. Unfortunately he wasn't able to make it to the party either because of work commitments. Tracking him down still turned out to be worthwhile though. Next year will be our 20th anniversary together. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 6. I had been on OkCupid and Tinder for about 2 years and was done with it. Signed on to OkCupid to delete my account, and decided to just take one last look at the available matches. Saw a girl who seemed like someone I might like, not that it matters as most don't even reply. I straight up just hit her with a dad joke and decided to give her a day to see if she'd notice. She actually replied, and we hit it off. Fast forward to the present day, we've been living together for a while and I've begun ring shopping. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 7. In 2010, I went to a bar with 3 girls, all friends of mine from HS, to connect and have a few drinks cause one of them had just moved back into town. The girls ended up chatting and I was just sitting there doing nothing. A guy saw the situation I was in and came over and asked if I wanted to play pool with his 2 friends. Both friends were girls. I ended up playing a couple games pool and adding both of them on FB. I ended up marrying one of those girls and we've been married for 6 years now. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 8. Back in 1988 I went to the grocery store with my mom. Local volunteer fire department was doing a demonstration in the parking lot so my mom let me stay and watch, even after she went home. I was given instructions to call home on the payphone in the grocery store when the demo was done. 30 years later I'm a firefighter/paramedic and have been involved in emergency services since I was 12. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 9. I was a lonely kid in my first year in university having just had a falling out with the first group of friends I made there. It was the second semester and in my first class I decided to sit with a few people I knew from a previous class I had and decided to say hi. What ensued were long-lasting friendships that still persists today. I consider them as a family I never had. How was your life shaped by a small, seemingly inconsequential event? Part 10. My friend was leaving for a trip to visit her friend in FL so her and I planned to have a goodbye/girls night out dinner. It just so happened her friend was where we were, just visiting his parents, on leave from the military. She spontaneously invited him to crash girls' night out without asking me, so I was pretty annoyed at both of them the whole night. That irritating girls' night out crasher? I ended up marrying him 6 years later. You really never know who you'll meet and when. Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Life is kind of off right now, but it isn't their fault. I've just had some bad luck and made some bad decisions. They taught all three of us kids pretty much everything needed in life. We all went to college and have had pretty good careers. My folks are still in good health and celebrate their 62nd anniversary next month. Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Part 2. Love my parents. They stuck it out through thick and thin. My dad is a hard-working dude, doesn't drink or party. I just recently found out how much he saved for retirement and I was floored lol because he worked his way up from being a taxi driver to a really good paying union job as a longshoreman. My mom is a non-stop, take-no-shit kind of lady. We go there once a week for supper, and they are super involved in my kids' lives. They make me want to be a better person and give me the strength to push on through life's obstacles. Because of them I worked hard and owned a car and had a mortgage by the time I was 25. I did it all with my own money. They recently took custody of my two cousins who were 12 and 13 when both of their parents, my mom's brother and his wife, passed away from cancer within a year of each other. I probably don't tell them enough how awesome they are, but I really should. Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Part 3. Life is great. My parents always supported my decisions. Gave me room to fail. Taught me how to fail well and learn from it and pull myself back together. They're also my relationship goals. They stuck out some of the most trying things life could throw at them. They taught me how to budget, save, be generous, take time/money for myself. I can't thank them enough for being the best parents, and now friends I could ask for. Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Part 4. My mom always promoted being kind, helpful and to always think of others first. At the same time she believed in personal days and doing things for yourself to feel good. She taught me to love nature and go to cook from scratch. She admitted when she was wrong and almost never yelled. We were so close. She died in April from complications related to ALS. Why is it always the good ones that go too soon? Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Part 5. Pretty great. It's been a hugely beneficial thing for me to know that there are two people who will love me no matter what happens. Sometimes I feel ashamed to talk about my parents because someone will butt in and say, wow, must be nice, my parents beat me every day and never fed me and took out credit cards in my name and so on and so forth with the misery gatekeeping. I'm getting over that though. When I first met my girlfriend, I avoided the topic of my family because she had a very unstable childhood and I thought she would resent me for having such loving parents, but the opposite happened and she has pretty much become closer to my mom than I am. Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Part 6. Good. I actually have anxiety disorder. Started with panic attacks at 20. Both parents, divorced by then, worked together to get me help right away. On the right meds and docs. Now 45, live a great life. Have a job I love and happy husband. Only disappointment was I didn't want kids. Personal choice. Just didn't want that. Which is the only guilt I have, because my parents are great and would have made great grandparents. I'm an only child, so more guilt. That was the only thing on my pro-kid list. Make parents/grandparents happy. Spoke with them about it and all agreed wasn't enough of a reason to have kids. Other than that, good times. Happy family vacations when we can. They are both retired and planned well. They are happily living their dreams out. All good. I guess I'm saying functioning families can happen. Redditors with emotionally mature parents who supported you and taught you what you needed to know. Real life skills, do you exist? And if so, how's life? Part 7. I'm really fortunate to have two fabulous parents who are still married and have supported and loved me through thick and thin. They're not perfect, but they never tried to be and think that's their secret. I went through the transition of seeing them just as my parents to seeing them and appreciating them as people. And honestly they're my friends as well as my parents. Taught me a lot of great life skills as well as letting me make my own mistakes, always making sure I knew that no matter what I was loved. It breaks my heart that lots of people don't have great experiences with their parents, but just want to encourage any of you guys that you can always become the parents you wish you had, and create a whole new great loving family of your own. And you know what, none of us are perfect, and that's okay. We're all human. Who is alive right now that makes you question how are they not dead yet? Keith Richards and Keith Hernandez. The stories from either of them make me think that deals with the devil are real lol. Who is alive right now that makes you question how are they not dead yet? Part 2. I remember seeing on the news that during a Rolling Stones world tour Keith Richards fell off some palm tree while trying to pick a coconut while on a day off at the beach and he banged his head pretty hard, so the tour had to be put on hold while he recovered. Considering that the dude is infamous for the amount of abuse he's put his body through and that he's pretty ancient, I immediately thought two things: one, well, maybe he won't recover from that, and two, why the hell was this elderly millionaire climbing a plum tree by himself because he wanted a coconut? Well, that happened years ago and he's still out there doing his thing, so I guess the moral of the story is that that man is for all intents and purposes unkillable. Who is alive right now that makes you question how are they not dead yet? Part 3. My great-grandma. She turned 99 a few months ago and has been here since 1924, Great Depression child, and many of her brothers and family were sent to war. She was 30 years old when Einstein passed, almost 40 when we landed on the moon. She was born 5 years prior to MLK and Anne Frank. She has never been in a nursing home, still attends family gatherings, still has a level head and caring nature. She has outlived 2 of her 3 kids. Skin cancer prevented plenty of times, takes very few medication, still use the potty on her own. In my eyes, she's a fucking legend. What is your biggest I didn't think this through moment? Part 2. I was throwing rocks trying to hit the metal thing on top of the chimney. As I am on my about 105th rock, my dad comes out all pissed telling me I just broke something out front. Shit, there are cars out there, I thought, and I ran out front. I didn't see anything and went back inside. My mom woke up and had to go to work. She goes into her new Nissan Murano and opens up the sunroof shade and broken glass falls everywhere. What is your biggest I didn't think this through moment? Part 3. I was in grade 2, the teacher asked who knew how to dance. There were a couple of girls who took dancing lessons. Back then they were the little girls with curly ringlets and skirts always that bit shorter than the rest of us wore. For goodness knows what reason I stuck up my hand too. The teacher told me to come up to the front of the class and demonstrate. I hadn't a clue what to do, so I kind of pranced around for a few embarrassing moments until she told me to go back to my seat. I definitely hadn't expected her to make me prove it. What is your biggest I didn't think this through moment? Part 4. When I was 15, I went to a summer school program. Some kid said he'd pay me $50 to bring a screwdriver to school and unscrew all of the outlets and leave them hanging out, exposing ground wire. As stupid as I was, and as I was only trying to fit in, I did it. I got away scot-free though, thank God. One thing I'll never do is listen to someone who's taller than me. What is your biggest I didn't think this through moment? Part 5. Don't know about biggest, but a pretty big one. Driving around Usuk Lake in Kyrgyzstan trying to find a spot to camp. You can camp basically anywhere, in spring. We're mainly on farmland dirt tracks, and so rainwater has pooled in dips in the track. Have successfully forded several, and coming to a new one think no problem, I got this. Vroom. Plunge into the water and gradually lose traction until we're basically at a standstill. Fuck. Throw it into reverse, gun it, back into first, gun it, basically nothing. I'm faced with having to call the rental company and explain to them that I'm sitting on the roof of their car, that I wasn't really meant to take off-road, in a hole in the middle of a field. I regretted everything in that moment. What is your biggest I didn't think this through moment? Part 6. I was at a performing arts summer camp. Some people there got the chance to put on a show for the rest of the camp at the end of the trip. On the day of the big performances, there was a girl sobbing saying her friend backed out and wouldn't perform with her. She asked if I knew the lyrics to Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, and begged me to sing while she played the music. She looked really upset and I thought I could half-arse it, so I agreed. Thought it'd be easy. Turned out I only knew one line of lyrics, which were also wrong. So, I sang every night in my dreams, I see you, that is how I know you, go on over and over, while the other girl sobbed while playing the recorder, in front of 100 or so other kids and camp leaders. Most cringeworthy experience from my childhood. Dr. lied about knowing Celine Dion lyrics, learned never to lie about knowing Celine Dion lyrics. Humans find out there is a galactic Wikipedia. What does the abstract for Earth say? The site of the infamous Eden Project to create a highly intelligent, but aggressive and warlike sapient species to be used for the Galactic Federation's military using a local species of ape. The project was shut down after public support waned. The specimens, supposed to be destroyed, were instead released into the wild by Dr. Yua. In only 1,000 standard galactic cycles, the species has progressed from stone tools to atom splitting. Some scientists project that they will become a threat to the galaxy in as little as 20 cycles. Others argue that due to their warlike nature, they are likely to wipe themselves out first. Humans find out there is a galactic Wikipedia. What does the abstract for Earth say? Part 2. Earth is a protected wildlife reserve being used to rebuild the endangered mosquito population. The mosquito's food of choice, primitive humanoid life forms, have colonies all over this planet. They are delicate, but not very intelligent. Every time an asteroid hits their planet, they have to begin life all over. Humans find out there is a galactic Wikipedia. What does the abstract for Earth say? Part 3. Planet T45E44E2 is a rocky Gliese Index planet, known under a variety of local names. It is home to diverse carbon-based life, both sedentary and mobile. This includes some of the largest oceanic life forms of its galactic sector and, remarkably, only one species having achieved Class II civilization. And if you click Gliese Index, it's an official list of planets that galactic authorities haven't released the coordinates of because it's forbidden. They don't think it's ready for contact. Humans find out there is a galactic Wikipedia. What does the abstract for Earth say? Part 4. Earth, which means dirt, is a plucky little planet covered 3/4 by water and is inhabited on the remaining terrain by a species of hairless, upright walking apes whose penchant for curiosity is outstripped only by their self-centeredness. These humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, have used their intelligence to dominate and subjugate nearly every other terrestrial species, at a great cost to the ecological balance of the planet. Humans find out there is a galactic Wikipedia. What does the abstract for Earth say? Part 5. Extremely dangerous. This is a death world with a high oxygen content to the atmosphere, constantly creating localized rapid oxidation events. The dominant species is extremely warlike and the council debated sterilizing the planet to contain the threat. This idea was abandoned as they are extremely adaptable and resourceful. If any survived, they would likely find a way to retaliate. Their entertainment media actually involves quite a few plans for just that scenario. So far, they have been contained by a causality propagation limiter, see speed of light limitation, but this seems to be only a temporary solution as their media has also postulated the idea of mobile long-term habitats as a means of reaching nearby systems. Threat level, 999. Sharing technology was banned after the Oppenheimer incident failed to incite them to exterminate themselves and the technology was repurposed to peaceful uses. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? I work in theatrical lighting. It's pricier, but gaff tape is far superior to duct tape. Tears better, sticks better, looks better, doesn't leave that nasty residue when you peel it off something. You can write on it in Sharpie, so it's great for labeling. We use it to label lights, secure cables, basically anything you might need tape for. If you're running cable across the ground, use gaff tape to keep it in place. It's not waterproof, but other than that it's the perfect tape. I love it. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? Part 2. Get a third party to do inspections on homes or rentals before you move instead of who the retail agent or landlord will provide. That third-party inspector will be more honest about things that are faulty in the home rather than one that's contracted with the agency. Also, pay attention to services your town will provide and what community projects they're personally engaged in funding. This will affect your property taxes if you buy a home. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? Part 3. Life insurance applications are starting to use accelerated underwriting, which means they obtain your credit history, pharmacy records, education level, and other personal information to see if you qualify for the life insurance. Life insurance companies are starting to also use a network which link the findings so if you get denied by one company and try to get insurance with another, the second company can obtain certain assessment results from the first company. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? Part 4. Be a strong advocate for your health. Don't be afraid to talk with your doctor when you notice something that feels wrong to you. And don't be afraid to keep bugging people if you feel you aren't being heard. The medical field is full of people and people make mistakes. Also for women, especially those over 40, never skip a year for breast cancer screening and if you have new symptoms have it done again. Early detection really is a lifesaver. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? Part 5. I'm a civil engineer and I think everyone should know that yellow light time is dictated by the speed limit. For example, if the speed limit is 40 miles per hour, you have 4 seconds of yellow light time. You have 1 second of yellow light time for every 10 miles per hour. If the speed limit is 35 miles per hour, you have 5 seconds. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? Part 6. Most lawsuits are total bullshit and settle out of court. If you're sued, the worst thing you should do is ignore it. Try to hire a lawyer. If you can't afford one, file a pro se answer and reach out to the lawyers to discuss resolution. Most lawyers are very friendly and honestly want to resolve matters for their clients. A phone call and a polite conversation can go a long way toward resolving a suit. What is something you know because of your profession, which you believe everyone should know to make their lives better, easier, or healthier? Part 7. Trucker here. I know we're bigger, bulkier, and slower than you guys in your cars. We don't want to be. We take longer and more room to make turns. We are also subjected to a fucked-in more rules than you guys are, even in our own personal vehicles. Just give some space. We'll be out of your hair quickly enough, and we can both get back to our respective business. What's a video game that truly convinced you that video games can be art? Legend of Dragoon, Shadow of the Colossus, FF10, Last of Us, God of War, Hades, Halo and many more. Sadly, like most art, it's not the most profitable to make genuine art. And it's a fine balancing act to make art that does sell well. So lots of games are the equivalent of slasher films or paperback romantic novels, but it certainly exists within the medium. Guys of Reddit, what is the one thing a girl could do that would melt your heart? Part 2. I remember my wife and I were at Costco. They were sampling chicken wings. My wife doesn't like chicken wings, so I was surprised when she walked over to the station with me. I got my chicken wing and she got one and said, "I know you love wings, here," and gave me an extra wing. What an amazing woman I married. Guys of Reddit, what is the one thing a girl could do that would melt your heart? Part 3. Whenever my GF asks me what I want for holidays, I always say, just something sweet and meaningful, and she always delivers, and it melts my heart. One birthday she make us a checklist of like 20 romantic things we can go do that year, picnics, kissing in the rain, etc., and for another she went online and created a book that told the tale, with illustrations, of our early relationship when we met and fell in love. Maybe I'm a big sap, but those kinds of things mean more to me than any large extravagant or expensive gift. Dentists of Reddit, what toothpaste do you actually recommend? Not a dentist, but my dentist told me the toothpaste she recommends is the one that both contains fluoride and has a flavor you enjoy. The action of brushing is more important than the type of toothpaste you use, so there can be a toothpaste that is the best ever, but it means nothing if you think it's so disgusting you avoid brushing your teeth. Don't be embarrassed to brag. What's your natural born talent? I am not bad at things. Never good, even above average. But not bad. Playing guitar? Not bad. But you wouldn't want me for your song requests. Drawing? I can draw, and the things I draw slightly resembles the original. Cooking? I won't poison you. You might have a favorite food of mine, but you wouldn't want me for a family dinner. Considering all things, not bad really. Ex-prisoners of Reddit, what was your cellmate like? One of my cellmates was convicted of 2 murders, served them both in full, 15 years and 5 years. He supposedly was cellmates with Ed Gein when he was caught before they sent him to Y. His current sentence, he was in his 60s and was there for stabbing a guy at a grocery store because he felt like stabbing a white guy. I used to joke by asking him if he was gonna stab a white boy today. I'm white. He didn't find it as funny as I did. He was in the early stages of Alzheimer's, ended up getting cancer in there while he was my cellmate, and had nightmares about all the people he had killed haunting him, supposedly 6 overall. He was my favorite cellmate I had while in prison though, because he let me watch his TV. My crime? I sold 6 ecstasy pills to an undercover. Former anti-vaxxers, why and what changed your mind? Part 2. Former anti-vaxxer here. When my son was 11, the school strongly encouraged me to get my son medication for ADHD. I decided to take their advice I had been ignoring for years. In less than 3 weeks he was out of the resource room and back in regular classes. Until then he had special education. I felt such guilt and regret that I denied him a normal life due to being ignorant. That summer I got him all caught up on his vaccines as well. I wasn't going to play his health and assume I know more than actual doctors. I have loosened up about so many things: high fructose corn syrup, sodium lauryl sulfates, non-organic food. It was such a full-time job trying to be a pure person. It has a lot to do with my own shit and I've gotten help and support and am really embarrassed about that part of my life. Former anti-vaxxers, why and what changed your mind? Part 3. I was raised by anti-vaxxers. One parent was anti for religious reasons, the other was into alternative medicine and thought it should be a choice. The point that convinced me was herd immunity and framing it as my responsibility to be vaccinated in order to help protect those who couldn't. I never thought vaccines caused autism, most of the anti-vaxxers I know don't, so the science supporting that was inappreciable. Slightly off topic, I'm not actually vaccinated, yet. Due to my upbringing, I know zilch about finding and going to the doctor or the healthcare system. I've seen a doctor only a handful of times that I remember, and, apart from physicals in high school, I haven't been in over a decade and a half. I recently got a position at my job with health insurance, so I'm looking into finding a GP and making regular appointments and other doctor type stuff. Former anti-vaxxers, why and what changed your mind? Part 4. Don't know if this counts, but I wasn't vaccinated until I was 12 to 13. I think my parents were afraid of the supposed risks, as well as coming from a political background that doesn't like government-mandated things. Thankfully they eventually got us all vaccinated once my oldest sibling went to college, where vaccines were mandatory. I changed my mind on vaccines once I got my biology degree and saw that the MMR/autism study was completely false and 2, how immunology saves lives. I'll definitely vaccinate my kids someday, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little worried about side effects. But, I'd rather have an adverse reaction than a deadly but preventable disease. Former anti-vaxxers, why and what changed your mind? Part 5. I was an anti-vaxxer due to a reaction I had to a vaccine. After my second pertussis injection I wound up with a 105 fever and was hospitalized. At that point forward I stopped getting vaccines. At that age I was pretty much done anyways, early teen. When I read into herd immunity and started seeing a revival of mumps and whooping cough, I sucked it up and went to get my last one of the group. By this time, it was all wrapped into the tetanus shot, so I got that done. It was never about thinking vaccinations were bad, but about a reaction I personally had that I didn't want repeated. In the end, it is very unlikely I would die, but as an immune and vaccinated person, I was not going to perpetuate the spread of preventable diseases. I can take that risk for the good of humanity as a whole. Former anti-vaxxers, why and what changed your mind? Part 6. When I was pregnant many moons ago I read a lot of blogs, magazines, and news articles and tried to stay informed. I guess my logic was shit back then, because I thought that we didn't need vaccines anymore. Also, I tried to do natural things, natural birth, breastfeeding, organic food, homemade baby food, etc. I was honestly just misinformed. However, my baby got all of their vaccines on the appropriate schedule and I made that decision, at that time, because we were likely to travel to my husband's home country at some point, which is a third world country. I never posted stupid stuff on Facebook or tried to convince anyone. I didn't believe that vaccines caused autism. I just wanted to live in a somewhat pure way, and decrease the chemicals going into my family's bodies. But I now definitely understand that we still need vaccines. Former anti-vaxxers, why and what changed your mind? Personally I think the only reason I was ever an anti-vaxxer is because my mother was. I grew up thinking it was just completely normal for people to never get vaccinated. My mother swears by her belief that getting a vaccination can not only give you some weird disease, but flat out kill you by giving a more powerful version of that disease. I never got known with my dad either, they never got married or stayed together, 2 different households, but I'm not really sure what his reasoning was. So up until around my sophomore year of high school it was something I thought had a higher chance of doing harm than good. It wasn't until we talked about it in my biology class that I realized I was actually in the minority opinion. The more I actually paid attention to everything the more I realized vaccines are actually good for you. Karens of Reddit, how's your life as a Karen? Part 2. My friend's mom's name is Karen and once when we were driving, a Karen bit came on the radio, and she got so offended. Changed it saying how unfunny, mean, and upsetting it was. When we got out of the car, my friend whispered, "Such a Karen." And we could not stop laughing. Not that funny, but it's 15 years later and sometimes we will still send each other Karen memes just saying my mom would hate this. To be fair, this Karen was like a second mother to me, and a very kind and generous one. I spent so many days and nights at her house, I owe many of my favorite birthday parties to her, and looking back I can't imagine how much money she must have spent on me, all just because of my friendship with her daughter. She never made me feel like a burden, or even like I wasn't family. The most Karen thing about her is her reaction to Karen jokes, smiley face. Karens of Reddit, how's your life as a Karen? Part 3. I know a Karen. On Facebook, the first birthday after I lost my dog, she sent me $500 to buy a puppy. I've never met her in my life, but she's always been great. Karens of Reddit, how's your life as a Karen? Part 4. I work with Karen. She's the best because she is super crafty. She makes her own clothes and shoes. Her nails are always perfectly manicured and she's really good at nail design. She also takes the lead when it comes to events like decorating for the holidays, and it always comes out looking amazing. She's a total gearhead and is into racing. She's an amazing cook too. Last time we had a potluck she went all out and made this stuffed shrimp. Karen is also a good mom and such a positive person. I love my work, Karen. Karens of Reddit, how's your life as a Karen? Honestly, people have a pretty low bar for how they expect me to behave, which is cool. As long as I'm kind to service professionals and don't have peacock hair, I've already surpassed any expectations people have of a Karen. My boyfriend's friends called me Karen in accounting as a joke for a while before they met me. Joke's on them, though. I'm in marketing. Men of Reddit, what is something you wish every woman knew? Usually, when I'm staring off into space, I'm not thinking bad things about my wife. I might be thinking of how I could retrofit a pool pump to her house hot water heater and it would be the best shower ever, for 25 seconds. Or, if I hyper-fertilize the lawn, will the roots grow to the point they hit groundwater and never need supplemental watering again? Or, if I sneak GNC testosterone supplements into my wife's food, would it make her hornier or hairier? Or, sometimes I'm truly not thinking anything at all. Men of Reddit, what can you acknowledge is harder for women? The risk of dying when having children. Yes, I know men can't have children, but hear me out. I work in a maternity theater and see hundreds of births every year. It amazes me the amount of shit and pain and risk that women have to go through to have kids. Seriously, my respect for women has no bounds. I see what they go through during childbirth and I think I could never do that. By the time they get to the emergency theater, they've usually already been struggling to progress for various reasons for hours. They arrive tired, scared, upset, worried, bleeding, in extreme pain and feeling a million emotions in between. Add into that things can take a turn for the worse very quickly, and it is quite scary for the theater staff as well. Ladies of Reddit, just know, if you come into the theater when I'm on duty, I got your back. I don't think us men appreciate this quite as much as we should do. People who don't want kids, why? Part 2. I struggle with anxiety and anger issues and I wouldn't want to pass that on to my child or have them have to grow up dealing with my anxieties and anger episodes. I just couldn't do it and it wouldn't be fair to them. Plus it's real expensive. I'd rather have a life of peace and quiet and travel to figure myself out. To the moms, you guys are tough saints. People who don't want kids, why? Part 3. I have back and hip issues that would have made carrying a child, and then also literally carrying a child, difficult. I like my free time and expendable income. I didn't feel like I was in a stable enough place financially, wasn't with the right partner at the right time, never had baby fever. I look around at the world, and have no desire to bring another life into this shit show. People who don't want kids, why? Part 4. Why would I want one? I get that it is the social default, but in a vacuum it sounds terrible. I barely feel like I have my shit together, and I never feel like I have enough time to do the things I want to do. Why would I want to give up on my free time entirely to raise a kid? Children are fine in small doses, but they are exhausting, stressful, and the benefits seem minimal. I guess the biological drive skipped me. People who don't want kids, why? I grew up with a brother 10 years younger than I am. Went from changing his diapers to teaching him how to mod Minecraft. Left to go to college. I call him nearly every night, and we still watch anime and play video games together off Discord calls. I already had my kid. Has called my little brother. Just wish I understood my family's financial situation sooner. People who grew up in a small town, what's the dark secret? The KKK's Indiana Grand Dragon, Richard Loy, lived in my hometown. He is also the son of International Imperial Wizard, Railton Loy. His son rode my bus for like 2 weeks. His dad would stand in front of their house with no shirt on and a revolver on his belt with him until the bus came. Then one day they either moved or he dropped out of school or something because he stopped showing up and I never saw him again. People with street smarts, what is your most street tip? Look like you know where you are going even when you don't. If you have any misgivings about a particular street or area, go with it. If you do have to walk through an area where you are being scoped acting like you are insane and barely keeping it in makes you not worth the trouble. Don't worry about being polite if approached, but don't be an asshole. If an area smells like piss, no one gives a fuck what happens there. Never fall for the I need $20 for sick kid /locksmith/medicine/tow truck scam. Never pull out your money or wallet to check it. Even if you put it back they will know where it is. If you get bumped and feel for your wallet it's also a cue for a pickpocket. Edit. Use reflections in windows to see behind you and possibly around a corner. I'm glad I grew up in a big city. Traveling around the world was much easier than for others I've seen. Redditors, whatever happened to your school's class clown? Died in a car accident last Christmas. He was a good guy, had a job as a carpenter if I remember correctly. We graduated high school in 2008. He was drinking so he called an Uber to drive him to his girlfriend's house at 1 in the morning. While driving to his girlfriend's house the Uber hit an oncoming car that was going the wrong way, one-way street. The Uber driver was the only person to survive. The other guy's car was in flames and I don't think they were able to prove if the guy was drunk or what. What actually did live up to the hype? Old school safety razors. After you get used to them they are the best cut, and you can get great blades for them for 10 cents each. I just use a new blade each time. I actually use a crazy safety razor called a slant bar, or devil's razor. It slightly twists the blade and has a shearing action. So satisfying. What advice do you have for a 16-year-old? Be a serious driver, don't text and drive, slow down, don't drive angry and accept that everyone makes mistakes. I have met parents who lost their child due to a car accident and those people were so heartbroken it's like they were dead inside. He was driving too fast and lost control of his car. Do everything you can so you won't be another extremely sad story. What are some cheats for living alone for the first time? Not really a cheat, just something good to have, but make sure to own a fire extinguisher. You never know when a fire can start. Also keep it near, but away from the kitchen. As you can imagine, a lot of fires start in the kitchen, so if the extinguisher is in there and you can't reach it, you're shit out of luck. What are some fun facts about space? There is a huge gravitational anomaly called the Great Attractor, tens of thousands of times more massive than the Milky Way, pulling several galaxies towards it, including our own. We can't see it because it's in the zone of avoidance, the area of the sky we can't directly observe because it's blocked by the Milky Way, but we know it's there due to the effect it has on other galaxies. What are you surprised is still in business? Part 2. As an Australian, Red Rooster. Nobody goes there and they're still open. Benefit is that they treat you like their #1 customer probably because you are, but recently they've had a few locations rebranded and they're still empty but some amazing food though. What are you surprised is still in business? Part 3. Hallmark. I work at one. Many of them have closed already. I don't get how a company that makes useless collectibles, $8 B-Day cards, and horrible made-for-TV movies can stay in business. Hoarders are our main supporters. It's actually heartbreaking seeing these people come in and be so invested in figurines. What are your favorite Simpsons quotes that you remember? Good, 'cause I got a hot date tonight. Buzz. A date. Buzz. Dinner with friends. Buzz. Dinner alone. Buzz. Watching TV alone. Buzz. Alright. I'm going to sit at home and ogle the ladies in the Victoria's Secret catalog. Buzz. Sears catalog. Ding. Now would you unhook this already, please? I don't deserve this kind of shabby treatment. Buzz. What career would you choose if salary didn't matter? Part 2. Cleaning houses. I realized it this morning. I'm a mom with a full-time job in private aviation. My job pays a lot and whenever I tell people what I do suddenly everyone is intrigued. But this morning I was cleaning my entire house and really had the best time of my life wishing I could clean other people's messes and help them breathe easier in a nice clean home. I'm so good at it too, and I'm fast as hell at getting the job done. But then the happy wish quickly left the moment I realized that if I did that for a living I wouldn't be able to afford my home, or my nice car, or outings and vacations with my family, so we'll never get to clean houses for a living even though I kinda really want to. What career would you choose if salary didn't matter? Part 3. I've given this a lot of thought, and if I just had unlimited money, I would buy a large property in the woods right outside of a fun dense metropolitan area like where I live in the SF Bay Area. On that property I would create a massive authentic Viking-style compound. There would be a full functioning forge, there would be a giant great hall for feasts, huge gardens, a massive wooden steam room, and a brewery on site. I would essentially teach classes on all of those things while learning myself. It would be a place you could come to get out of the big city, spend a day at the anvil, or gardens or brewery, and then relax with a beer in the steam bath. Or come to play games like cub or axe throwing on the lawns amongst the redwoods. At night the Great Hall would turn into a restaurant with beautiful ambience and all lit by torchlight. What career would you choose if salary didn't matter? Lowe's Garden Center with the plant specialist or being the plant specialist. Best job I've ever had. We built displays all year, got a decent amount of physical work with randomly loading mulch/miscellaneous stuff, You learn about everything because they sell the parts to build/run/fix it, and you get to be outside all year. I also really like flowers. What did school try to teach you that was obviously false? I had a history professor who thought the Disney Pocahontas movie was 100% accurate. She argued with us about it and the test was based on the movie. She also somehow had a relative or ancestor who was a key but also obscure figure in every major event in U.S. history. We had to remember their names and direct quotes for the tests. First day of class she told us the entire textbook was wrong and we would not pass the class if we used it. She was correct, because every single question on her tests was a figment of her imagination. What do people not take seriously enough? Part 2. Sleep deprivation. In the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, add more if you can think of any, if you work a construction/tradie job which by nature are physically demanding, there is this bullshit culture of being able to do full days works with as little sleep or as much residual alcohol in the blood as possible. I've heard workers bragging about having a piss-up, 2 hours sleeps, then necking a beer curbside whilst they wait to get picked up. God forbid you're one of those types that like to get as much good sleep as possible because now you're the laughingstock of the site. Such bullshit, it's unreal. What do people not take seriously enough? 18-wheelers on the road. I work in the office at a construction company and now see just how much weight can be put on before needing escort or permits. Trust me, they are not leaving that much room so you can cut in. They are leaving that room cause they need it to stop, and if you are in that area and they have to brake fast, your car is going to be destroyed while they have a scratch on their front end. What do you swear you saw, but don't have any proof of? Not my story, but my brother's. He lost his wallet and was retracing his steps looking for it. A homeless man approached him at a coffee shop and said to him, "Don't worry. It's in the bathroom sink. Your wallet is in your bathroom sink." Later that night he did indeed find his wallet at home in the bathroom sink. A few days later, he saw the same homeless man and thanked him for his help. The guy became really irritated and told my brother he had never seen him before. Could have been a lucky guess, but I think magical bum makes for a better story. What foods are commonly mistaken as healthy? When you say healthy, do you mean nutrient-dense? Or low in calories? Because avocados, for example, are loaded with vitamins but also contain about 200 calories per fruit, so if you're on a diet, you'll want to limit your intake of them. Healthy is a weird word to use for that reason. It can mean either low-cal or high in nutrients to most people, but the two are not mutually exclusive. What foods are just delivery systems for other foods? Speaking as a Latino and a friend of many Middle Easterns and Asian people, rice. Rice goes with everything if we can help it. If cooking were a spaceship in Star Trek, navigators would say, "Captain, do you want that with rice?" At the mention of every single possible food dish, and the Latino captain would undoubtedly say, "Make it so." What generally acclaimed actor do you think is overrated? Jared Leto. He's the closest thing we have to a real-life Kirk Lazarus. I honestly feel like everything he does is for the express purpose of trying to win Oscars, and some of the stuff he does for role preparation is just so stupid. When he had to gain weight for Chapter 27, he did it by eating buckets of ice cream mixed with soy sauce and wound up giving himself gout, for a movie that was critically panned and bombed at the box office. And the thing that pisses me off most about it is that, while I'm not a dietitian, I know enough about nutrition to know that adding the soy sauce was completely unnecessary. What has gotten worse over the years? Ease of applying for jobs. It used to be that if you were applying for a minimum wage job, you could walk into any minimum wage business with a hiring sign, ask for an application, get interviewed, and then get the job. Now even minimum wage jobs require at least 1 to 2 years experience, and they'd rather you fill out an online application or tell you to email your resume to some email that you can't be sure they even check. It was already bad enough 11 years ago when I tried applying to a Cold Stones, Quiznos, and other minimum wage jobs in my area and was told to apply online and then never heard back from them. And it's even worse now for people who are still in high school or college trying to get a minimum wage job. What idiot-proof machines were triumphed by better idiots? Ask the National Park Service. They struggled for years to find a trash can that could be used by humans but impenetrable to bears. Humans wouldn't lock it up properly, or they couldn't figure it out, so they littered anyway, rendering these lockable trash cans worthless. One ranger was quoted as saying, "There's considerable overlap between the dumbest humans and the smartest bears." What is a form of legal torture? Part 2. If you're arrested in most places, if you're prescribed opiates for a severely painful condition, you're not allowed to receive them in jail, so you're forced into immediate cold turkey withdrawal with no effective relief. If the vomiting is so bad you go multiple days unable to keep water down for more than a minute or two, it's treated by strapping you to a gurney for 4 fluids. This is often done in conjunction with suicide watch, where you get no blanket, no clothing, and only a paper suit or padded vest that leaves you naked waist down. There's just no way to classify this as anything other than physical torture. We're not talking about people illegally abusing drugs. They do this to people who show up with legal, verified bottles of their meds. What is a form of legal torture? Part 3. Frivolous litigation. There are fines and sanctions in place to curb this kind of thing, but in practice it's very difficult to get these kinds of people off your back, especially if the person in question has more money and representation at their disposal. You could end up with astronomical debt from lawyer fees and they'll still keep filing motions. What is a form of legal torture? Corporate playlists for stores that are only a couple of songs. I almost blew my fucking brains out working at Nordstrom when that Gwen Stefani Banana song came out. It was 3 of her singles, on loop, non-stop, all fucking day. I guess she was trying to slang a lip gloss or cheap purse at the same time. Godiva, my first job at 16, did the same shit. If I ever hear that Lovely Day song again I will become apoplectic. It came on at 2 to 3 times an hour. What is it like to have children you don't want? Part 2. I was a nanny for a lady who really didn't want children but needed up having 5 because she loved her husband. Each of her pregnancies her medical condition got worse. With her youngest she had to be in the hospital for 2 months because she had so many kidney stones. Part of her condition is she produces kidney stones at a crazy rate, and they are rare stones that have a hook on them. Her kidneys are also more like a sponge-looking organ than kidney, that aren't functioning over 25%. She would give her life for those kids even though she never wanted them. Shitty part, when the youngest was 2, her health was declining a lot. And her husband left her for a chick he just met because, and I quote, "I'm sick of you being sick. I miss those kids so much and I miss her." She got full custody and has even better insurance now that her ex left her. And he pays huge in child support and alimony every month. What is it like to have children you don't want? Part 3. I was conceived to replace a baby boy that died. My mom was so disappointed I was a girl, she forgot my name for a while, and now I have 2 middle names. I had a brother growing up who was favored by both my parents, but he really was amazing. He was my favorite too. He died 5 years ago in a motorcycle wreck, and I'm the least favorite. My mom admitted this freely. Also, I am the last remaining child. Also, I don't care that my parents are disappointed that I was the one that survived. I've made myself who I want to be. I only talk to my dad occasionally, and my mom became an alcoholic, because 2 of her kids died. I don't talk to her. Shrug. My life is separated from theirs, and I encourage other people to cut off the cancerous people, even if it's your parents. It's liberating. What is it like to have children you don't want? Part 4. I think this is a conversation that more women, especially, should have. You are close to being burned at the stake if you confess that actually if you could turn back the clock, you wouldn't have children. I feel that these conversations may stop perpetuating this idea that if you're a woman you will automatically adore your children too. You have more options than just having children. Women do also go through things such as PND, and maybe others talking about it won't make them feel so guilty and alienated. What is it like to have children you don't want? Part 5. My mother point blank told us she didn't want children and my father had begged and begged her for me. Then my younger sister was an accident. It's always been an awkward, very strained and very tainted relationship. For a long time I held a ton of resentment and disgust for her. It's made me into what I consider to be a pretty great parent, though I wanted children, and even knowing I'd be giving up sleep and freedoms I knew I wanted them to know they were wanted, planned for, adored. My dad remarried and adopted 2 children of his second wife's, then they had 1 together, making us a family of 5. Now I get so much in way of a rich childhood for my children with all their cousins and aunts and uncles to love them. It's not always completely life-ruining I suppose, but it did have a profound effect on how the first half of my life went for sure. How I felt about myself. What is it like to have children you don't want? A girl I worked with had a 5-year plan. Get a designer man, have a massive wedding, travel to fancy hotels and have a baby. She managed it all except the baby. 2 years of IVF later and still no baby. After a long adoption process they get a 6-month-old. 3 months later they give him back and divorce. She realized that she had only wanted a baby because that's what people did and that meant she was successful. She had never thought about what having a baby meant and what it would do to her perfect life. The husband couldn't live with what she had decided, so left. At least the baby went to a couple who did want him eventually, instead of staying with her. What is something Americans will never understand? Part 2. I follow the NBA, which makes me follow American sports media. And I've heard so many dumb takes that underestimates how competitive football is. Bill Simmons saying that if Iverson had chosen to play soccer he would have been the GOAT is maybe the dumbest of them all. So my answer is, some Americans will never understand just how big football is in the rest of the world, And that being at the top of such a large talent pool gives you fantastic odds at being more talented than the top players in smaller sports, globally. What is something Americans will never understand? Part 3. Taking 2 or 3 weeks off work to do whatever is normal, even expected. What is something Americans will never understand? As an American, I'll never understand how you all have so much time and money to travel abroad. Employers here work the hell out of you. Long hours, low pay, and negligible PTO hours. I hear in the UK even the lowest paid jobs have at least 25 days a year guaranteed under the law. The wages we get don't cover the cost of living in most states, so the idea of having money to spend on trips, aside from the trip cost itself, kind of baffles me. What is something that blew your mind once you realized it? The speed of light is consistent in relativity no matter how fast you are traveling because of the effect speed has on time and gravity. If you are traveling at 99% the speed of light, then the light you emit from a flashlight would appear to be traveling away from you at the speed of light because your time is slowed. What is something that is way harder than it looks? Ballet. The general rule is that the easier it looks, the harder it is. The most calm, relaxed dancer on stage is working the hardest. You want me to stand on stage for a few minutes? I'm shaking all over from muscle fatigue by the time I can move again. Lifting your leg in front of you at hip height and rotating it around behind you takes years of practice and very strong muscles. Fancy turns get all the applause, but once you get the hang of them, most pirouettes aren't actually that hard. What is the most annoying kind of Redditor? Part 2. I just spit coffee all over my computer and my computer is ruined now, but I don't even care because this was that funny. No. No, you didn't. And even if you did, I don't care. If all these spit take comments are true, Redditors have a serious problem with keeping liquid in their mouths. What is the most annoying kind of Redditor? People who identify themselves as Redditor and treat it like it means some sort of special membership. It's not. Reddit is merely a website open to everyone with a bunch of different links and topics that attracts all sorts of people. There's decent people here, but there's also really horrible people here and everything in between. It's silly to treat it like some special group. What is the single most important piece of hygiene? Part 2. Elementary school teacher here. Your children need to brush their teeth in the morning every day. So many classes start their day with extra homework help, peer reading groups, and other up-close and personal but very important activities. If your child smells like death itself is leaking from their mouth, other kids are going to move away from them and they are going to miss out on important learning opportunities. What is the single most important piece of hygiene? Part 3. Wash your ass, as in get between dem cheeks and give that dirt star a good soaping. None of this made the soapy water running down my ass in the shower is fine bullshit. Washington yo. Ass. If you're interested in going the extra mile for the pink, pristine secret wink of your dreams, gentle exfoliation, I can provide instructions. What is the single most important piece of hygiene? You'd think wash your butt would be highly important, and obvious. Yet there seems to be people out there who just don't. I was having some completely unrelated conversation with some people once and I don't recall how it got to the point, but one guy said I've never touched my asshole, I would never do that. And someone asked how do you wash without touching your butthole? And the guy said you don't need to wash your butthole, you'd get soap in it if you did. The guy had never washed his butthole, and thought if he did it would fill up with soap and, I dunno, he'd die or fart bubbles or something. What is the worst gift you've ever received? Part 2. I'm pretty sure I posted about this one before on here. One Christmas, my ex-wife's grandmother gave me a little electronic slot machine game that she bought at a yard sale. It still had the handwritten $1 price tag on it. When she handed it to me, her words were "Merry Christmas, Ken, you'll need to buy your own batteries for this." My name is not Ken. And I never bought batteries for that game. What is the worst gift you've ever received? Part 3. One Christmas my mom gave me a little pair of tongs to squeeze tea bags. I must have been like 16 or so at the time. Just for reference, we weren't a poor family. The reason for no effort on gifts was because me and my brother kinda stopped caring about that sort of thing as we got older and didn't ask for anything. But still, we were like, why would you even wrap this? What a cruel joke. To top it off, they sucked. The tongs bent when you tried to squeeze a tea bag. What is the worst gift you've ever received? I lived in Korea and spam was highly regarded there and quite a bit more expensive than in the States, because, you know, it's fucking spam. Anyways, at Christmas time they had spam gift sets if you'll believe it. So I got like a 5-pack of spam as a gift set from my boss and his wife. I'm vegan. My boss knew this. What is the worst thing you've ever seen happen at a wedding? I was at a wedding where the best man got up and explained how important this speech was to him. Because even though he hasn't stutter and public speaking is very hard for him, the groom had picked him. It immediately became clear that his stutter was severe, but everyone of course looked at each other like, isn't this amazing? What a touching moment. It felt like a movie moment as he struggled forward into what we all assumed would be a poignant speech. However, it quickly became clear that this was indeed one of the worst best man speeches of all time, with him referencing exes, sex stories, jokes about the groom's small dick, and how hot he thought the bride was. But of course, it was all coming out in a slow, horrible stutter that made everything much, much worse. At the end, everyone was mortified except for him. He looked incredibly proud. What is your biggest "I didn't think this through" moment? When I was younger, I was holding one of our cats in my arms like a baby and petting him, as I would frequently do. He was pretty happy. Then it occurred to me that it would be hilarious to blow a raspberry on my cat's tummy. When I did, the cat latched onto my face with all four paws and just held on with its claws. It was at this point that I realized I had not thought this through. I was considering my options: either drop the cat, and let him take my face with him, or just wait until the cat let go. I ended up standing there, bent over with the cat latched onto my face for about 20 seconds or so before he finally let go and I was able to put him down. Needless to say, I learned my lesson. What is your darkest family secret? Part 10. I found out 6 months before my dad died that he was a heroin addict earlier in his life. He was dying of liver disease and tried to overdose one night. I didn't live with him at the time but knew something was wrong, and that's when my mom and I went and found him on the floor of his bathroom with a needle in his arm. What is your darkest family secret? Part 11. I had an uncle who moved far away, worked in a boiler room at a huge casino, decades ago. He was always sketchy, and he had way more money than a simple boiler room employee ought to have had. Rumors that the boiler room was a really useful thing for the mob, due to boilers doubling as incinerators for certain purposes. Hence the money. Many unanswered questions there. What is your darkest family secret? Part 2. My grandfather was killed in a bar when my father was still a toddler. The official story was that he was murdered over a pinball game. Back then pinball was pretty serious, I guess. It wasn't until recently my grandmother confessed, on her deathbed, that my grandfather actually killed someone and buried the body, days before his own demise. So he was actually killed in retaliation for a murder that he committed. My grandmother kept this secret for almost 65 years. What is your darkest family secret? Part 3. My cousin might actually be my uncle. His mom boinked my grandfather not long before she discovered her pregnancy. There hasn't been a paternity test, but my cousin learned about it and it fucked him up. What is your darkest family secret? Part 4. As part of opening a home daycare, Mom found somebody on the sex offender registry with our family's very unusual last name. Mom called Grandpa. He confirmed that he is related to us. He hadn't seen him in decades. He didn't know he had been convicted for statutory but thought that sounded about right. We're not supposed to ask about him again. What is your darkest family secret? Part 5. My dad gave a job to a cousin. I remember as a kid that this cousin I'd never heard of just suddenly popped up out of nowhere without explanation, but I was a kid so didn't really think of it. But everyone made a big deal out of how great it was for my dad to give him a job. I found out 20 years later that the cousin had been in prison for having a sexual relationship with a student. Edited for clarity. What is your darkest family secret? Part 6. A year or two after her adoptive mother died, my mom went looking for information about her birth parents, and found that her birth mom and her husband had been gruesomely murdered by a drug cartel. There was an article about their murder in Rolling Stone magazine that had gory pictures of their bodies. What is your darkest family secret? Part 7. My cousin, once removed, my parents' cousin, was kidnapped, raped and tortured by a serial killer. She was, after many days, dropped off near a running path with her neck slit. She lived, unlike the other three, and she could lead the police to his home. He is still in prison. As a child I heard whispering of it and didn't find out the whole truth until I was older. What is your darkest family secret? Part 8. My aunt was molested as a child by my great-uncle who I never met, for obvious reasons. She didn't tell anyone until she was in her 30s, though by then everyone knew he was a piece of shit for other reasons, so he was already excommunicated from the family. I was molested by my cousin when I was 9. Totally different ballgame. Everyone swept it under the rug, didn't want to address it. Some of my own family didn't even believe me. But she did. She believed me and defended me no matter what came her way. She died a few years back. I don't know if I ever explicitly thanked her for doing that for me, but I think she knew how much I loved her for it. What is your darkest family secret? My great-uncle was born from his sister being raped by her father. The family said basically she had just been a loose lady, and not right in the head. They locked her up in the attic. After my great-uncle passed, my mother and I went into the multi-generation house to clean it out. The door to the attic, where sister/mom was kept but long since passed. The door had an outside lock. No creepy claw marks or anything, But it was just so sad. My mom pulled the lock off and announced to the house that she would never be shut away again. What is your favorite video game quote? I don't know the exact quote, but if God had wanted you to live, He would not have created me. By the Soldier from TF2 is a great one. TF2 has a lot of great quotes. Another good soldier one is also something like, you call that breaking my spine? You red team sissies couldn't break a spine if oog my spine. Though this one isn't in-game. What loses its coolness once you become an adult? Part 2. There's a closet that's under a stairwell in the apartment I just moved into, so it's all crazily angled, goes back about 8 feet. If I was still a kid, this would be the coolest closet ever and I'd probably try to live in it. The odds are still strong I'll go lay in there at some point before this summer. Just because. But it won't be the same. What loses its coolness once you become an adult? Part 3. Playing pretend. I remember playing with toys, playing pretend with friends, generally fantasizing as a kid. And it all felt so real. I can try now. I can sit and move around my Brachiosaurus figurine and my fairy, which, yes, are still on my desk. The fairy rides the Brachiosaurus, but it's just not the same. As an aside, I would like to say that I'm deeply troubled by the fact that Firefox redlined Brachiosaurus and suggested Brontosaurus as a replacement. Shame on you, Firefox spellchecker. That dinosaur isn't even real. What loses its coolness once you become an adult? Not trying. When you're a boy in school, there's this weird pressure on you to act like you're too cool to put effort into anything. The coolest result on the test isn't an A, it's telling everyone I didn't even try. If you don't even try as an adult, though, you're just an asshole. You have colleagues, clients, and, most importantly, a family relying on you. If you don't give enough of a damn to look out for them, nobody'll want you around. What popular advice or bullshit? Part 2. Find something you love, and you'll never work a day in your life. Patently bullshit. Turning passions into careers usually results in one thing: you burn out on your passions. A lot of people are counting on you to pursue your passions and accept unacceptable working conditions because you really want it to work. Bullshit. Do what you're good at and what makes you dollar without requiring you to give up your work-life balance. Always fight for the pay you deserve, because most of us are underpaid. Keep your passions separate. ETA, thank you for the silver, kind stranger. What popular advice or bullshit? Part 3. If someone is making fun of you, just ignore them. I've experienced my fair share of bullying, especially these past 2 years, and I was being mocked and made fun of daily. Although if you give the bully the satisfaction of getting a reaction, chances are they'll laugh about it and then move on with life. If you ignore them, they will continue to pester you because they want a reaction, and it won't stop permanently if eventually they give up. What popular advice or bullshit? Do what you love, follow your passion, any variant of this. Not that this is bullshit, but realistically most people are not going to succeed doing what they love. Many will change their mind if they make a career out of it, and more still don't even have a passion, so this advice is not only completely useless to them but makes them feel worse and sets unrealistic expectations. What seems difficult to do but is easy once you start doing it. Solving a Rubik's Cube. All you need to do is get a good understanding of how the cube works, thinking of it by pieces instead of by stickers, solving it by layers instead of by sides, etc., and memorize maybe a half dozen algorithms. An hour or two of video tutorials and a couple weeks of practice will get you solving it in like 5 minutes. What should you never cheap out on? Part 2. Not cheaping out on doesn't mean you have to buy the most expensive version of a product, just that you shouldn't buy the cheapest. For some of the things mentioned, you can buy the cheapest version of it for like $10 and the most expensive version for like $200. Typically the $30 version will be great. What should you never cheap out on? Laser corrective eye surgery. I remember some TV ads a few years ago saying come to generics, or whatever they were called. Prices from only £399 per eye. I don't know how much it should cost, but I don't want to save money on people cutting parts of my eyes open with lasers. I don't want the sale price. I want to pay. What should you never trust? Part 2. A fart. One time I was at a job interview, and I was waiting for the interviewer to call me back. I had a rumble in my tummy and I thought I was just gonna pass a little silent fart. Oh God, I was wrong. I ended up leaving without saying anything to anybody. Got to my truck and had to lay my shirt over my seat and drove my shitty ass back to my house. I hung my head in defeat that day. What should you never trust? Never trust a stranger that wants to tell you how much money they make. Successful people don't usually spout off info about how much money they make to people they just met. So if somebody is doing that to you, they're either lying or trying to butter you up for some dubious proposition, often both. What shouldn't be done in moderation? Compliments. Especially to men. My male co-workers get so excited when I compliment them or thank them for specific things they've helped me with. Of course, I'm also super pro complimenting women. I compliment my female co-workers too. It's such a joy to make their day with something specific you notice. Note, for anyone curious, look for something they're doing on purpose, not their body or their general appearance. Be specific, say their desk is decorated really well or you really value their input in your meetings or that they go out of their way to help people. People love compliments, y'all. You have no idea how much you can brighten someone's day by noticing the positives. I complimented my co-worker's hair 2 weeks ago and she still talks about it. What terrible product sells by the millions? Part 2. Heart's brand pet flea treatment/medication. It's dangerous and has been the cause of death for many pets. It's a nerve agent that's supposed to make the pet's blood toxic to fleas. I used some on my cat once and she started freaking out, then had trouble waking normally. Her legs were twitching and kicking, clearly out of her control, and tears of brown thick liquid started streaming down her face. I picked her up and frantically gave her a bath hoping to wash any of the remaining chemicals off the back of her neck before any more of that poison seeped into her skin. What terrible product sells by the millions? Part 3. Stuff with microbeds. Seriously, how was this ever legal in the first place and why is it still legal? Edit. Apparently microbeds were mostly banned in the US, where a majority of Redditors are from, in 2018, enacted 2015, but I missed that. However, this is not a strict ban as they are still allowed in non-rinse off products such as makeup or pillow stuffing and you can order large quantities of them on Amazon. So while this is a step in the right direction, it is certainly not good enough. Furthermore, they should be banned worldwide like CFCs whereas their environmental impact is equally as bad. What terrible product sells by the millions? Shitty pencils. They're cheaper so it's what all the parents buy at back to school time. But they're so bad. They break too easily. They can't be sharpened because the lead falls out or isn't centered. They ruin good sharpeners. Erasers either don't work or disintegrate instantly. Get Ticonderoga or Statler. One pencil of either of these is worth 20 of the no-names. What was your most "I'm too old for this" SHT moment? Part 2. The moment I realized I do not give a shit about getting invited to parties or being included anymore in big groups. I kid you not, I recently heard, you should become friends with Tracy. She throws great costume and theme parties. That sounds awful, I don't want to be Tracy's friend. Now Tracy and her friends want to be friends with me because they can't figure out why I don't care about receiving an invite to their parties. I'm too old for this shit. I'm in my 30s, too old for high school like popularity invites. I prefer my two good friends. What was your most "I'm too old for this" SHT moment? The last time I stayed at a hostel. The people who go out and then come back in at like 2 a.m. and use their phones as a flashlight. Plus the thin walls and even thinner mattresses mean no sleep. I'm young enough that I still want to save a buck on lodging, but old enough that my back and nerves can deal. What was your worst "oh shit that's today" moment? Part 2. I took a Spanish telecourse in community college. I was supposed to watch some DVDs of a Mexican soap opera on my own time and then take an exam on campus on certain dates. After not doing that for a few weeks, I was leaving the school art studio, open studio time, not a class, and got to thinking that I should watch some of those videos because the test date was probably close. I got to my car, checked the syllabus, and saw that I was 50 minutes late for the exam. I sprinted to the room where the test was supposed to be but nobody was there. Didn't pass the class, still don't know Spanish. What was your worst "oh shit that's today" moment? Part 3. Not a bad moment but I was so looking forward to the weekend. I had just woken up on Saturday morning and was dozing. It was a warm summer's day with the birds singing, a light breeze, etc. when the phone went. Work, are you coming to work today? Me, why? Work, it's Friday they gave me hell. What was your worst "oh shit that's today" moment? Part 4. Forgetting about a crucial job interview I had scheduled over a month before. I called them and made up a bullshit story about how I had 2 flat tires, but they still insisted I had to pass it through Skype. So I wore my formal stuff and got in my car to make it look like I was on my way. Still got the job though. What was your worst "oh shit that's today" moment? Part 5. Stats test on Thursday. First big exam of the semester. The quizzes and homework have been brutal. Goddamn, why is stats so hard? It actually felt easy when the semester started. Okay, you have all week to prepare for this test. You got this. Let's skip MNF with the guys and study. Nope, I'm not even going to stats on Tuesday to learn more new shit. I need to know the stuff that's gonna be on the test. Study all day Tuesday. Wednesday night I get some older friends that pass stats to help tutor me a bit. I think I'm actually ready. Walk into class on Thursday anxious but prepared. I look around to see how nervous everyone is and instead everyone is chatting and looking at their exams. The test was on Tuesday. The professor would not let me retake it. I guess this is actually a oh shit that's not today moment, but still. My biggest fuck up in like 20 years of schooling. What was your worst oh shit that's today moment? Part 6. I was sound asleep one morning when the phone rang. It was the pastor of the church where I was organist telling me that there was a last-minute change in music requests by the widow for this morning's funeral. He was wondering I wasn't already at the church getting set up, given that the funeral was to start in 45 minutes. The office staff had given me the wrong date. I got in the car in a bathrobe, arrived at the church with the hearse, threw on my choir robes, and began to play. If the pastor hadn't called with a change in music requests, there would have been no music, just dead silence. What was your worst oh shit that's today moment? Part 7. Mine was an oh shit that was yesterday moment. Went to Australia for a holiday with some friends, and while I was there my dad had a birthday. I flicked him a message wishing him happy birthday etc. He replied back, laughing and saying his birthday was yesterday. Turns out my dumbass somehow thought we went backwards a day while going from New Zealand to Australia. Nope, only went back 3 hours. Dad was all good about it cause he found it so funny. Wondered why he hadn't heard from me the day before. What was your worst oh shit that's today moment? Part 8. The day before my wedding. I was busy with work. Weeks leading up to my wedding I was doing 6/12s. I was living in a town called Poulsbo west of Seattle and had to fly to Phoenix to meet up and get married in Sedona. So I get off at noon the day I was supposed to fly down, flight leaving at 4. I took a shower and sat on the couch. And fell asleep. I woke up too late to risk the ferry, so I fought traffic to get to SeaTac. Suffice it to say, I missed my original flight. Thankfully there was another flight that night through the same airline. My mistake cost a decent amount of money that night. Made that flight, got into Phoenix that morning and drove straight through to Sedona. I wasn't late, but I wasn't early. My now wife thought I had cold feet and was gonna leave her at the altar. What was your worst oh shit that's today moment? I had already missed one mandatory meeting at my job. Mind you, they were 6 a.m. meetings at a store that normally opened at 8 a.m. So now I was one miss away from getting fired. Normally they flip-flop meeting to be night after a morning meeting. So here I was expecting the next meeting to be that night, but upon waking up and looking at my schedule I saw that I missed it again. They did double mornings. I promptly called in sick, saying I had some horribly contagious flu. Then I called in sick almost every day that month using all my PTO. I needed the time off anyways. By the time I came back they forgot about me missing the meeting. What would be amazing if it lasted 10 times as long? Part 2. Nighttime. I love having a bath, getting into my pajamas, watching some Netflix, reading a book, maybe a movie, listening to podcasts in bed. But by the time I have done all my relaxing it's silly o'clock in the morning and I have to be awake in 5 hours. But I love to sleep too. Hate having to decide whether to do all the things and sleep less, or get a really good night's sleep by going to sleep early and not reading or watching movies. Imagine having enough time to do all the relaxing things, read a whole book, watch an entire TV series, couple movies, and still manage to get 12 hours sleep. You could probably go out for 5 or 6 hours to a bar or to visit friends and still do all the relaxing things when you got home, before your 12 to 15 hour sleep. 20-hour days, 40-hour night times. What would be amazing if it lasted 10 times as long? You know that feeling when you wake up in the middle of the night thinking it's morning, only to realize you have many more hours to sleep? Well, that feeling when you lay back down and you are in that halfway state, where you aren't quite asleep but you aren't awake either. It's such a blissful feeling and I always wish it would last way longer than it does. Edit guys, I'm not going to try heroin no matter how many times you suggest it. What would you run back into your burning house to save? Old home videos of my brother who passed away recently. There are no other hard copies. I should probably finish digitizing them. What's a joke that's really dumb but you still find it funny? So a German man is traveling across Europe. Eventually, after a few weeks abroad, he arrives at the Polish border. The border guard begins to question him. Name? Hans Schmidt. Place of birth? Munich. Occupation? 9, just visiting. What's the weirdest compliment you've ever received? Part 2. My boss complimented me for having the biggest dick in management. When I asked how he knew about my endowment, he said it was obvious because my team got the most done. Spoiler alert, English is his second language, so I had to explain the "you gotta be a dick to get things done" idiom to him. What's the weirdest compliment you've ever received? A young Asian woman walked up to me as I was talking to a friend on an outdoor mall. In halting English she said, "Nice Adam's apple." Thank you? I responded. "Can I touch it?" she asked. I was a little taken aback, so it took me a moment to say "I'd rather you not." But by that point it was too late. I cringed while she awkwardly caressed my larynx while those who witnessed it stared on in horrified fascination. That was, by far, the strangest compliment I've ever received. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 2. In 2011 I decided I was moving from Austin to Los Angeles to try my hand at screenwriting. I gave myself a 3-month window to save up and sell off everything that wouldn't fit in my car, and during the 3 months I met a girl. I told her about my decision to move right off the bat, but she said she didn't care. We had a great time in that 3 months, probably the best time I'd had with another person, but I stuck to my guns and moved anyways. Chase the dream and all that. It wasn't long after I left that she hooked up with my old manager. Now they're married and have a kid. LA didn't pan out at all. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 3. I'm not that old, 30, but I regret being so serious and working so hard sometimes. I started working 50+ hours a week the second I hit 18 to pay for college. I worked full-time in college. I graduated debt-free and went on to work 50+ hours a week at a large corporation. I think backhand, although I'm proud of myself and my accomplishments, I wonder if it really would have mattered if I'd have just went to that house party, attended that pub crawl, or went on that road trip. I feel like I missed something important. I feel like I was never young. Once my kids are older and don't need constant care, I'm taking my life back and I'm going to travel and experience some things again. I owe it to myself. It's better late than never. Smile. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 4. I was introverted as a child, but now as an adult it's like my brain is trying to be extroverted but doesn't know how. Not the worst part. Growing up, through high school/college, no parties, few friends, even fewer relationships, never went out and did anything, no stories to tell, no hobbies, nothing. The first 2 decades of my life were completely wasted. I still feel like a child because I never had any typical experiences growing up. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 5. Few years back I started to date my best friend. A couple months in it was clear it wasn't going to work out. I was moody and emotional back then, and she had some personal issues. But instead of handling it like an adult, I blew up at her and ruined not just the relationship, but also one of the best friendships I've ever had. Hurts every time I think about it. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 6. Wasting time being anxious about getting schoolwork done instead of doing it and developing life skills as a kid. I'm 23 and probably have another few years of constant fighting to get functional. Learn basic life skills and discipline, or you'll be paying for it for the rest of your life. I lost a decade and I'm lucky. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 7. Wasting so much of my late teens/early 20s getting stoned and playing video games. Both those two things are great in moderation. Don't let it become your life. Fucks with your confidence and actually makes you a terribly boring person if you have no other interests. I'm 28 now and I've been over this for about 2 to 3 years. I look back at things I had trouble doing, like talking to people, not just girls. I really realized I had a problem when I found myself having awkward silences with guys I'd known for years, and I can trace it all back to the years I spent not interacting with people in social situations. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Part 8. Letting myself get so fat. I was never really taught proper nutrition, nor was it enforced as a child. Now I'm an adult with very low self-control when it comes to eating, and that lack of discipline spills over into other aspects of my life. It's a never-ending work in progress. But I'm taking things one day at a time and trying to continually reinforce good habits. What's your biggest regret in life so far? Going on vacation and leaving my recently sober twin brother at my house alone. I knew something was wrong when he wouldn't answer the phone. Found him face down in my living room. It's been 9 months and I still can't close my eyes without seeing my best friend alone on the ground. His phone was 2 feet away and he couldn't answer it because he was already gone. What's your opinion of the US sending weapons to Ukraine? 1. We told Ukraine we'd protect them if they gave their, Russia's, nukes up. Budapest Memorandum. 2. Russia is considered to a threat to the U.S., so having a proxy war and deteriorating Russia's military is a great opportunity. 3. U.S. gets to test weapons and military tactics in a conventional war against another world superpower. 4. Russian military/government will, most likely, never financially recover from this. To say the least. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. What's it like to have social anxiety disorder? Part 2. Crying in the grocery store because you can't find the limes, but the thought of asking someone makes you physically ill. Not going to the dentist/doctor for years because calling to make an appointment is outside your abilities. Skipping meals because there isn't any food in the house, but ordering means having to answer the door. What's it like to have social anxiety disorder? Part 3. People assume that it's just feeling nervous. It's not. It's overthinking something so much that it makes you physically ill. Cramps, headaches, that horrible feeling of needing to rush to the toilet. Yes, you get nervous. But that's only the start of it. You find it hard to breathe, you think you're actually gonna die, 'cause you can't get air. Sometimes you pass out. I do. But it's different for everyone. It's worrying about anything and everything, things that don't even need worrying about. I get so worked up, and my stomach gets so knotted, that I can't physically eat, because it just won't stay down. You're constantly feeling like people are judging you, looking at you, even when they're not. You constantly feel like no one likes you, even when they do. And it's the constant feeling of something bad is going to happen. Believe me, social anxiety is not just being shy. What's it like to have social anxiety disorder? Part 4. People say the definition of an introvert is that being around other people drains you instead of giving you energy. Social anxiety is this on crack. Things that on paper sound like a great time are exhausting. Going to the supermarket and going to happy hour with coworkers are almost equally exhausting. It's just tiring. You wonder if life is this heavy for other people. I suspect not. What's it like to have social anxiety disorder? Part 5. I feel eyes following my every movement. It feels as if I'm a sight for amusement. They say kind words as they pass by. I hear those words and a sympathetic sigh. They greet me with a smile full of happiness. The smile contorts into an expression of sorriness. The glances of the people become judging eyes, and as I feel them, a little part of me dies. What's it like to have social anxiety disorder? Part 6. It's like constantly feeling as though someone is watching and critiquing your every move, like you have to perpetually edit yourself to say or do or be the right thing, or no one will ever forgive you for it and the world will end. What's it like to have social anxiety disorder? Imagine overthinking minor interactions into oblivion and jumping to the worst conclusions every time to the point of being physically sick. Remember when you were a kid and your mom left you in line at the store and you panicked like there was no tomorrow? Imagine that every time you go shopping, out to eat, etc. Which children's TV show would you highly recommend? Avatar: The Last Airbender. This show is very lighthearted and fun. The characters can be very quirky. However, the character development and storytelling are phenomenal. It premiered on Nickelodeon in the mid-2000s. There have been spin-offs and live-action movies, but nothing will be as good as the original cartoon. Which movie completely falls apart in its third act? Glass. Now don't get me wrong, I actually still like the movie. But the ending kind of ruins what was a seemingly pretty well thought out and realistic sequel. I love the slow build-up of the first two acts. Catching up with David Dunn and his kid after all this time and seeing how he reacts to the Beast and seeing what happened to Elijah Price's character was really interesting, having to sedate him because he's too smart. But the ending pulled a bait and switch and then made some somewhat poor decisions for these characters. I both admire it, but 20 years was a long time to wait for what we got. I don't think the first two acts gets enough credit, but I can understand the mixed reception for the third act for sure. Why don't you believe in God? Part 2. I grew up religious. My family went to church, we prayed at supper and before bed. They all say they feel something, but I personally felt nothing. I'm not really someone who can just believe in something when I feel nothing about it. I've never felt the presence of a God. I don't feel any way about it either. There can be a God, there cannot be a God. If there is one, I'm not particularly interested in what he's selling anyway. The amount of people who die of unnatural causes every day, starvation, murder, just a crazy accident? You can't just pretend only the good things are part of God's plan. Why don't you believe in God? Part 3. Why don't I believe in God? Simple answer. I believe religion was created to keep society in order. They didn't have laws back then. Nothing stopped people from murdering, thieving or raping. Someone had to come up with a set of rules. But how to enforce those rules? A police force doesn't exist yet. The only thing we know for certain is that they'll die. So why not tell them that if they break these rules, they'll be fucked in the afterlife? That'll scare them into being nice. But how will we know they did these horrible acts? Detectives aren't a thing. Well, we can tell them that there's this bloke in the sky, he looks down on everyone and sees everything. Thus, you have the creation of gods. Entities designed to protect the peace. Nowadays, we don't require such primitive thinking. Hence, I do not believe in a religion. Why don't you believe in God? Part 4. One description I've always associated with God is being infinite. If God is beyond everything, assuming God actually exists, how can we know what God wants? Following the God is infinite line of thought, It doesn't seem to me like God is pleased by this thing or displeased by that thing because these are human characteristics and which seem pretty limiting for God to have. Why don't you believe in God? Part 5. God isn't there, or doesn't care about us. It makes no sense at all to believe that some all-powerful, infinitely loving and merciful deity is out there who refuses to stop genocide, cancer, child sexual abuse, starvation, etc. How many times have you heard God's plan as an excuse for something awful? If it's God's plan to force people to suffer on a whim, then whoever says that really needs to ask themselves what kind of God they're following. I don't believe in God because the incredible amount of denial and BS it would require is just silly. Why don't you believe in God? It's actually funny how I started to question God. I was about 7 to 8 and had a spelling test. My mom's favorite phrase at the time was "do your best and God will do the rest." So I did my best to spell out the word and waited for God to fill in the rest. Spoiler, he didn't. And that's how 7-year-old me came to disbelieve in a God. Without using a number, how old are you? It was a Tuesday morning. I had just left Intro to Psychology and was walking to my dorm. The other girls were gathered on the front steps crying, hyperventilating, talking really fast and making no sense. I silently judged them because they were always being so damn dramatic. I figured one of the popular girls got dumped and everyone else was gathering around for moral support. That sort of thing happened a lot. I squeezed my way through to the lobby and saw the news on TV. Planes were flying directly into the Twin Towers. Well, I felt like a complete ass.